It's a cold start. We're doing it live. Welcome to TopstepTV, friends, traders, and fellow Web 2.0 enthusiasts. This is the opening call for Friday, January 9th, 2026. I'm JD. In the middle, we got Coach Ray. Over there on the left, my left, the other bookend. It was still my right, wasn't it? You know him, is John the Goat Hoagland. I call him Hoagie, Oglethorpe. Good morning, fellas. How we doing this morning?
Excellent. Just kind of gearing up for the markets today, but also keeping an eye on what's coming up over the weekend in football. So looking forward to some quality football. I'm not going to tip my hand on who I'm rooting for, but let's just say there's going to be a winner.
I'm nervous about my Bears too. We'll talk about that later. Hoag, Bears. Hoag, how you feeling this morning, bud? What's going on?
Hey, I'm feeling good, man. Happy Friday. It seems like we're doing a little musical chairs today. So when the music stops, whoever doesn't get seated is out. But yeah, it's Capital Preservation Friday. It's Unenjoyment Friday. It is going to be an interesting and challenging trading day. Hopefully a good trading day for all of you.
Yes, sir. It's a very special day today. It is Jobs Friday. We got quite a bit of information coming out just at the bottom of the hour. 7:30 a.m. Central Time. We've got the December non-farm payroll job number coming out. We're also going to get a look at the unemployment rate. It's all coming up at the bottom of the hour. We got a few more things coming up at the bottom of the hour. Let's take a look at that eco calendar real quick. Quite a bit on the docket this morning. Like I said, the December jobs report, bottom of the hour, 7:30. We've also got housing starts and permits at 7:30. A couple of talking feds are scheduled to speak today. 9 o'clock Central Time, Neil Kashkari will be talking, and then at about 12:35, Thomas Barkin will be speaking. 9 o'clock Central Time, University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment, and then at noon, everybody's favorite number, ye old Baker Hughes rig count. You know you're getting close to the weekend when we know how many open active oil and gas rigs there are in North America. I wonder how that number is going to be changing up this week, too. We'll be keeping a close eye on it. All right, guys, gold is open for business. We got a confirmation candle to the upside, but I don't think we're taking this trade. Should we be taking this trade?
You know, we got a 100-tick range already for unemployment. The dome is very thin. I I've taken
We
enough
okay?
positions into some major numbers, and
No.
over the years, I'm probably flat, so I don't trade them.
Coin flip capital. Here we go.
That's it.
What did you guys see in gold overnight? If we were to take this trade, would you have a bias in mind? Let's do a high level overview. Ray, any opinion on gold going into the open this morning?
I mean, looking at the overnight, we've been kind of in a range. It appears, right? So I don't know. It's kind of one of these trades that I don't have a really strong opinion either way. I can make a case on either side. So in those kinds of situations, I probably would sit something like this aside.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, so we are in agreement across the board. The triumvirate has spoken. No trade in gold this morning. What do you say we take a peek at what to expect from this non-farm payrolls job? The December jobs report, data in focus. We got a couple graphics. There we go. Data in focus, non-farm payrolls. What we're looking at, we're forecasting 70,000 new jobs created coming from a prior of 64. Unemployment rate forecasting 4.5%, prior of 4.6%. But what does this mean? Let's hit that second slide. Stronger than expected payrolls and lower unemployment. Hogue, how does this look to you? Did you write this, Hogue?
I did not. So with the Fed's focus, of course, full employment and stable pricing, a drop in the unemployment rate, I think, would be a positive, and maybe increase the probabilities, which are relatively low from what I understand, of another rate cut coming on the next meeting. Non-farm payrolls, adding 70,000 more than the previous month, although the previous numbers were possibly a little bit skewed because of the government shutdown. But if things come out the way they're expecting, I'm going to be viewing those as positives.
Mm-hmm. And on the weaker side, weaker than expected payrolls and lower unemployment, you see it right there, strengthens the case for future cuts, which it does. Adding fewer jobs to the economy does exactly that. It strengthens the case for future cuts. And will signal some more demand.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right.
Growth.
That's right.
Yep. It is correct. Ray, any opinions on what to expect from this jobs number? Are you watching it closely?
It's one of these things that you it's kind of like a litmus test on kind of the health of the markets, maybe potential. But usually I'm kind of watching like everybody else. Hopefully most people are kind of sending those kind of announcements aside, like I do, and I just kind of wait, and it kind of helps me kind of gauge, when we do get some sort of reaction, some sort of maybe unsurprised on these kind of reports. Often it tells us sort of the edges of where the markets lie. So I use that as more kind of a gauge as to where my extremes are, my participants, either on the buy side or the sell side. And that kind of helps me gauge and maybe gives me some areas that I should focus on as I go into the session. So that's how I use the report. I don't really look at the numbers all that much. I'm more of a generalist in that aspect. But I look at the effect that it has on the markets and then go from there.
Good girl.
If it makes perfect sense. Perfect sense. All right, a couple of things to look out for on this number. It's not just non-farm payrolls and the unemployment rate. We're looking at private payrolls, manufacturing payrolls, participation rate, average hourly earnings, month over month, year over year, and the average work week. How many hours are workers actually putting in week over week? So a lot goes into this jobs number. And like Hogue said, we don't know exactly how accurate the reports have been over the last couple of months due to the government shutdown, the federal government shutdown here in the United States. So, will these be as accurate as we would like them to be? Your guess is as good as mine on that front, right? But we've got about 2 minutes left. Taking a look at gold, we're still trading above that opening candle. Opening range breakout signaled along. Still good right now, but the dome is thinning out. I'm looking at the micro contract. We got about a minute and 45 seconds. All right, guys.
Right at the high of yesterday's range. Extended trading hour range in gold here. Kind of the high of the area of balance that we've been in for the last 4 days. I am fine on a no take with this.
Yeah.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Nice solid range here overnight. So again, kind of creating a little bit of indecision.
We can even see what the knee-jerk reaction is after this report comes out. Maybe we could still get in at a better trade location. Our low of the opening range, I have it on the micro at 44.7020.
Mm-hmm.
But let's see what happens in 1 minute. We've got 1 more minute.
Got 70.30 on the GC. 1 tick off between the micro and the big contract.
70.30. Okay, just a single tick. I've got 44.7740 high also. Is that we tick off there too?
750 off by a tick again.
Off by a tick on both sides of the opening range. All right, chat, sound off. You got about 30 seconds there. Who's holding a trade into NFP? Who's holding a trade into the December jobs report number? And don't lie.
Don't lie. All right, here we go, man. We got 15 seconds.
Here we go.
15 seconds. Let me pull up the juice.
Mark those extremes.
Buckle up, everybody. Let's see how wild this gets. And we're off. We got a knee-jerk reaction to the downside. Did not take out the low of the opening range. But man, the dome and gold just disappeared. The ladder is empty. And here we go. So we got some selling in gold. I'm looking at gold. Non-farm payrolls come out 50,000. What a miss on non-farm payrolls. Forecasted for 70,000 new jobs. Actual came out 50,000 new jobs. A 20,000 job miss on that. U.S. average earnings year over year, actual 3.8%, forecast at 3.6%, little boost in average earnings. The unemployment rate, actual came out 4.4%, forecast for 4.5%. We did better on the unemployment rate, the actual number there, but big miss on actual payrolls.
Non-farm payrolls, U.S. private payrolls, also a big miss. They were looking for 75,000. That came out at 37,000.
Wow, 50%.
Yes. Let's switch over to equities. I didn't get the reaction from the S&P. Let's take a look at what happened. We got a spike to the upside, and we are trading knee-jerk reaction to the upside, and we're trading right back to where we started right now. Almost exactly where we started at. All right, so everybody that hold a position into that move, how did you do? Don't lie, because we will know. What else? Anything else? All right. Canadian unemployment rate, actual 6.8%, forecast for 6.65. Unemployment rate is up a little bit in Canada, our friends to the north. And the employment change, actual 8.2 thousand. The employment change, actual 8.2 thousand, forecast for minus 2.5. So, a little mixed news there. But once again, for anybody out there just joining us, wondering what that move was in the markets, the December jobs report was released 2 minutes ago. U.S. non-farm payrolls rose by 50,000 jobs. The U.S. economy added 50,000 new jobs to the U.S. economy, but they were forecasting for a whole lot more. So a bit of a miss there. The unemployment rate actual came out 4.4%, forecast for 4.5%. So unemployment is down, but payrolls not quite as good as expected. Let's go back to that graphic. What are our key takeaways? One more time. Can we pull up that December jobs report? The next one, please. Stronger than expected. So here's what we have to look at from that. Weaker than expected payrolls and lower unemployment. Thank you, Tim, in the back. Sorry to put you on the spot there. Federal Reserve FOMC policy strengthens the case for future rate cuts. Right now, the FOMC is pricing in for no rate cuts at the moment. Is that correct? In the next meeting, they're signaling for no rate cuts at the moment. I believe that's according
This
to,
supports that, I think.
and this does support that. But it was just a little. I don't know. I kept calling it a big miss, but 20,000 jobs from the forecast to the actual, I think that's a decent miss.
I find it
We'll see what
kind of, I don't know, a little opposite kind of look here. I mean, the unemployment rate dropped 4.4%, but
it did.
Payrolls,
Jobs are down.
yeah, I mean, it dropped
Payrolls
by
are down.
0.1%. You know, nothing big, but non-farm payrolls, private payrolls, even manufacturing payrolls were lower. We did see a jump a little bit here in U.S. government payrolls. That came out positive 13,000, where the previous number was minus 5,000. So, non-farm, private payrolls didn't do well. Government payrolls maybe a little bit better than that, and a drop in the unemployment rate seems kind of contrary to the other numbers that we're looking at here, doesn't it?
It does. It really does. Ray, I know you don't put too much stock in the actual numbers. You're just looking at pure price action.
Yeah.
What's it telling you? What's the price action telling you after that move?
Well, I mean, we're getting a little bit of a flight to safety potentially in gold.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I was just kind of in the process of kind of looking at what was going on the equities. The equities kind of took a jump initially, and I'm just kind of taking a look here. So I don't know. Maybe it's a little bit more of a flight to safety, maybe to the markets as a reaction. But we're getting both positive on both sides. So I don't know. It's kind of counter to what I would expect to see potentially if people are looking at this as bad news. The markets don't seem to look at the markets are not indicating that at the moment. We're getting looks like a bid on both the metals and the equities at the moment. So
very true.
So
it was a good no trade on that opening range breakout. We eventually did take out the low of that 1 minute opening range bar. I suppose it would depend on where our stop was. I'm just going to assume we would have been stopped out. Opening range low 44.70.20. Knee jerk reaction low 44.66.90. So
yeah, that was a pretty substantial stab down through that opening range low there. So I would assume we would have been stopped out.
Yep. Safe assumption, fair assumption, I should say.
Yeah.
All right. Before we get into the charts, one quick piece of news. We got another boost to the economy. So President Trump has posted a $200 billion mortgage bond purchase. Let's run that let's run that clip. Yesterday, President Donald Trump said he has instructed his representatives to buy $200 billion in mortgage bonds. In a social media post, Trump said Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are now worth an absolute fortune. The president expressed how the two government-owned mortgage giants now have enough money to fund his directive. The move is an attempt to drive down interest rates and monthly payments. The overall goal is to make the cost of owning a home more affordable. How do you guys feel about that? That's a nice little jolt to the economy.
I mean, if you own your home, are you happy about that?
You could refinance. That's what he's going after, right? If you already own a home, you can refi.
Or, I mean, I don't know if you want it free and clear how that kind of plays out, but I don't know if that drives potential prices lower. I'm not sure, but
I suppose if you locked in your mortgage 20 years ago, it doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
But for new home buyers, this is a good thing.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, guys. We are running a little long here. So what do you say we hit some charts? Mr. Hoagland, Coach Ray, dazzle us with your charting knowledge, if you please.
All right. So, Ray, this is the daily on the on gold. So, when they raised margins, gold metals took a little bit of a hit here. We're recovering. This I'm saying is kind of day 3 in an area of balance. We're relatively centrally located inside that bar. The 44.49 is approximately the center of that bar. We're also kind of finding support on the October 21st big volume bar. So finding support there. On the daily, it's really still somewhat range bound and still inside of that October 29th bar. So, I mean, there's really good opportunities in gold on a daily basis. The ranges have been pretty good. The open interest yesterday, we saw a pretty good increase in open interest, and since the beginning of the year, we've been seeing open interest continuing to push to the upside here from January 2nd. Only one day with a small loss in open interest, so there's energy coming into this market. My question is, when is that energy going to pay off in the longer time frame? Of course, there's really good short time frame opportunities every day in gold. Ray, what are you thinking on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of, as you were speaking there, I was kind of looking at this most recent set of candles here, and we've been in a range, although the range has been, very, very tradable, right? We are kind of in a range and still kind of, I would say, kind of a little bit under maybe that control of that bar that we had at the end of the year, right? So, but I see that, price is above our daily levels from yesterday, so kind of giving us maybe a little bit of an indication that there's maybe some more upside opportunity. I'm looking at the DMI indicator, and the DMI indicator is not really giving me much of an indication as to a direction. On the bottom, I see basically flat lines on both the DI, the positive DI, and the negative DI. So that's just kind of giving me some information that, while we are showing some signs that we want to continue higher, we're not. It's not how we say strong at this point, right? So it seems like that the market is still kind of in a balance zone, and we're getting equal participation on both sides of the market at the moment.
Makes sense, because we are kind of a little bit in balance. Volume has really been somewhat atrocious. It's been below average here since, I don't know, just before the beginning of the new year and into the new year. Volume has really just kind of dried up. Traders looking for new information. Let's take a look at the 30, Ray.
Yep.
See if we can find any good opportunities. So when the market is in range, I kind of view it as shorter time frame control, and the market has really kind of been trading to shorter time frame levels, or just kind of respecting them and kind of seeking them out. Overnight inventory was pretty flat this morning, although we did open spanning the high of yesterday's regular trading hour range as well as the extended trading hour range. And we're seeing some buying coming back into this. We did have a naked point of control from here on the 6th that we have just rechecked in regular trading hours. This box up here is a session gap that goes from the 26th to the 29th. We got halfway through it, and that's where the buyers kind of backed off, sellers took over, and where we really started to kind of create this area of balance. We may see an opportunity to see, a possible execution back up at that level today. We don't know for sure. But I'm kind of looking at this as rejection of value from yesterday. On this platform, we got value high at about 44.74.10. And as long as we hold above that, I do kind of like that, looking for an opportunity for this market to recheck this high here, this halfway inside of that previous session gap. We've already targeted a short time frame level in the form of this naked point of control here, 44.94.90. I think it's going to be interesting to see how gold reacts when the equities open regular trading hours, and we get all of those longer time frame traders active in the markets. Things can certainly change quickly when that happens. But it was a good note take for the opening range trade. The profile yesterday was pretty much a double distribution trend day to the upside, as long as we kind of hold above value. I don't see any opportunities for potential repair down to the lower distribution, which would basically take us down to value low from yesterday, right around 41 on this platform, approximately. We do have all of the simple moving averages in play here today. The 200 session, the 50 session, the 100 session, even the 20 session simple moving average. Ray, I know you're looking at a 9-minute. What is there? Is that giving you any opportunities?
Yeah, I mean everything right now
Nine
on from
bars.
the kind of everything that we're looking at on the moving average front is prices above it, right? So kind of giving us an indication that the overall market sentiment is to the upside, right? You mentioned earlier about the fact that we opened above value from yesterday. That's another kind of little check mark that I use to kind of gauge sentiment of the market. Folks are willing to pay a premium to be part of this market to the upside, and that usually spells that there's further upside to be had in this market. So what does someone do in that kind of market? We don't chase up the market, right? We look for a place that we can logically participate, right? So looking at this chart, well, if assuming that this candle does indeed close as strong as it is looking like, well, I would draw a line right back to the area that it broke. And I got a blue line here, right? So I'm going to be looking for an area right around. Again, you know how I look at things. I'm patient. I don't want to necessarily chase here, right? So I'm kind of looking at this area down here, right? Whatever kind of pullback I can get in this market to allow me to participate in the market to the upside, that's kind of what I'm going to take. Assuming that the market gives me what I'm looking for, assuming that if it meets the criteria, and the 9 EMA is one of those criterias. I cannot see price below my 9 EMA and look for a long. It needs to be above, right? So that would be a criteria that I would use if I'm looking for a long trade. And if I'm looking for a short trade, I'm open to it as well. It just would need to be below that 9 EMA or below a VWAP or something that I can kind of anchor my decision against, right?
Ray, where is that 9 EMA coming in on that chart right there?
Well, right now I don't know if I have the 9 EMA. This I believe. Let me take a look and make sure what I got here. Let me see if I can change this to a different color. That might help. Let's go ahead and change this to gold. So the 9 EMA is actually pretty deep. 44.79 is kind of what I'm seeing here on this time frame. If I maybe look at maybe a little bit lower time frame, I can get it a little closer. But yeah, 44.87, that would be kind of the top end of this kind of pivot that we have here.
And that's your
right?
line there too. Yep.
Yeah. So that would be a kind of a logical area of confluence, right? Prior resistance, now broken above, retested, indicating that there is support in that area. So a pullback, I would say, to that 44.87.2 level would be a level that I would be entertaining, right? If I get the right kind of reaction. Right. So yeah, that would be that's kind of where the 9 EMA is telling me. We're a little bit extended. I don't like it so extended. I prefer it to kind of ride so I don't feel like I'm taking more risk than I need to, because it often comes back to that level.
All right. Awesome. Thank you.
This
market does pull back. I mean, we get back into those single prints from the double distribution trend day yesterday in the gold here. Would go from 44.55.70 down to 44.48.20. That is those single prints from the double distribution day from yesterday. Not sure those are going to come into play, but that is what we're looking at so far in gold. Gold looking like we're seeing some continued buying, at least holding up above the range from yesterday, above value from yesterday. Take that for what it's worth. JD,
all
what are
right,
you thinking? What do we do?
Let's take a look at what happened overnight in the markets. Overnight, stocks in Asia closed mostly higher. The Hang Seng Index up 0.32%, the Nikkei up 1.61%, and the Shanghai Composite up 0.92%. Stocks in Europe currently trading mostly higher. Also, the DAX is up 0.49%, the FTSE up 0.83%, and the CAC up 1.06%. The U.S. dollar index unchanged at the moment, 98.929 last in the dollar. The VIX is down about 2%, 15.15 last in the VIX, 1515. And the yield on the 10-year U.S. Treasury note resting gently at 4.181%, down marginally, down 0.002 on the 10-year. All right, guys, let's get into some S&P charts. What do you got?
All right, it's Friday. I like to go way out. This is the monthly chart. Obviously we're still putting in higher lows. We've got some pretty even highs up here. We have been seeing some pretty decent changes in open interest up here. There's a lot of course, interest here we're coming up near all-time highs here, of course. The ATR is 341 for the monthly chart, and we're at 139 points. Plenty of room left and plenty of month left. So let's take a look at the weekly now, just quickly. We're up against weekly kickoff high 69.95. We've taken a look, at it for the last 3 weeks. It has remained the weekly kickoff high for the last 3 weeks. As far as the ATR, for the weekly, we're at 100, well, let's just call it 107 points. 166 is the ATR. There is some space to reach that ATR in the session today. Let's take a look at the daily. So we are seeing, again, kind of even highs up here. We took a look above. We had that breakout that we were excited about, but the breakout failed. We have not seen a very deep pullback off of that failed upside breakout. We saw, I think, some surprising buying coming in yesterday, but we lost open interest in the S&Ps. That tells me that it was probably short covering. We were kind of speculating that the speculator grade was long, causing the failed upside breakout, but we did see some possible short covering yesterday in the S&Ps. It was a P-shaped profile. We'll see that here shortly. And it was the opposite in the NASDAQ. So the NASDAQ and the S&Ps are telling different stories. Make sure you're trading what you're looking at. Volume has been average. Dropped open interest yesterday. Unemployment rate today. We're going to see how these markets are treated by the longer time frames once the 8:30 bell rings. Ray, is there anything remarkable on the daily chart here in the S&Ps that you're looking at?
It's always remarkable.
Mm-hmm.
But in all seriousness, I mean, looking at the daily chart, I see kind of a market that's kind of grinding higher. We're coming up on an area where we have some prior sort of resistance. I'm kind of looking. Someone was asking earlier, what's this indicator I have here on the bottom? It's kind of I treat it as kind of a momentum indicator, right? I have the DMI indicator. We have the positive line, which shows buying pressure. We have the negative line, which shows selling pressure. And then the blue line or purple line, however it come across as your screen, is kind of the overall momentum, right? And in this particular case, we see price rising, but the momentum, it doesn't seem to be backing it all that well, right? It's kind of falling, right? We'd like to see those kind of numbers above, the 20, 25 range to kind of communicate that we are in a strong range. So what is that telling us? This move is not supported by big players, right? This move, as Ho kind of mentioned, this is kind of a retail kind of environment, right? Retailers are the ones that are driving the market as we speak. So participants for now have been sitting on the sidelines, at least based on the indication that I'm seeing on the DMI, right? So that's kind of what I use. That is kind of to kind of support sort of price and momentum. And the more I can get price and momentum in the same direction, I feel like I have a pretty good handle on the direction, right? So right now it's grinding higher. Everything is indicating up, but I'm always a little cautious when we're up at the highs, because if I look to the left, what do I see? I see that we've had sellers here in the past, right? So if I see sellers if I see that there are sellers in the sort of in the mist, right? I know, just like I'm looking at these levels, there's other, as people kind of often comment, whales, right? The banks and things are probably hanging around this area as well, right? So I'm a cautious buyer, let's say.
Okay. Let's take a look at the 30, and so we were seeing open interest increasing and trading to obvious short time frame levels on the way up here. What we needed for continuation above that weekly kickoff high was new business. We needed those whales that Ray was just talking about. We need the institutions to come in and adjust inventory, either covering shorts or adding to long positions in the S&P futures and even in the NASDAQ, but they just did not come in. So we saw the pullback come in on Wednesday, Thursday. The S&P's put in the late spikes to the downside, and the market did its job yesterday by bringing value lower, which is really all you can really truly expect when you see these late spikes to the downside. But we didn't see any real selling coming in. We didn't see any continued participation to get to the market to actually kind of roll over and trade to the lower end of the current area of balance. The S&P's held up actually very well. Now, the loss in open interest would indicate, with the P-shaped profile that we have in the S&Ps, so the market opened and rallied and then just kind of ranged in the upper half of the range, creating that P-shaped profile would indicate short covering. So if there were some shorts that came in to the market on Wednesday, a lot of them covered yesterday. Short covering should take buying power out of the market temporarily. But I mean, when you look at the levels that are being respected and targeted, we're still in short time frame control, Ray. I mean, when you look at this low here, you got the 200 session simple moving average on the 30-minute chart, which we looked below it a bunch of times, but it by and large has been showing some support. Where did we trade to yesterday? We traded to almost a point of control or an area where we saw buyers coming in earlier this week. We have not done we have this area of exactness yesterday that really became centrally located. So now this area of exactness, when you look back, I mean, it's bam, 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 bam. Short time frame traders, short time frame levels, targeting short time frame levels. Where do we just trade to prior to the open? We traded to Wednesday's naked point of control. We haven't done that in regular trading hours yet. We're going to see if we get to do that, but that level was 69.88 half. What's our high there? 69.88 half. Longer time frame traders don't trade to exact levels. They certainly don't trade to naked points of control. Those are short time frame retail levels. And whether you're looking at profiles or not, they do have a tendency to attract price and sometimes offer a decent opportunity. So we're still kind of trying to see buyers coming in to see any continuation to the upside. According to the exchange and on the daily bulletin, the March contract all-time high is 70.14. 70.14. Let's see if we can get there, but I'm still trading this like balance to breakout rules. I'm fading the extremes of the balance until we do get some sort of substantial move outside of the current area of balance to go with that trade. We thought it might happen on Wednesday. Really looked good in the NASDAQ, and I'm sure a lot of folks got smushed because retail traders love to preempt breakouts, and I'm sure a lot of them did. Ray, what are you seeing on the 30-minute chart here, my man?
Yeah, I mean, again, similar kind of thing where we were saying on the gold market, right? So, I mean, we're still a ways away from the actual open of the New York session, but we already see that price is going to most likely open well above, right? So, there are folks out there that are willing to pay a premium to be a part of this market at the moment, right? So, what do I do? What do I think about? Well, I want to maybe counter that thinking a little bit. Is well, I understand that there's a lot of interest to the upside, right? Because I'm seeing that price is above it. So I'm just going to look for levels where I myself, trader, would like to be a part of the market. So I look at like some of these retail levels that you mentioned.
Yes.
I look at breaks of prior resistance, right, as areas for me to want to participate. So that's why I like the 9 EMA. I like the VWAPs as kind of logical levels because my retail friends are looking at, like as you mentioned, are looking at those levels as well. So right now, I mean, all indications from right now, it seems like I should be looking for opportunities to the buy side. Now, where would that change? Well, you see that little stop sign up above. The little stop sign is this kind of area where we've seen sellers in the past, another extreme level. So anywhere around 7,000 is probably going to be an area that we're going to see or find some sellers. And then I just need some indication in price to tell me, yes, they're going to respect it. So 7,000 above, and I would say if I'm a seller, and if I'm a buyer, well, I need to see some sort of pullback. Ideally, if it pulls back to value area high from the prior day, all the better, because I feel that's a little bit of a discount to me. But we don't always get what we want, right? Market has a way of doing things that maybe cause us to maybe make a decision that maybe we don't want to make, right? Depending on how strong the market is, right? So I'm going to be looking this area right here. If I can get a pullback in this kind of zone, not going to color that in green. This is going to be kind of my little buy zone. Okay. If I can get maybe price to come into that area and give me the channel break or something to indicate that they are indeed going to continue, then that's going to be an area where I kind of pull the trigger right around between the on this platform, 69.77 all the way up to 69.81. But ideally, if I can get it all the way down to 69.73, right around this confluence area of this prior resistance zone, all the better. Bring it.
I like the 69.77 level, like 75 level that you were just kind of looking at, because Wednesday's, late spikes, there were actually kind of two of them, and the upper late spike comes in at 69.76 and a quarter. And we respected the lower late spike, which was 69.67.75 yesterday. We did look above it at one point, but it was pretty much respected. I could see a pull back to that 69.76 quarter level as a pretty decent possible opportunity. It's the value low from Wednesday's session. It doesn't close the gap to yesterday's regular trading hour session. And but looking at the profile from yesterday, it was a normal variation, normal kind of day, extended the outside the initial bounce just to the upside, leaving a failed upside auction and a possible opportunity for us there. But the S&Ps held up much better than I thought they would yesterday. That's what we've got for the S&Ps. I know we're getting a little bit long-winded here. We got to start looking at this crude oil opening range trade.
We sure do. Crude is open for business right now. We're going to be looking at the 1 minute opening range. We got a little bit of price action happening right now. We got a high of 58.27, low of 58.18, 9-tick opening range so far in crude oil. Before we get into this trade, though, we got a little news overnight. Oil executives are set to meet with President Trump later this afternoon. He's trying to persuade them to invest in Venezuela's massive reserves. Sources with inside knowledge say companies want to ensure a return on their investments. They say the executives want rule of law to keep their employees and equipment safe. Other demands include political stability, the lifting of sanctions, and financial guarantees. Sources say oil executives want Trump to provide a clear strategy for achieving those goals. One person involved in preparation says Trump officials seem to be, quote, making this up as they go along. I hope they have a plan. But oil executives meeting later today to discuss what to do in Venezuela. Are we going to send people there to open up these refineries? Are we going to be pumping money into infrastructure? Into refining infrastructure, I should say. We'll see what happens. We got a little pop in crude just there. We just signaled a long in crude oil. How we feeling? I'll put this trade on.
Yeah, let's do it.
We're running short on time. Let's burn through crude charts real quick. You see what I did there? Let's burn through.
Yeah, I see that.
Nice.
House account. Right. House account long, a pair of micro crude, 58.30, by the way. House account long, 2 micro crude, 58.30. We're going to put our CYA down at just under overnight VWAP. We're going to take $50 worth of risk on this trade. 58.05 CYA in crude. Let's hit it real quick.
Right, Thank you, JD. Yeah, if we get back to my charts, we got the daily. Not going to bother with the monthly and the weekly charts. There's really no change in the current market state. Although on the daily chart, you can see that they're overall, we've been putting in lower highs and lower lows in the longer time frame. Largely, still relatively balanced in those longer time frames, but on Tuesday we had a look at the weekly kickoff high 58.80. We rotated fully through the upper area of balance. Buyers came back in for it yesterday. This is short time frame control, has been for a while. And it moved us right back up to that 58.80 level. If we get another opportunity up there, range bound to breakout rules will apply for me. Anything else I wanted to talk about? Well, we lost 10,000 in open interest. So, this market is doing what it does to retail traders. Retail traders are looking to buy the highs for the breakout to the upside. They get too long, the market rotates lower. They get out of those longs. They end up getting short. Yesterday, we lost 10,000 in open interest as all of those short time frame shorts started to get squeezed and got out right back to the high here. The market is just doing what range bound markets do. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily?
Yeah, I mean, I see a level of support down here around the 55, 56 level. If I'm a buyer, that's going to be the area that I'm going to be focusing on, around the 56 level. And then I see we're at a resistance zone here, but then I see the 60 level as another area of resistance. So again, like you mentioned, this is it looks to me as a kind of a range bound market. So we need to trade it like a range bound market and look to those extremes to participate. And in the middle, we just need to sit on our hands, especially on this kind of chart, right? This is not an area that I want to be a part of. I don't know exactly which direction they want to take this. I'm going to hold out. If I'm going to be a part of this market, I'm going to hold out for these upper levels and go from there.
Awesome. Yeah, that weekly kickoff has offered a couple of decent opportunities this week, but yeah, it's a tough spot to be in. Gold has been Crude. I did it again. Crude has been a tough trade. So overnight inventory is currently flat, so we don't have that, but we did open with a gap above the regular trading hour session range from yesterday. Yes, the market did continue to push higher towards that weekly kickoff high, but that was on a little bit lower volume. Pretty much the market was largely closed for all intents and purposes, but we did see some continued buying, some continued short covering coming into this market. So overnight inventory is flat, opening with a gap. We've got gap rules. I like the idea that we're probably long here. I do want to kind of see money, take money on one of them if we get up to this weekly kickoff high, because it has been showing resistance for some time here. So we get a good look at that. We got a 58.84 naked point of control up there that they could easily be visually targeted. Yesterday, we did put in a couple of late spikes to the upside. The real late spike, 57.71. The kind of primary late spike is 57.43 as the market continued to put in higher highs at the end of the day and close at the high here. The market didn't get a chance over time to show acceptance of pricing at higher levels. So we're working on a couple of nuances that I like. We've got a gap to the upside. If we can't close that gap relatively early, we're looking for longs. We've got late spikes to the downside. Value is with high probability going to be either outright higher or at the very least overlapping to higher as the market shows that it's accepting higher pricing. So the profile yesterday was kind of a normal, kind of a neutral day, kind of turned into a trend day. Ray, what are you looking at here?
Yeah, again, I think we see that it's respecting or actually breaking some ranges here. We see again that price is above our value range from yesterday. We got a nice little reaction. I think I need to move to London, guys, if I really want to trade this market.
Yeah.
Because I get these nice levels that come in at value area high that offer me some nice opportunities. So I don't know, maybe I can convince Coach D to find me a little cottage there in the backyard somewhere with the sheep and the cows, and I can kind of graze on oil for the rest of my time here. So, but yes, I do see a market that's showing some signs of strength. The fact that we're above value indicates to me that there is still some more bullish, maybe momentum. I'm not gonna say that the DMI is not. I'm not overly impressed with how the strength I'm getting there with what the price moves I'm getting right now. So I'd like to see that firm up a little bit before I participate. But I do see that maybe there is still some more upside in the crude oil market.
All right. Thank you, Ray. That's good. That sounds good to me because the house account is long a couple. That's what we've got
Excellent.
for us in Crude. JD, what's going on, my guy?
What's up? We got one more piece of news. Yes, we are long crude from 58.30. Last trade 58.37. Got an update. We were sharing some news on weight loss drugs last week, so I want to play both sides of the coin. Make sure you're getting all the information you need. Candyman, Quad 7 in the chat. I know we had to hide you, but I see you. This one's for you, you hoity windbag. People who stop taking popular weight loss drugs like Ozempic and Wegovy could put the pounds right back on. A new University of Oxford review of research says many patients will return to their starting weight within 2 years of ending the treatment. The data shows the weight regain happens even faster than it does for people who lose weight through diet and exercise alone. The drugs work by mimicking a hormone that tells the brain and the gut that you're full. But once you stop the shots, experts warn your body may produce less of its own natural hormone and become less sensitive to its effects, making overeating more likely. Researchers say it's a reminder that obesity is a chronic condition that requires a long-term plan. There you have it. Both sides of the coin on the weight loss, popular weight loss drugs going around.
I know.
All right. We've got the NASDAQ left. Nobody wants to do the work, right? There are no shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Give the people what they want. Let's take a look at that NASDAQ. I'll keep an eye on this crude trade.
All right. So on the monthly, we are still coiling. We are still in a Dorito. The monthly ATR is 836 points. We're at 726 with plenty of month left. We do have space for continuation. We've got the weekly chart now also showing our Dorito market is kind of, narrowing in range. The weekly ATR 836. Actually, the monthly ATR is 1,661. Weekly ATR 836. We're at 600. We do have space this week for more continuation, or we're going to start to see that ATR quiet down and get a little bit more narrow possibly next week. Let's take a look at the daily. So here is our Dorito. Here's our pennant formation. The market is still range bound. It is still doing what range bound markets do, going from low to high, high to low, blah, blah, blah. We did take that breakout try on Wednesday that did fail. We were saying lots of overnight, lots of longs were coming into this market in retail. We needed new buyers to come in to push this market higher. Those new buyers did not come in. We did see a pullback yesterday. The pullback was a little bit more convincing yesterday. It was more like long liquidation, where the S&Ps was more like short covering. We'll see that out a little bit here on the 30-minute. We are really just kind of dancing along the high from the October 10th bar. That's the biggest bar, so that's why Jay likes to put those on there. We did pull back last week, basically to not quite to halfway back, but we've got our weekly kickoff level there, which is 25,020. Weekly kickoff high again this week, 25,880. We did look above it and we did fail to close above it. We're still range bound, still in short time frame control. Ray, what are you seeing on the daily chart? Anything?
Yeah, I mean, again, I think I see a market that's in range. I think that's kind of aligned with what I'm seeing here on the DMI indicator below. A lot of overlapping or kind of positive and negative DI indicators. ADX reading of 15, which is not overly strong in any stretch of the imagination here. So yeah, it appears to be in some sort of ranging kind of market. You've kind of already highlighted the Dorito pattern here that we have in this market. So right now, I think the market is just looking for some sort of catalyst to decide on which direction they want to take this. What that direction is going to be, we don't know, but we know that the magnitude is going to be pretty significant, right? We take that little mouth of that Dorito pattern, and this is kind of the move that we could expect. Could it be a move to the downside? Could it be a move to the upside? If it's a move to the downside, we're looking at 23 400, 23 420. If it's a move to the upside, well, let's see if I can do this without take us back up to 29, what's that, 28,000. Okay, that's kind of what we're looking at as we get closer to the apex of that Dorito pattern, right, on the daily. So that's kind of what I'm seeing.
That is $100 word. That you start to get to that apex of the Dorito pattern. A breakout is likely to occur in one direction or another, and to one magnitude or another. And a lot of folks were hoping that breakout was going to happen on Wednesday, which it did not. Let's take a quick look at the 30 now. All right, so there is our longs, short time frame buyers. We had single prints here on Tuesday. Wednesday was our potential breakout to the upside, which did not succeed. Now, yesterday in the NASDAQ, we saw, I think, a better pullback than we did in the S&Ps. It's a B-shaped profile, which indicates long liquidation, which is what we would expect if we got too long at these highs. We would be looking for long liquidation. We didn't see that necessarily in the S&Ps, and we lost about 3,700 in open interest in the NASDAQ. So that supports the I guess hypothesis that we did see some long liquidation yesterday with a a B-shaped profile. You see the lowercase B-shaped profile usually indicates long liquidation, and that again is supported by the loss in open interest. Do we have any overnight inventory? We kind of did have some overnight inventory to the long side here in the NASDAQ. And we're starting to see a little bit of reconciliation of that. A lot of what I'm going to be looking at today is probably going to be based on the value area high on this platform, 25,687. If we can get a look down there, it's also settlement. Settlement is 25,687 half. So if we get a look back down to that level, it would allow me the opportunity to limit risk and see if we continue to see buying coming in above the value area from yesterday. As far as the upside is concerned, same situation. I mean, anything above weekly kickoff high was rejected earlier in the week. We can see if it's rejected again. We don't know, but we're going to find out. Ray, what do you like on the 30?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of liking the same kind of levels you mentioned there. I mean, we are above some of the indicators that we care about. We got a little bit of a spike here with the news on the DMI indicator, and the ADX indicator is kind of firming up here. It's not quite at a level that would indicate to me that we're any kind of direction here, but like you mentioned, I think this level in green here that I have down below, this is kind of an area where was the value area high from the prior day. If I am indeed kind of more trending on the bullish side, well, that's going to be the area that I'm going to be focusing on, down right around this, 25,697, 25,700, somewhere in that area is going to be the area that I'm going to be looking at to see if I, want to potentially participate. But it's not just blindly, placing the buy or buy limit order at this level. I need to see a little bit of kind of a reversal pattern, the famous 3-bar reversal pattern right here to kind of support that kind of opportunity. Otherwise, then right now, if I were to, look at it, then I'm looking at maybe the possibility for price to come down to that level as an opportunity, as kind of a little scalp opportunity. So that's kind of what I'm seeing there. I do see that there is some indication that there is a little bit of buying that's taking place at the moment. Whether that's really short-lived, whether I really should be looking at this as an opportunity to sell the market. Well, I'm at a level now where I can support that around the 810, 815 level. So we'll have to see as the market plays. We'll see what kind of initial balance range we get at the open, and then we'll go from there. Let market participation tell us.
Awesome. Yesterday, the initial balance low was the dead ass low of the regular trading hour session. The initial balance high was the dead ass high of the initial of the entire regular trading hour session. Yesterday was a normal trading day. We don't see those that often. It's kind of a misnomer. Very rarely do we see a normal trading day. Again, that's IB high and IB low are the extremes of the day, and we just traded up to it, looked above it prior to the open here, starting to see some selling coming back, looking like we may get our opportunity to see value high as an opportunity for us today. Ray, thank you very much for your thoughts and knowledge today. JD, we're looking pretty good here on our crude oil trade here.
We are looking pretty excellent.
High now.
We sure are. I'm actually working a one lot at 59.05 to peel one of these off at 3R on this trade. So we'll see where it goes from here. Hey, Hogue, I just realized we got about 4 minutes left. Let me run through the schedule real quick. We never did our checklist this morning. Let me do the schedule. We'll run through the checklist, and then we will move on to fast markets. All right, coming up next in fast markets, we've got a couple of the usual characters coming in. We've got Jay, Jack, and Hogue. Then we're flip-flopping a couple of traders. We got Deanna in from 8:30 to 9:30. Vince, Coach Vince from 9:30 to 10. And then our man Muhammad will be here from 10 to 11. 11 o'clock, Coach Hogue. Mr. Hoagland will be back for the morning recap. He's going to go over some of the trades that we took, or the trade that we took here in the opening call and any potential trades we take during fast markets. I'll be back at 11:15 with Coach Jay and Dolby time for a trade with Topstep. Shoulder tap, Jack and Aaron. Risk manager Aaron will be here at 12 o'clock. They're going to roast and toast a couple traders, look at some live leaders, and see what's going on in the world of our live traders. Group coaching, Hogue, Anne Marie, and Hoop. We're going to post a form, pin a form to the chat in just a little while. Grab that form, fill it out. If you have a question for Hogue, Anne Marie, or Hoop, we will answer them live here on Topstep TV. 1 o'clock Central Time, trade with Topstep. I will be back with Coach Vince and Jack. We're going to trade it up going into Power Hour. For Power Hour, we've got a reversal challenge. Gabe will be running the show. He'll have Mandy, Anne Marie, and Dolby time. That should be a very interesting way to close out the day. Reversal challenge coming up later. All right, Hogue, we got 3 minutes left. Let's go over that checklist real quick. Oh, we just got filled at 59.05. We peeled one crude oil contract off at 3R, and we locked in about $70 worth of profit, and we're going to let one ride. We'll hold one for the auto liquidator, maybe.
Very nice.
All right, Hogue. Let's talk about that checklist real quick.
Sure. You should have a checklist, and you should have it like written down so that you don't forget to do it. What we're doing here is we are looking at these markets, trying to put some sort of context over these markets. Do your homework, do your research prior to the open. Of course. Do you have your morning in order? Do you have your water? Do you have your coffee? Are you in the right mindset for trading? Mindset is everything in trading. Something bothering you outside of trading can certainly affect your decision-making process. Make sure that you have your pen and pencil so you can log the trades you take. Even more importantly, log some of the changes that are going on inside of you during those trades. You can always kind of look at the trades on your trade log on your platform and think about the trade. Remember the trade. Think about the things that were happening, why you did the things you did. And then, of course, at the end of the day, you're going to do your review all those trades, review your mindset, review your emotional journal, and prepare, of course, for the next trading session, which will be on Monday. Friday, folks. Capital Preservation Friday.
Capital Preservation Friday. We still got a couple more numbers coming out this morning, folks. Don't forget. We've got the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment number coming out at 9 a.m. Central Time. We got a couple talking Feds on the docket. Neocash carry at about 9 o'clock Central Time, and Tom Barkin speaking at 12:35 Central Time. Also got the Baker Hughes rig count coming out at noon. So plenty more on the news front for you. All right, guys. Coach Ray, thanks for joining us for this non-farm payroll opening call. Always appreciate your trading knowledge, trading insights, trading wisdom, trading experience, and sharing it all with us right here live on Topstep TV. Thank you so much for joining us. All right, Hogue, it's time we roll into fast markets. Let's get it going. Take us away, please, sir.
All right. Thank you, JD. As always, thank you, Ray. Ray, a friend of mine and somebody I've known for 6 or 7 years now, it seems. And always good to see Ray. And of course, always good to see all of you. I'm kind of looking here at this crude trade. And, we had a really good house account trade earlier, right off this weekly kickoff level. So, to me, this level that we're at right now is a balance to breakout type of situation. We've seen price here before. We've got rejection. We've got rejection. We finally hit a naked point of control, which is a 58 85 in regular trading hour sessions. So this is where the rubber meets the road, folks. If we are going to see a breakout above this current area of balance, it's going to happen here. What is it going to take for that to happen? It's going to take new business, new buying coming in. We've already made 3R on our trade. We've locked in some profits. I'm monitoring now for continuation. Now, monitoring for continuation is another one of those very subjective terms, like if we don't close the gap relatively early. Monitoring for continuation is all about tempo, it's all about volume, it's all about participation, and sometimes even momentum. Where are we seeing good momentum up here? Look at the dome in crude oil. If you're seeing at an important level an increase in orders being placed, orders being canceled, price moving relatively quickly at this breakout level, it's more likely to continue. Now, we had an opportunity in the equities this week also. There's equities. I mean, we saw at least mostly in the NASDAQ, we saw some pretty good tempo and some pretty good participation on this breakout above this high on Wednesday. But when we kind of look at the volume, and yes, volume usually slows in the middle of the day, but volume slowed pretty hard there. And it took us to another trend line that I've got on the daily chart, where buyers just backed off, sellers came in. We saw lots of what weaker hands longs coming into this market, preempting this breakout to the upside, and I think that is one of the main reasons why the tendency for breakouts to fail the first time is so high. You've got a whole bunch of short time frame traders preempting the breakout. They're going to get knocked out. We're going to see what happens here today. We're seeing the market pulling off. We're coming back into possibly looking at value high here in the NASDAQ. This could be an interesting opportunity for us. And I think we might be ready to roll in to fast markets, and it looks like we are. So happy Friday, everybody. Welcome. We're glad you're here. Make sure that you remember to stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. Pray for peace every day. It's Capital Preservation Friday again. Let's have a great trading day. And we're heading into fast markets right now in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good morning, friends and traders. Welcome to Fast Markets. As the sound of us beginning today, Andre has fled the country, so we got Jay with us. Jay, you're driving. How's it feel? Ready to do some talking?
Feeling good, Jack. Feeling good, Jack. Yeah, I got an extra dose of caffeine this morning, trying to bring some Andre energy. But welcome to Fast Markets, everybody. D, Jack, how you doing this morning? How are we seeing the markets? D, I'm going to ask you, what markets are you looking at this morning?
Well, I'm going to be focusing on copper or silver. So we'll see. This morning, very early, I kind of woke up and I saw the little fade that usually happens in and around the Asia close. So I took that. But since then, I've actually locked myself out. So I will be locked out for another half an hour just to let the first hour of COMEX settle. And then we'll see what's around. some interesting levels that we're coming into. I'm still looking at silver 80 level, where I would expect to either see some hedging by the dealers or to maybe see the acceleration, depending on how they want to play it. But for now, I'm just observing, basically. But yeah, it's going to be the copper or silver. Don't know which yet.
Awesome stuff. We got copper or silver. Jack, I know we're going to be taking a look at the equities. Right now, we got the S&P trading 69.5. What are your opinions, Jack, after that jobs number came out, right? Came out a little bit lower than expected. Came in, non-farm payrolls came in at 50K. Forecast was 70K. We still got some numbers to come out a little bit later. How are you seeing the markets right now, Jack?
As much as I hate to say it, because the 730 number was our big ticket item for today. Well, I guess we have the Supreme Court too. That could be interesting. But about what one would expect, we're not trading too far. We popped off the number. We're a little bit lower than we were at 730 in the ES right now. Main takeaways in the number, added 50K jobs, mostly in healthcare, education. Unemployment rate ticked down to 4.4% from 4.6. All sorts of rounding there. I guess the big takeaway is that the odds of a January rate cut are kind of non-existent. This was a pretty hum-ho number. Not too much change. What do they say? Low hire, low fire.
Right.
No one's really hiring. No one's really firing.
Right. Yeah. How much hiring really happens in December anyway, right? It's usually a hiring freeze from my experience towards the end of the year. But let's see what we got. We got the markets opening up in about 30 seconds here. We saw a knee-jerk reaction to the upside in the equities and in gold, and in the metals, I should say. Right now, NASDAQ trading 25,715, 65% short tilt over there. Gold above those 4,500s. We got D looking at copper and silver. Markets opening up in about 15 seconds or so here. Hogue is going to be joining us again in just a little bit. Have him take a look at the opening ranges. Trade well out there, everybody. It is Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. Find your opportunities, take advantage of them, and here we go. NASDAQ, some early selling here, 25,700s. Jack, I know you were looking at the 7,000 level in the S&P yesterday, looking for a potential breakout. It looked like we had a potentially make all-time highs yesterday. Really nice rejection from there. Any options levels you have of interest, just let us know.
Yeah, it's going to take me a few minutes. It's interesting that it was pre-market, but you can still see that at the top of the bump after unemployment was exactly at what would have been, 69.50 in the SPX. We're kind of mid-ground right now. We do have, you were speaking of Capital Preservation Friday. We got to watch out for that Supreme Court ruling, which I think may come out sometime after 9 Central. We also University of Michigan, my favorite number then. From everything I gather, I have not the slightest clue what that could do to markets. And it seems no one else does either. No one's really clear what it would be. It reminds me of like unemployment numbers when it's like, will it go up because there's cuts or because the economy is deteriorating? It'll go down. I have no idea, but it's something to be careful for. I don't want to see anyone ruining their week, month, whatever, trying to trade whatever nonsense happens then.
Right. Absolutely. Seeing some selling here early, 25,668 last trade here in the NASDAQ. D, I know you're locked out for the next 30 minutes or so. Are there any levels that you're looking for in the markets that you're trading to trade off of?
Yeah. So, I mean, obviously in copper, we've already reached the average daily range, and we're seeing obviously some consolidation. There is a chance that we go down to the value area from yesterday. So, adjust these a little bit, which is sitting somewhere around the GEX2 level, which is basically an area with higher open interest. In copper, that's 580. It's a very important level. Obviously, we have VWAP in the way, which could be something to watch out for. Might be, if they can't break VWAP in Asia high, then I could have a smaller trade back into this ADR area, which would be a smaller trade. But there's obviously always a mean reversion potential, just in case the news kind of runs out of steam and then they start to roll it down. Will I be able to catch that? I don't know. It depends on the time of day and how they play it. If it just drops, then I'm just going to let it go and then possibly fish for longs around 580 later on. Silver still has some room before it exhausts the range for the day. And it's also, the ADR high is very, very close to 80 level, which is a gamma flip area when I'm looking at the monthly options. So if we remain below it, again, some hedging could step in. That would be a very nice profit margin for that trade because we have more space down to Asia high and VWAP. But it's a very, very similar outlook on both of the metals that I'm looking at. So yeah,
Okay.
which one I play, it just depends on, what happens in the next sort of hour or so. But yeah, for now, again,
Awesome
just
stuff.
observing. 77 was a very important level yesterday. I marked that yesterday. I think 76 was a bit of an escape hatch because we kind of stayed below it for most of the day. And then they kind of ran through it overnight. I obviously wasn't trading that because I was asleep. And now that becomes another orientation point. And interestingly, Globex VWAP is also there. So, it's always fascinating how the dealers are looking at some of the levels where some other inflection points always end up being as well. So lots of confluences, and it's a pretty clear picture. We just need to wait until those important areas are there and then see how they want to position.
Some stuff. Thank you for that, D. Seeing a little bit of a divergence in the equities, and we kind of seen this all week. The four major equities: S&P, NASDAQ, the Russell, and the Dow. Right now, the Russell and the Dow on the highs of the day, and maybe it's rotation, but we're seeing the NASDAQ look a little bit heavier, and the S&P is kind of stuck in the middle. 69.72 half last trade in the S&P, 25.668 last trade in the NASDAQ. The Russell and the Dow on their highs. We saw the Dow make new all-time highs recently. Taking a look at the tilt here, 70% long in the S&P, 53% short in the NASDAQ. So even seeing some divergence in what traders are looking at here at Topstep. Let's see how this shakes out 5 minutes into the market open. And remember, everyone, we do have Michigan sentiment prelim at 9 a.m. Central Time, as well as a potential Supreme Court opinion on tariffs. So that can shake the markets up. Seeing the NASDAQ now turn around and go the other way, 25.708 last trade there. 69.77 last trade here in the S&P. Seeing some volatility early.
Yeah. To be expected. We got non-farm today. Stocks are obviously open, so we can see the prints and the big guys. Mixed bag. We got Broadcom's been getting it a little bit lately, but it's up 1.4 today. Google's up a little, Meta up a little. Nothing else down more than 1%. Microsoft is down 0.8. Now Amazon's down 1%. 10-year yield is up around 4.2. That'll be something interesting to watch. That's on the higher end of the range it's been lately. Also, Trump, I have to read into it, or Pulte or one of them announced something about buying $200 billion worth of MBS.
Yeah,
They're
that was announced
trying
yesterday after the close.
they're kind of trying to do a runaround of the Fed here. The problem with that is that to do it, I believe my understanding is they would be selling treasuries to buy MBS. So that could be bearish for bonds, bullish for yields. So we're at the high end of that range right now.
Interesting stuff here. We got the NASDAQ pretty much right at VWAP. 25.714 is that VWAP price, 25.725. Jack, you were saying, after these job numbers came out, maybe less of a probability of a rate cut in January. Does the FedWatch tool show that? If you can see it, yeah.
If by basically zero, unless something crazy happens. Okay. Right now, the FedWatch is giving a 2.8% chance of a January cut. So that huge bond position we talked about, the Fed funds futures, that $8 million of basis point trade, looking good right now, looking very good. There's only now we have a 70%, 70% kind of sounded like Italian, 70% chance of no rate cut in March either.
Okay.
We got slightly more than half, 55% chance of no cuts by April. That would be Powell's last meeting. So we might have seen the last Powell rate cut.
Interesting. I know Myron was looking for what, 6 rate cuts in 2026. Sounds like we might be
Yeah.
going the other way. We're seeing the NASDAQ go the other way from the open.
Mhm.
We looked below the 1 minute opening range initially, but now we're back up into that non-farm payroll candle, 25,761 last trade here. The S&P pushing here as well, 69.8275 last trade here in the S&P. All the equity markets look like they're on the same trend. And when we see this, a lot of the times we can get some pretty big trending days. So let's see what this Friday brings us. Again, we got some data coming out in about 22 minutes here. Gold trading above 4,500s again, 45.05. And we have the house account long still to crude oil from 58.30. Last trade in crude, which is getting a lot of attention as well with everything going on geopolitically. Crude above $59, 59.01 last trade there, 59% long in crude. Really nice turnaround. We're going to get Hogue back in here in just a second. I want to get his opinion on the opening ranges. Seen some big, take a look at that 1 second chart there, Jack. What just happened there in the S&P? I see 2,400 traded in a second at those highs in the S&P there.
Oh boy. This is one of those markets I had my head turned away for a second, and we jumped right up
Yeah.
back to close to 69.50. You're right.
That was pretty big there.
Slap of the bid there, 2,800
Yep.
times.
Ton of volume trading there. In the S&P, in the NASDAQ was about 500 contracts. Let's see. We've seen some interesting orders on the depth of market this week in this zone. Maybe a ton of accumulation before another all-time high, or is somebody trying to keep the market from making all-time highs? We shall see here. That was a ton of size there.
It did
Across the
happen
board
right
in the
around
equity.
a big options level. Somebody asked about the Supreme Court League. I swear to you guys, if you gave me the Supreme Court decision right now, except I guess going on Polymarket, I don't know what I would do to make money in the equities. I have no idea.
Right. It's anyone's guess. Anyone's guess. I see oil continue to push higher here. 59.09 last trade there in oil. Nice trade there in the house account. D, how are we seeing the markets right now? Are you taking a look at the equities at all, D, or are you just focus on the metals?
I've got one eye on them,
Yeah.
because what can happen on NFP days is that everything is slaved to the actual release. So there could be some correlations there. But I don't have them for trading. I just have them overall, like you just have a look
Right.
across the board to see what is happening. But yeah, so far it's still we have the overnight high in the ES. That still needs to be tagged, so we could see a little bit of move above that. Then another sell-off. We have ADR high on ES up at whatever that is, 69.98, close to 7,000. Let me just go to the options here. 1 second. Get all of my ducks in order. Yeah, so 7,000 is a massive call wall. So yeah, if they go above that, we could see an outlier day where everything just starts pushing. So yeah, 7,000 is the decision point, the way I'm seeing it in ES at least.
Let's get it going. I think if we trade above those 7,000s again, right? I mean, let's make the run to all-time highs. Let's do it on this
That's going to
Friday.
be an accelerator. Yeah.
Right. Let's see what the markets present. Just an update on that trade. The house account did cover another crude oil trade. So long 1 micro right now, took 3R on that last one, 59.05. Nice cover there. And crude is continuing to push, 59.16 last trade over there. D, I want to ask you, I know you have a tumultuous relationship with crude oil sometimes. Is it going to get back on your radar with what we're seeing here? At what point do you start trading crude again?
Yeah, I would like to see the average ranges go at least above 200. At the moment, we're still spending like 10, 14 days in the range of 155 ticks. It's still a little too low for me. I still look at it for reference levels if I'm going to trade RBOB or heating oil, but I don't really necessarily put in trades in crude oil directly. So again, it's still on my radar. It's not like I completely stopped trading energies. I still trade them. But that's more
Right.
towards the end of the day. So right now it looks like an outlier day in crude. And well, actually in everything. And they're just tagging ADR high. So 59 was an important price point all this week. We're finally there. And it looks like they're attempting to go higher. So there's a decision to be made here. If they cannot go below 59, then we are going to see more upside. And again, that acceleration effect when the dealers are scrambling to adjust. That could be the case for crude oil today.
Thank you for that, D. Seeing everything pull back a little bit here. The Russell is making all-time highs as we speak. The underlying asset and the futures right now making all-time highs. 26.39 last trade over there. 49.561 last trade in the Dow. The NASDAQ 25.768 and the S&P 69.82. Kind of trading in that range of that little tape bomb that we saw there. Holding as the high for now. Again, we have some data coming out in about 17 minutes or so. Just a reminder to everyone, you hear me ask D for levels, ask Jack for levels as well. And if you need more levels, Topstep daily levels pinned to the top of the chat. Make sure you bookmark that. And like Andre says, I'll do you one better. Got the Topstep levels indicator for S&P, NASDAQ, gold, and crude oil. You can have those levels right on your charts. Hoag's weekly kickoff levels, yesterday's highs and lows, settlement prices. If you're not using the Topstep levels indicator, you are doing yourself a disservice. I have them on all of my charts just for levels of reference. Again, not suggesting to take a trade off of those, but where we think the market has the potential to react to, and we'll see from there. Taking a look at that tilt. That tilt is heavy long in the equities here. 76% long in the S&P and 76% long in the NASDAQ. See what happens here. Average price 742s in the NASDAQ. So in the money a little bit here, but that was pretty heavy. Okay, they just paired back to 57% long.
Let's take a look at my screen real quick. I just want to show the bond yields again. Is just amazingly crucial level. Once again, this intersection is where the rates were at the first rate cut in September from Powell. We have been just capped at 4.2% right now. They tried to push above it. So this is actually, this morning was the highest it's gone by a little bit since back in September. I'll be keeping a close eye on that. I think as far as trades, I'm getting into something now. It's got to be short. We got Michigan at 9, and then the window's open. This Supreme Court thing isn't like an unemployment release or something. It's not just going to be like thrown out there. My understanding is there's a sitting at they'll get the robes on, and they may rule on this. We don't even know if they will. So fun times.
We're just kind of sitting in limbo here, Jack. You have a level that you would want to short the S&P from?
I mean, if this was a normal day, I would be looking for it up around where the highs of the day are now. I didn't take it before, but there's been pretty good resistance so far at that 69.88 would be the level I'd be looking for shorts, but I'm not going to in the next 15 minutes.
I know that Michigan sentiment number is you have a
just ruins so many otherwise good trades.
Yeah, right in the middle of the trading day, right? You let the first hour play out, let the markets decide what they're going to do, and then they just throw a number that could get everything shaking right in the middle of the day.
I've said it before. I want every monthly number should be released at the same time. Just have one, get them out of the way. Just one Friday we release CPI, PCE, non-farm. Just do them all at once. Test those algos.
Whoa. You were going to say something, D?
Yeah, so I just looked at because I haven't looked at crude oil option positioning recently, but we do have 6 days to expiry effectively. Interestingly, there's a lot of puts, so maybe they're like protecting the downside or something, and that means that the gamma might amplify everything. We do have 60 area as again a decision point, so maybe not today, but into next week. I would expect to see some gamma pinning around 60, which means 60 might be difficult to break. So yeah, it's an interesting outlook on crude, but I do think we have enough room to rise up to 60, because if it carries on and there's no effect of reversing right here at ADR high, then yeah, 60 is on the cards today.
That would be great for that house account trade.
Oh,
Just
yeah.
saw some interesting size on the crude oil, book. Also, right below the market, someone was, in there with 150 lot on the bid, right below the market. It looks like part of it got filled, and then they pulled the rest. But interesting stuff going on here. The equities starting to find a little bit of balance.
Yeah, Google's up another percent today. Google is very close to another all-time high. It sold off a little bit from the end of November, but all-time high would be like 332.70. We're getting close in Google. Selling off in the
Google on
market
its way
now.
to, yeah, we are just seeing some aggressive selling coming in here again. Saw another 400 contracts traded in a second there in the NASDAQ. Somebody hitting the bid here, 25,689 last trade there, 69.70 last trade in the S&P. Seeing some selling coming in here. Jack, I kind of agree with you to the downside. We'll see what happens after Michigan sentiment, but hitting the bid so far in the equities. They all look like they wanted to rally. We got about 10 minutes or so before that Michigan sentiment number comes out. Taking a look at gold here as well. We know D is trading the metals, 44.94 last trade here in gold. Silver, $79, trading right around that $79 level. Kind of feels like silver could make another run towards those all-time highs, D, up near that $82 level.
Yeah,
right
80
now up
is
5% on the day.
First area.
Yeah.
We need to tackle 80 first. That's the biggest problem. If that's cleared, then yeah, all-time highs. Yeah, problem area. The danger zone. So yeah, if we clear 80, then yeah, all-time highs are definitely on the cards. Maybe not today, although it's silver. You never know. I said that the other day. I was like, there's no way that this is going to move 500 today, and then it moved. So I was like, okay, then it's nice.
Hitting the bid there again in the S&Ps. 69.74 last trade there. Interesting volume trading 10 minutes before this number comes out and a potential Supreme Court decision on tariffs. 44.91 last trade in gold. Still seeing some selling there. Mixed across the board. Let us know. So far, we are 20 minutes into the day. This is #FastMarkets. Tag us on social media, your trade setups, any trades that you've taken so far today. We'll share those towards the end of the day in Power Hour. Again, #FastMarkets. Tag TopstepTV on X. Share your trader setups, your wins, some of your losses, your jabs that you're taking at the market. We'll bring those back to you later today. Crude oil continuing to push here. 59.26 house account is in a banger crude oil trade from 58.30s. 64% long tilt over there. VIX not done. Jack, you got eyes on the VIX? Where's it at right now?
VIX is up a little bit today. I mean, it's at 15.6 at the moment. Keeping an eye still on these bonds. It has been very tight. The 10-year yield since December 5th has been in a 10 basis point range. Man, that would have been a good trading range. It's gone back and forth 4 or 5 times between 4.1 and 4.2. Maybe some tariff stuff will get us moving. Who knows?
Potentially in the next 8 minutes or so. We know we do have for sure that Michigan sentiment number coming out. And then the tentative Supreme Court opinion on tariffs. D, how much longer do we have on that lockout? We got about 8 minutes, I think, right at the top of the hour.
Yeah, 7 minutes. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. And then we're going to have gold PM fix, which happens at 3 p.m. We also have some options expiring in like Forex market, which has a knock-on effect on a whole bunch of stuff. So I like to let all of that get out of the way and then see what happens in the next sort of 90 minutes into the London close. And, that's when you get some smoother movement. And you can see on copper, it's all like up and down, up and down, up and down. So now they're trying to finally decide. Silver is pushing above the initial balance. So that's a nice push towards that 80 level. Once we're there, we're going to see what they want to do with it. Now, on crude oil, I was looking at some levels of interest. Like maybe if they drop to 58.50, let's say we're just kind of hypothesizing. So we have that sell-off into the London close. We're floating around 58.50. You could have another trade long to trade towards the 60 level. So that's definitely a possibility. And if there's no pullback, or if they try to pull back and then finish as some mad buying wick, you can also pop it in for another run at the longs, wherever that is at that time. Kind of how I look at things based on time. Yeah.
I mean, that'd keep the house account in. I don't know where that last exit is on the last contract, but that would keep the house account in the trade and maybe adding to a winner here.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right now, crude is
That
just
would be a
on the
very good
run,
option.
59.30s.
If they keep going higher, then that line in the sand moves to 59, which is the former gamma wall. So again, same idea, but if we're higher into the euro close, then you're looking at 59 pullback, and then again, so they should be safe. The only thing that can put a wrench in the works is if the tariff decision says something against it, and then crude oil is going to crash.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be. Yeah. That's going to be painful.
We got Kyra in the chat says, I wish I could take the other side of the tariff opinion will be released today. If someone knows where I can play that, please tell me. We're not going to give out any ads here, but I'm sure there's a prediction market out there somewhere.
They don't need it. There are plenty of places. Try your luck there.
Right.
Let me see if I can find. I won't even say where, but I wonder if there is.
I'm sure it's out there, Jack. I'm sure it is. And Dolby in the chat, no one knows when that tariff decision is coming out. If you look at all the calendars, everything you're going to see says tentative, right? Right now it's showing at the top of the hour, but I doubt they're going to say, hey, the Supreme Court has decided that tariffs are X. It'll probably be a conversation, and, we'll see how the markets respond from there.
Yeah, buy the Russell. I don't know. Probably not. On the other policy thing we learned, I saw, MBS spreads over treasuries contracted like 20 basis points, which once again is to be expected. If they're really going to do this, they're going to be selling treasuries and buying MBS.
Let's see what happens here. What we do know is coming out is that Michigan sentiment prelim number in about 4 minutes or so. We also have Kashkari on the schedule to speak as well. So keep one eye out and one ear open to Topstep TV, maybe both ears open to Topstep TV. We'll bring you any market moving news. And if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. We appreciate you all being here. How many viewers do we have right now? However many it is, we appreciate you being here on this Friday. 3.5K. If you can do us a favor, hit that thumbs up button. Tell your friends and family to like and subscribe. I heard when we get to 200,000 subscribers, Jack has a class for all of us. So tell your friends and family, your grandma.
Totally have it. Yeah, that might be the right audience.
Right.
One last thing, as the Supreme Court thing comes out, I guess the one whisper or like seeming that people who know better than I are thinking maybe they'll do is some sort of decision that prevents doing tariffs under this specific way of doing them in the future, but figures out a way not to be like, okay, you have to pay everyone back. Hassett was on CNBC or Fox Business this morning saying that they do have workarounds. So we'll see. Legal wrangling.
Let's see. The markets are pretty whippy right now. The equity markets, not really directional right now. We are, we keep kind of testing into the 1 minute opening range in the NASDAQ and the S&P. Maybe to be expected with some of the data that we have coming in at the top of the hour. Stay patient here. No need to force any trade decisions. That Michigan sentiment prelim number forecast is 53.5. Prior was 52.9. 2 minutes until those numbers. D, you've been trading silver. We've seen a lot of traders picking up silver recently. It's been, at the top of the quote board, biggest percentage moves. Have you traded it to either side, right? It's kind of been presenting trades on either side, right? Shorts and longs, or are you only looking to get in that longer time frame trend?
Both sides. Both sides, depending on where the interest is on the day. We're intraday traders. You can't be, single-sided when if it runs away from you in one session, then you get to the next session. There's no more longs to be had, so you're looking for dealers to hedge, and then you just need to find a level where there's like the highest probability of them doing that, and then you go the other way. Is it going to be as big a trade? Well, not on some days, but recently, like especially since the beginning of the year, we've had a couple of days where the rallies to the upside had the expanded implied volatility, so the volatility just went crazy. That is never a good sign for further longs. So whenever IV is expanding on a rally, you can almost certainly expect the next day or so you're gonna get a huge pullback against that move. So, it goes both ways. We have to be very good at figuring out what the intraday sentiment is, and not what the silver might do in like 3 months' time, because that doesn't serve any purpose. So yeah, it has to be a very zoomed in area. Is it trading within the Asia range? In which case, Asia highs and lows become points of interest as well. Is it breaking out? Are we in positive or negative gamma? So that's the kind of stuff that I look at on a day-to-day basis. And it gives me a pretty good situational awareness on most days. Obviously nobody's faultless. So sometimes I also have like FOMO and I'm like, no, I missed it. Where do I get in? And that's when I need to like slow down and just go, okay, hold on.
All right.
Breathe.
Very nice.
20 seconds here. 20 seconds until these numbers are out. Again, if you are in a position, know where your risk is and understand that there's potential for slippage, even in a simulated account. And if you don't want to be in a position, make sure you hit that flatten all button a couple of times on your platform just to make sure there are no ghost orders out there. 5 seconds until the number. Michigan sentiment prelim here.
Look how thin it gets for University of Michigan.
Yeah.
We're also
Yeah,
You
he's
care so much, Jack.
Yeah.
Mm.
Remember that this release was like nothing? Yeah. Whatever.
Here we go.
Michigan
All right.
Michigan.
Have a look.
Yeah.
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
Like a little bit better. It came at 54 versus 53.5 forecast. Last month, 52.9.
Pretty much in line with expectations. Not really seeing much of a market reaction there. Could it be that the market's maybe waiting for a potential bigger catalyst? Seeing some selling here in the NASDAQ, though. 25.710 last trade there. 69.67 last trade in the S&P. Still in the range that we've seen. It's been a decent range. If you can scalp it so far, the New York session range in the NASDAQ about 142 points. It's just been a lot of overlap. Decent amount of chop there. So we'll see if the markets do decide to break out of these ranges. Crude oil pulling back a little bit here, 59.19. Last trade there. Right now, we do have Kashkari speaking, so we'll bring any comments from Kashkari out there. Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Was struggling at the ADR high. I have an orientation point at 590, so if we definitely go below that, then we're looking at VWAP at the very least. So I might try a short here. I'm going to wait a little bit longer, though, because right now they're just consolidating and chopping around 51.15, which is the ADR high. But yeah, it looks like they're not going above the ADR high.
A little struggle there, and Copper D potentially taking a looking at a short here. Yeah, go ahead, Jack. What are you seeing?
I see a very wiki, nice. Where from?
So I got 590.10, and my stop is at 92.35 for a 562 risk.
Got
Nice.
D short Copper from 590.10, a one lot. HG is that ticker if you want to keep up with that trade.
So we
gold.
were
Yeah, go ahead, Jack.
3 seconds ago, at least we were exactly where we were before the unemployment number. Yeah, I mean, this just seems like until we get more news, and for all I know, they could just drop this decision as a PDF somewhere, and it's just going to come out. So,
Right.
that might be how they do it.
Let the algos go hunting for a PDF. 69.81 half. What do you got, Jack? What do you got, Jack?
The Supreme Court will not rule on the Trump tariffs case today.
There you go.
Great.
Right,
Kyrie, business as usual then.
Place that bet? Right, business as usual. All right. Markets can continue to range here. Man, that would have been a nice bet on Polymarket. I wonder what that would have paid out. But surprise, surprise, no ruling.
I wish I could do that with my job. Like when the hard thing comes along, just be like, not this time.
You know what?
We just wait like, I don't know, a couple years and then figure this
Right.
out.
Why do they take all the fun away? I mean, honestly, I think now we can just trade, right? It kind of feels like you feel like this anxiety in the markets where it's just like, well, is something going to come out? I don't want to make any decisions. Now, if we get that out of the way, I think the markets have the room to just do what they're going to do and trade naturally, right? We're seeing gold make new highs on the day here, 55.07 last trade in gold. We got D short copper right now. The equity is still trying to figure out what they're going to do for the day. I see the Russell making new lows in the New York session. The NASDAQ still kind of stuck in the middle of the range, as well as the S&P. And I think we got our guy back. Let me know when you're ready. We can bring him back in, get his opinion on the first half an hour here. Whenever you're good to go. But, first half an hour is out of the way. Again, no Supreme Court decision on tariffs. We do have Kashkari speaking right now. Again, we'll bring you any comments that may potentially move the markets.
Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Hogue.
Morning, Mr. Hoagland.
I know that voice.
What's shaking?
Good morning.
Hi, D. Jay, Jack.
What's up, Hogue? How you doing?
I guess they don't have to rule today, do they?
Nope.
Guess not.
All right.
How are you seeing the first half an hour of the markets here, Hogue?
Well, S&Ps trying to stay above yesterday's value area. The opening range until right now was the low of the regular trading hour session. We do have a couple of levels from Wednesday, these late spikes, 69, 67, 75, just traded down to that. Below that, we've got 69, 62 and a quarter. But if value high on this platform is coming in at 69, 65 half, if we show signs of reacceptance, then we could peel this market back to value low at least, maybe 69, 53 and a quarter. NASDAQ has already kind of leaked into the value area from yesterday and it keeps showing signs of rejection below there. So in range, let's see if we get some value acceptance, maybe push us lower for an opportunity in that. Some pretty decent opportunities for longs off that for that 1 minute opening range in the ES early. I'm going to hold off on those for now.
Below it now, 69.65 last trade here in the S&P. Jack, I know you were looking for.
I was looking at 25 here. Could be the first place that I want to buy a dip.
You see some value acceptance
that,
here.
Hogue?
What's that level?
Well, I'm going off 69.25 where we're at right now in the SPX. Kind of like in a
so you like it right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's the base of the late spike from Wednesday. And there's a lot of exactness at this level. I've been showing that on the opening call. Here's that exactness. So I mean, it goes, back to the beginning of December, exactness. It's an important level. It's been important to somebody, and we're right back down to settlement. We got the 200 session simple moving average down here. I don't hate it, Jack.
Okay, we're in.
House is long. What price you get there, Jack?
3 MES 69.23 quarter.
69.63 quarter. House is long 3 micro ES. Still long a crude oil contract as well. Got D short copper right now. Got some trades going on here. Again, no Supreme Court ruling. So that is out of the way. We just get to trade now. 25,663 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 59% short tilt over there. Seeing
These are jumping around a little bit here. It's very wiggly.
Yeah, they are. We've seen a little bit of a divergence between the equities all week, where if the Dow and the Russell were buying, the S&P and the NASDAQ were selling. Right now, they kind of look like they're in tandem, but we'll see. The Russell and the Dow making new lows of the day. Seeing some sign coming in here in the NASDAQ.
All right, so
He's
this is
worried
going
about
okay.
Worried about
But
this
I've
value
just
acceptance.
I've just put it on break even because obviously I have 490 on the day already, so I want to keep that.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Oh,
so
whoa,
if it whips back
big
up,
order here. Sorry, D, real quick. Big order here in
There you
the
go.
S&P.
Holy sh-
6960 is a 2,000 lot at 6960 on the offer in the S&P.
yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Will
Let's
they
see
get
what
it?
happens here. That's a ton of size. Partialing it right now. And that
Traded
just got
out.
filled. Yes, it
Yep.
did. All right, mark down that price, 6960. 2,000 lot traded out on the offer there in the S&P. Interesting stuff here.
Jack, another kind of caveat to longs here is we've got positive delta on the lows here, positive 2,300.
That's okay. We're not risking. If we lose, we lose.
Yeah.
Yeah. D, sorry, I wanted to go back to your trade. You moved the stop to break even there in that copper trade, which means you got some money.
Because obviously copper is a pretty large contract, and my first trade was not like a massive trade, anyways. So there's no point if it already moved into some profit. This is just like an additional trade that maybe I wouldn't even be in unless it was here. So if it works, it works. That's fine. If it doesn't work, it's just going to be a break-even trade, and that'll be it for the day for me for the week.
Pretty good so
risk
far
is
here,
that
D.
we are,
Nice trade.
it's going okay, but copper can be a little wiggly, so it can just smack you across the face, just come back around because it's a thin market, and if somebody comes in with a little bit of a larger size, they're going to be right back over 590. So 590 remains an orientation point. I don't want to see it back there. So whatever they're doing now, I want to see them go to the initial balance low and retest the Asia high and VWAP. Then I don't care what happens. That's where my target is. But in case that they don't do that, we're now tagging the developing value low. That's always a danger zone whenever you're in a bullish market. And even though we failed at ADR high, they can still be inside this range because we're still inside the initial balance. And that's why I'm doing the trading of the stop, first to protect the existing P&L, and second of all, we are not really breaking out of the initial balance yet, so that's a risk. And therefore, if this wakes back up, it's a range. I don't want to be in it.
Awesome stuff there, D. 36 different markets we can trade with Topstep accounts. Copper is one of them, and we got D up about $300 in the copper market right now. There was another 500 lot on the offer, and when I say on the offer, I see some traders saying, "Is that a seller?" That is a passive seller on the order book, on the offer, on the ask, above where the market is. So you need an aggressive market participant to buy those orders to get through them. Another 500 filled at 69.60. So in the last 2 minutes or so, we've seen about 3,000 contracts trade around 69.60 in the S&P. Does that tell us much about direction? Probably not, but it's an area of interest for the markets right now. Right now, we got the house count long from 69.63. A couple of micros.
Meant something to somebody.
Meant something to somebody, Hogue. 3,000 contracts is not a little bit of money there.
It's
How much are we up in
bigger
that
than
crude trade? That was a big opening range trade, right?
Yeah. We got 80 in the first contract, and we're 28, 30.
There we go.
About another 70 on this one. So we're up about 70 ticks on the open position right now.
Nice job. Nice trade there. Seeing a little bit of a pop here in the equity. 69.69 last trade in the S&P. House count long from 63. 25.702 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Are we seeing a megaphone pattern happening right now?
Back to the opening range.
Is it too early to say? Nice pop here.
Well, I
Good entry
dedicate
there.
that first contract I cover is dedicated to the guy who said that was the worst position ever to take a long.
Yeah. You don't game's
Where'd
not
you
over
get
until
out
the
of
clock
that?
says zero.
Where'd you get out of the first one, Jack?
I took 2 of the 3 off at VWAP. We got one runner, and we'll let it play up to Valhalla. Well, more likely,
Yeah.
let me go to my ES where I have it.
All right, so we're
Up
not
near the highs of the
pushing
day.
lower. I took profits there, so I grabbed
Nice
about
trade, D.
212. So I'm up 702 on the day because they're not breaking below the value low in the developing area, and they're not even at the initial balance low. So that's not what I wanted to see. So I'll just grab whatever whatever was presented to
Adjusting.
me and sit on my hands.
Adjusting to what the markets are showing you, D. Right? If it's not
Yeah.
looking for, if it's not showing you what you're looking for, you could always take some off.
Yeah, I was in with one, so it's either all off or
All in,
keep
all
it
out.
in. And
Right.
yeah, and today it's Friday. I don't want to mess around with whatever I've got already, so it's like it's good enough. Whatever, the scalp.
Capital preservation, D. Capital preservation.
Yes, exactly.
All right,
Some
we're
stuff
out
there,
in
D.
134. We'll wait for the next trade there. We're kind of in the middle. Look like it.
There we go, Jack. There we go, Jack. Nice
Nice trade.
trade there. I think we're kind of megaphoning
Nice.
here. Let's see if we push the upper extreme of this range, but I like taking the trade-off into strength here, especially because we're kind of getting back into the middle of this range, so it could get choppy here. 25.744 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.77 last trade in the S&P. Crude oil still holding above 5,900s. D, at this point, do you look for another trade? Do you kind of wait here? It is Friday, had a long week. How does it work?
If it wasn't a Friday, I would typically wait until half an hour before the euro close. But
Okay.
otherwise, I don't like doing quick fire trades because that never really works. And that's not how I trade. I have some bigger orientation levels. And if I take a smaller trade and I get out of it, there's usually a reason. And as you can see now, they're coming back. So if I didn't take it early, I would have had the break even and I would have diddly squat. Can it go down to VWAP again? Yes, but it's going to take time. So now I need time and TPOs to tell me what they want to do. And that's not going to happen immediately. So again, I will be looking to take a break now, go have a ham sandwich, another coffee, and then in 45 minutes I would come back and I would look to see whether there's another setup. But today, because it's Friday, we've all had a long week. And I've had some stuff around the house. My boiler broke down 3 days ago.
Oh, no.
I only got the heating yesterday, and it was like all very chaotic. So yeah, I just want to have a chill rest of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Life stuff, right? Life stuff comes up, and we
Yeah,
gotta
the live stuff.
take your money from the markets and do what we have there. But you hear us talk about capital preservation Friday all the time. One of our live traders might be calling this Capital Generation Friday. Let's bring up that live leader today, Tyler A, up $26,245 in the live markets. That is real live capital from the real live market. Shout out to Tyler. 26,000.
Nice.
Take most of that home. If you continue to see some trades, I'm not going to tell you not to trade. You saw something well. We made 26 grand. Hell of a day for Tyler on a Friday. Great trading from our live traders here at Topstep. Nice trade so far today as well. House count long the crude oil still. We took a nice trade in the S&P there. D trading copper. Let us know how you are trading out there in the chat. 62% long in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ, 59% long gold. Haven't talked about gold it's kind of chopping around a little bit since the equity opened. 45.03 last trade there.
Yeah, gold be spiky today.
Yeah, gold and honestly, D, copper looks like the more interesting market right here in the metals.
It does, yeah. I know. It's still inside initial balance, and it's like, I just don't want to lose what I already have. So you kind of start thinking, is this worth it? It's not really doing whatever. But if we get down to initial balance low, we extend it, and then we start to dip into Asia high. Look, this could go back to 580, like easily. Then you have a mean reversion back to yesterday's value potential. But for now, it's still very slow. So again, the euro close will be probably the decision point there. And again, if it was a Monday, I would probably just sit in this same short for hours and just wait for the day to time of day to show me what they want to do. But it's Friday, so I don't want to do that. So less stress
Right.
in my little heart.
It has been a week, first full week of the trading year.
Yeah.
25,745s here. We are in a range. Shout out to Mike Brunelli in the chat. What's going on, Mike? Says looking more and more like a Dolby range day so far in the equities. That is what I'm seeing as well. The Russell probably looks the weakest of them all, but everything else I'm seeing flat VWAP across the board here. Hogue, I've heard you call these cash register days often. Where are you seeing the extremes of the range? Yeah, where are you seeing the extremes of the range? Maybe in the S&P.
Well, we're about to put in the initial balance here in a few minutes, but S&P, the upper extreme 69.87 quarter, lower extreme 69.55.75. There's a 31.5 handle initial balance here so far. All the news is out for the most part, right? We got nothing really.
Right.
Except, of course, that Baker Hughes rig count. So we'll be waiting for that, of course. So markets are going to digest the information. We'll go over those initial balance highs and lows here as soon as they're in. Got a really big initial balance in crude, and it's going to take a lot of, pardon the pun, energy to break out of it. We're still holding above that weekly high 58.80. As long as we hold above that, I still like sitting here in this long, and we'll see how that plays out. NASDAQ extremes of the regular trading hour session right now. 25,790 is the high. And it's giving me a little bit of problem here. 25,614 is the low. The NASDAQ actually kind of finished the value acceptance play, and the buyers just really came in after it. We traded almost to value low, which is 25,612.50 on this platform. Almost got to it, and here we are back above value from yesterday. And that's some pretty stiff rejection down there. That's some pretty deep wicks on a 30-minute chart. I still kind of like the long side. I'd like to see another test of weekly kickoff high, see if we can test this failed breakout up here in the NASDAQ and even in the S&Ps. We got weekly kickoff high 69.95. And I'd like that opportunity to test and see if we can't find some sellers back up in that area as well. We shall see.
We will see what's here on the book.
Guys, this is great. If you were savvy, Trump kind of leaked the non-farm number last night. I can't show the image, but you can find it on Twitter. But he posted something on Truth Social about the private sector job accounts for new jobs created, and federal jobs are down something. But if you add up the number he posted for more private sector jobs last night, only adds up if you add to 37 from today. It was higher. So I wonder if anyone was sneaky. I don't know what you'd do with, I don't know how I would trade that number in advance, knowing what it was, but that's fun.
Make sure you have the Truth Social app. Here we go, gold. Gold's starting to trade. I've seen some traders in the chat saying gold's kind of frustrating today. A lot of overlap, but we are starting to see it make new highs of the day. 45.13 last trade over there in gold, 61% long on the tilt. We got to be getting pretty close. How far are we from all-time highs here in the gold futures contract? We got a little way to go. Probably about another 1.5%. Gold right now up on the day, 1.2%. It's not out of the question, especially for how we've seen the metals move recently. Equities popping here as well. Hogue, you said you like the longs. 25.815 last trade in the NASDAQ, 25.810s. 69.87 last trade here in the S&P. Jack, nice trade there. Everything's starting to push here now. Here we go. Seeing a little bit of a breakout.
That was my copper.
Yeah, great out on that trade, D. Great out. It wasn't showing what you were looking for, right?
No, I was looking at it on Bookmap, and they were kind of fighting around the developing value low, and I'm like, this is not good. So I'm like, you know what? I'll just take it. And here we go. Back above 590. They're still in range. Nothing's changed, really. Silver looks better. The silver is heading towards the 80 level. That would be my decision point. And I don't do breakout trading, especially not this close to a potential dealer hedging area. So to me, that would be too small of a profit margin. But let's see what they do around 80. If it's still negative gamma, then maybe they just keep going. But if they can't break 80 confidently, then we may see a reversal. But I think it's going to be an outlier day. Like it was NFP. Everything is a bit weird, and metals are very bullish. So yeah, I'm not looking to catch this or chase anything. But they are building from like the way the volume is just kind of increasing and staying quite high. This could be an outlier day, definitely.
Yeah, absolutely. Seeing the metals, gold continue to push here. 45.20 last trade, new high of the day. 79.78 last trade here in silver, right below that $80 level that D was just talking about. Equities pushing here as well. And we were saying, someone was asking, how can you guys call this a range day? We're only an hour in. Kind of have to trade the markets that are in front of us, right? What have we seen the equity markets do besides this megaphone pattern, right? Higher high, higher low, which is technically a range. We just made a higher high on the New York session so far, holding above the NFP candle from this morning in both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Are there convinced buyers up here?
Also,
are they going to try to make that push? Yeah, go ahead, D.
Yeah, and also in ES, are you having inside bars or is it breaking to new levels? Well, only now it's trying, but up until now we were very range bound, right? We weren't breaking any new levels. Now it's looking more interesting, but remember we have that 7,000 level that might be a decision point. They might smack into that and come back down, in which case it's a slightly expanded range. But for now, it's very wicky, and usually when you have very large candles like this, they rarely last. It's not a good start to the trend. You want to see a less crazy build of momentum from lower. And this one chopped and chopped and chopped, and now they're making a decision to say, well, whoopee, slow clap. Great. But it's not really giving me confidence that equities are looking yet. Obviously, that can change. That equities are going to go into some, crazy trend. Maybe if they break 7,000 and they stay above it, then that becomes interesting because they're breaking a big call wall and they're staying above it, and then dealers have to scramble and to buy more in order to remain market neutral. So that changes the name of the game then. So,
yeah. Speaking of that, I'm just going to say we pushed above in the ES. We're right around that 69.50 level that earlier in the day, if it was a normal day, would be maybe looking for a short. I am not touching it, seeing a little less resistance. I'm moving back to, like Dee said, a little bit above 7,000 before I think about touching this stuff. That was a weird sell-off on the non-release.
Yeah.
Right.
When they say that the markets are a pain machine, they just went and destroyed everyone who saw that headline and just bought into it. Flushed them all out. And then we got the move that you'd expect off that.
69.95 is weekly kickoff high here in the S&Ps.
We're
The
seeing it.
March contract all-time high is 70.14. Hey, you've got a friend.
Yes. Yeah.
Hey, look at
got a
that.
friend. He wanted to come and say
Hey.
hi. This is Crichton. He
Good-looking
likes to
dog.
give you an exfoliation. Yeah. He's a cutie, but he's a bit nuts. Yeah.
Hey, puppy.
Say hi to everyone.
Let's see. What was his name, D?
Camera. Crichton. So there was an
Crichton.
old British TV show called Red Dwarf, and there was a
Okay.
kind of an android robot thingy that was called Crichton, and he's quite funny, a little bit camp. You know, it was a very old show, but I was a huge fan of it. So I have 2 dogs named after 2 characters in that show. I've got Rimmer, and I've got Crichton. So Crichton looks a little bit triangular. If I put him head on, he's got like a little bit of a triangle
There you go.
going on.
Beautiful.
He reminds me of
Seeing the
Crichton.
equities
Yes.
continue to push here. 69.97 last trade here in the S&P. 25.852 last trade in the NASDAQ. We're getting ready to put in that initial balance. Looks like we might have the low of the initial balance in, but the market's continuing to push to the upside. So, unless something crazy happens here, Hogue. Surprise Supreme Court decision. Actually, guys, here it is. But 25.860 last trade in the NASDAQ. Seeing some orders up here. 25.863 half, about 100 contracts sitting up there. After that fill, we saw, the market didn't really hesitate to take out that 2,000 lot at those 60s. That kind of put in the low in the S&P so far, and that's a ton of size. We're up 40 points about from that level. So really nice bounce from there.
I mean, Crude to take out the IBI.
It would be interesting if the IB high ends up being right at 7,000.
Pretty good odds.
Coinkydink? I don't think so.
Taking a look at the tilt, 59% long in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ as the markets continue to push higher here. 25.852. Mike Brunelli looking for 868s up at the highs here in the NASDAQ. Crude oil, back to the long side here, Hogue, 59.26. Are we going to get $60 today? House count still long, 1 crude oil contract from 58.30s.
Yeah, I've got a couple of targets above 59.73 and 60.50.
60.50. I like that as an upside target here. D, we know it's Friday across the pond there.
Yep.
You already got the puppy on the lap. Looks like a nice way to start the weekend. Great trade there in copper D. We know we're going to head out in just a little bit. Anything you want to say before you head out for the day?
Yeah, I mean, be careful today. Obviously, Fridays, many people mess their P&Ls up, so try not to do that. Be kind to yourself. There are better things to do on Friday than lose money. So whatever you've got, try a couple of more trades on maybe smaller size. If they work, they work. If they don't over-dramatize and go into the weekend without stress. That's my take on that.
Thank you for that, D. Great trading. Nice trade in copper there. Nice out. Taking about another $200 on the day, ending the day up. And we will see you on Monday, D, for the Euro trade. 4:30 a.m. Eastern time, 3:30 Central. Catch D here on YouTube for the Euro trade. See you soon.
Always a pleasure.
Bye, D.
Take care, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. One of the things we saw D do with that trade is our tip of the week. It's been a tip of the week all week, is to respect the market structure. Identifying key support and resistance zones, watching for trends and reversal, trading with the prevailing context of the market, and avoiding forcing trades against the trends. We saw D take a short in copper there, and then identifying key support resistance levels and saying, hey, you know what? The market is not doing exactly what I'm looking for, so I'm going to take it off. And it was the right decision because we can see copper continuing to make new highs of the day there. So respect the market structure. Make sure your trades are aligned with that market structure. Ultimately, we don't get to choose where the markets go. The markets are going to go. We got to get on board. We saw Jack do that as well with that long, pretty much calling the damn low of the day there, Jack. Long from 63s. The S&P right now up 69.97. 25,862 last trade here in the NASDAQ. So respect that market structure.
I'll tell you what, at the time, it did not feel like it. In fact, no, we took like 8.8 on that. That was interesting. But we've about faced, we're coming up.
It's a scary one, right? Scary
70.03
trades,
is
the good
one.
ones.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they are. Market's like a poltergeist. It knows what scares you.
It does. What a move.
We have here. Bring him in, Mr. Two Ticks, Coach Vince, Vinny Lamborghini. How we doing, Coach
Good
Vince?
morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Wow, markets are wild. I hope everybody's got their seatbelts on this morning. We are in for a ride.
Yes, we are, Coach Vince. What markets are you looking at right now?
Watching the ES, the NASDAQ, the Dow, silver, gold. That's pretty much it right now. I'm not watching crude that much this morning. So what do we got cooking?
You can't watch them all?
Oh, 4 or 5. I'm good. I'm
enough.
good.
That's enough.
More than enough.
That's enough. Yeah. We just took out the initial balance, though, in the S&P. So this is interesting. Initial balance, took that out. We took out the initial balance in the NASDAQ. I am interested in seeing the NASDAQ get up here, though, with a push to 25,892 and 25,904s.
I took out the ID high in the S&Ps by your nickname, Two Ticks.
Two Ticks, that's it. So we'll see. S&Ps, though, 7,000 is that number, right? So I would I'm going to be cautious up around that 7,000. We in any trades right now?
House count was long from 63s, took profit on that, which I thought was the right trade at the time, especially, we don't know that the markets are going to do this. We're seeing the S&P push 7,000s here now, new highs of the day in the NASDAQ as well, 25,872 last trade there. Seeing gold continue to push here. Flat across the board. Actually, shouldn't say that. House count is still long crude oil. Flat in the equities right now. Maybe looking for another opportunity. Let's see what happens up here at these 7,000s. Not a ton of size on the book up there. About 232 contracts at the 7,000 level here. So we saw this the other day, right? The NASDAQ got up to 26,000s. There was 100 contracts there. And there wasn't one person in the world convinced enough to buy it. And we fell right back into the range. So decision-making area here for sure. Hogue, this is where we say we need to see new buying coming into the market, right?
Yes. Yes. 100%.
Let's see what happens here.
We got kind of a megaphone here in the ES off the open. If you look at a shorter time frame, there might be a short opportunity right here in the ES. Actually, I'm considering it. I might be crazy, but
880 is weekly kickoff high in the NASDAQ. It is the high.
There we go.
880.
Oh boy,
where are we at?
Oh boy.
On the, I know it's Friday. It's always interesting to look at the weekly charts on a Friday. Looking at the NASDAQ, there's no lower wick. Every once in a while we quote Coach Paul and say, weekly candles don't normally end without a wick on both sides. It would be pretty insane right now to get a wick on the lower extreme of the NASDAQ right now. Something crazy would have to happen. But we are putting in that wick on the upper extreme, right? We took a look at 26,000 earlier this week. And there is that wick to the upside. Let's see if we want to continue to push, make a new high here. Coach Vince, you said you may be looking at a short here in the S&P?
Yeah, I mean, up against that 7,000, it's pretty interesting. I mean, I could limit my risk, right? If I take it and it busts out the high, then, it's a cheap opportunity. But I'm going to give it a couple minutes here to see how we trade and see if we get kind of a little bit more failure up here. So interesting stuff though today. I mean, the Dow is range bound too. It's kind of like yesterday, NASDAQ is still flirting with the IB high right now. So
we do have the potential for selling tail up here, failed upside auction. Got a while to wait before we get any confirmation.
Yeah. That's the only thing.
We did turn around right at. We didn't take out all-time highs in the spot market in the SPX. We came within about 3 points of. There was a pretty big increase in positive gamma up around here on the chart. So not surprising that it's slowing down a little bit.
Metals are rallying.
What's new?
Everything. What goes up must come down, though, at some point, right?
Yeah, possibly.
Spinning wheel.
You first.
So we had NFP this morning, right? How do you view that, Jack?
It was fine. I mean, it's. How can I spin this to be exciting? Like, how would you call this? I mean, it was nothing super special one way or the other. You probably saw we got a brief pop, and then before we got into that Supreme Court window that never happened, it was kind of back to where it was. It's just showing the same thing we've been seeing. Labor market's tight. We basically have not a lot of firings, not a lot of hirings. 50K jobs, 37 from the private sector, and it was mostly the same thing as always. We need more and more healthcare workers to take care of us in our old age. So we'll see. On to the next one. One of these numbers is going to be cool.
This is the NFP candle right here, the 5-minute bar.
Yeah.
The ES right there. I mean, look what we're doing. We're expanding the range, right?
Yep.
Interesting. Both sides. Wiped everybody out.
Yeah, and it's possible too. I saw someone mention in chat, but just to say, I had seen all this chatter too. You know, people had hedges on in front of the Supreme Court thing. They had some YOLO plays on, you know, I don't know, like Nike or Restoration Hardware, or they just had, you know, puts they bought in case it came out negative and crashed the market today. But them not releasing it and moving out to June means all those were probably jettisoned real quick, and that's what was in part fueling this big rally. I'm still perplexed by the that initial very strong movement down. That was some nasty work.
Yeah, that was scary. But you did the right thing. You're like, well, if we take a loss, we take a loss. That's what it is.
Well, exactly. In real time, my internal monologue was like, what the F is happening? Like, it could slow down, don't start selling off. I'm like, this doesn't feel like it should be happening right now.
Yeah. Boy.
Hey, we did get some
Let's see if we hold
rejection,
it
right?
short.
7,000.
Yeah, I was so tempted to do it, but that's all right. We'll be patient.
There'll be more opportunities.
Yep. Let's see if we can hold this value high here. We got, where's the initial balance here? We're at IB high is what, 69.90 Hogue? 69.90?
69.98.5.
Yeah.
We got crude pushing up against the session highs here, just not able to extend it at all just yet. It is a very wide initial balance for crude.
Now the dust has settled. We got Broadcom up nearly 3%, Google up a little over 1%, Tesla up 1.7%, Nvidia is basically flat. Microsoft, Amazon, Apple down, but not much. The 10-year rate that we mentioned once again bounced off that 4.2%. We're trading 416.5, which is a weird way to quote it. 4.165 at the moment.
Is gold at all-time highs right now? 45.25?
No.
What's the all-time high on that? Where we have the all-time high in gold?
Give me a second and I'll find
Oh,
it.
boy, I
on,
should have took that short, huh?
Whatever
on
the
the,
high was on the day after Christmas, according to the spot market.
Yeah, it was 45.84 in the December, excuse me, in the Feb contract.
The Feb, okay. 45.84, okay.
You talk
Hey,
about
what's up,
capital
guys?
preservation Friday. Hey, Jay.
There he is.
I'm back.
What's up, Jay?
Coach Vince, you take that short. This may be the megaphone that we were talking about. I'm looking at a VWAP here in the market, so I had to disconnect for a little bit. But I'm looking at.
I got stage
VWAP.
fright.
It happens, Vince. It's all good. Made the right call. But VWAP since the New York session has started is a flat line. I have it in the NASDAQ down at 25,746 and in the S&P 69.79. So, the markets are trying to trade higher, but back to that point we were talking about there, Hogue, if there are no convinced buyers to trade above that 7,000 level in the S&P, can we trade higher?
No.
It's been the
No
issue for 3
convinced
months
buyers,
now.
no new buying, no longer time frame. We already saw it up there once this week, and it was rejected. Looks to be rejected again.
It's a nice little rotation there.
Yes, it is. There were some traders in the chat earlier saying, how can you call this a range, right? Every day we come into the markets, there's always going to be something different, right? A different headline that comes out, different price action. We don't know, but after a while, patterns are patterns, right? And they start to look like something that you've seen before, which of course, we deal with uncertainty every day, so we can't say for sure that something's happening. But when it looks like something else, then you can start to make your assumptions from there. So do we go and take out another low? The one thing we do know is that there's a big seller in the S&P. We saw those 2,000 contracts on the offer. Do we think we're done trading that price? We'll see here. But
what a day.
Right now, we're right back in the middle.
Yep. Let's see what we have here.
Let's take a look at the tilt has kind of flipped both sides. Haven't really seen the tilt get short until right now. 62% short in the S&P, 63% short in the NASDAQ. So maybe some traders leaning against that 7,000 level there in the S&P.
Failed upside auction.
There we go. There we go.
What are we looking at, Jack?
We just had like a pretty nice sell-off there in the ES down the VWAP. We're inside that 5-minute
Now it's target right there.
Handle. Hogue, I missed calling out the initial balance prices, but I just heard you say failed upside auction in the S&P potentially here. That initial balance high, what are we looking at, Hogue?
S&P IB high 69.98.5. NASDAQ IB high 25.860.75.
So what do we do with that information, Hogue? I know we're usually looking for another 15 minutes or so for a confirmed failure. But if we're looking for that rotation, are we looking for another test of the IB low, or does this start to turn into a normal trading day?
That would be a logical and probable target is to trade all the way to the IB low. Does it always happen? No. If it trades below the IB low and then comes back in, that's when it becomes more of a range bound day. So when it trades above and below the IBs and comes back inside the initial balance, that's when the market has a tendency to just kind of become range bound for the rest of the day. I'm not really expecting anything big like that unless something happens or something changes. If you didn't preempt the failed upside auction, you pretty much got left behind, and coming down to the point of control is probably a decent, reasonable and probable first exit. Value low would be a reasonable second exit, and IB low would be a reasonable third exit.
So another one, just taking what the market presents to you, but with some reasonable targets. And
Mhm.
Coach Vince, I heard you say, that was the target there, those 80s, which is that New York
Yeah,
session
80s.
VWAP, right? Again, it is a flat line. I know the one thing, if I'm not in a position, I probably don't want to be establishing trades at that New York session VWAP. But if you got short up there, for my trading strategy, that's probably where you start to think position management, because that's where most of the volume is traded for the day. So seeing a little bit of a bounce from those 80s there. 69.85 last trade here in the S&P, 25.796 last trade in the NASDAQ, 45.20 half last trade in gold, and crude oil pretty much on its highs of the day. A nice hold by the house account, 59.33, still long. One full dollar in crude oil trade can be hard to come by. We see the daily ATR is $1.40, and took a nice piece out of that trade, Hogue. Hogue's gone.
Hogue's taking a quick break right here. If you look at the hourly chart for a second here, we've rallied a little bit, but one hell of a doji printing on that since the Supreme Court window. A wild hour of trading.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it will be.
Just
It feels
bounced
like
off
we've
the
been trading
VWAP,
for 3
right?
hours already.
Hey, it's Friday.
Yeah,
It's
NASDAQ.
like it's
I mean, out of all the markets right now, the NASDAQ to me is appearing probably the strongest. But they're all range bound at the moment. Expanding ranges, consolidating now inside. It's going to be an interesting day.
Also interesting, I forgot to check in on this. I just assumed Ole Miss won last night. Miami did? Cool.
Nice.
I was in bed already, and I just assumed that, must have been a good game.
D says, time feeling slow is usually mental capital fading a bit. Well, damn, I got another 3 hours on air, so I got to re-up on some mental capital here. We'll see. The good thing is I'm not taking any trades. I saw a question from Like a Boss. It says, do you guys take any trades, or do you just talk about them? Well, we saw Jack take a pretty nice trade here in the S&P from 69.63. I'm actually driving right now, so I'm not supposed to be trading, but I actually did take a short in the Russell with the sell-off a little bit earlier. We got Coach Vince scanning for some trades right now. The one thing we're going to do is take trades in areas where it makes sense and establish risk. So we'll talk context, and then when the market presents an opportunity, we will take them from there. Let's talk more trading, Dolby. I got you. Let's see what we can do here.
We want good. We want good opportunities, right?
Exactly. $80 in silver. There we go. New highs of the day. Silver's getting close. It is getting close to that all-time high. Up 6.5% on the day in silver. Yeah, driving the show, guys, not a car. That would be insane.
Don't drive a car while you're on YouTube.
Don't drive a car while you're trading, not while you're on YouTube, streaming.
You should try that next week.
I would not on stream. It's not on stream. Bad things will happen.
What is it with people filming themselves in the cars in general? It's like, why do the wildest takes from all over just come from people sitting in their cars? I don't know.
You know, it was always weird to me, Jack. You see like some of the food reviewers now. I've seen these videos on Instagram and Twitter where they'll go to a restaurant, order food, and then eat it in the car and review the food in the car. And I've definitely like gone through a Chick-fil-A drive-through, and finish my meal before I get home, but I'm not recording it. It's never made any sense to me. They don't have the
guts. The reason they do it, they don't have the guts to do it in the restaurant and make a scene. Not that I like those people either, but they go to their comfy little car so that they can talk about Bojangles or whatever shit they're up on.
Yeah, I saw some girl eating like a seafood boil in the front seat of her car. I was like, what are you? I would need a new car after that. What the hell are you doing?
Psychotic behavior.
Wow.
Right.
I'm gonna go grab
Anything
a
for views,
cantina
man.
bowl
Anything for
later.
views.
I'll film it as I'm trading in the car.
Anything for views. Back in the
No
range here,
pop
69.84 last trade. Yeah, what are you saying, Vince?
No, I'm just seeing a little pop here. I want to see if we can get back outside of value in these markets and maybe try to find some sort of direction, right? We've been range bound, pretty much all morning so far. But maybe we'll find direction at some point. We're shaking out of the NFP. What else came out, Jack?
Michigan sentiment was at 9.
You said something else came out?
Basically in line.
Okay.
Not the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so maybe
That
we're
I
just doing a
know.
little shake and bake here. Okay.
I was really hoping that could be my whole morning, just talking about the Supreme Court. But did they release anything?
Pull the rug under you.
Yeah.
Pull the rug, Jack.
Oh, they didn't even release anything, huh?
Well, not on tariffs, but presumably they released something. Let's see.
I hope these markets wake up, though.
Quick.
They're just silver. What's going on with silver? Silver is up 80.15 the high. We have gold.
Going back a little bit here.
Nice little pullback here. Let me try to pull up gold. I'm gonna pull up gold and silver.
Just a reminder where those orders filled in the S&P, 69.60. I'm still watching that price. 3,000 contracts in 2 minutes. Don't trade at a level for no reason. So we'll see what happens here. Still a lot of trading day left, right? We're just an hour and not even an hour and a half into the market open yet. That is a ton of size at that level. I don't think that happens for no reason. So we will see there. Let us know what you guys are trading in the chat. I'm looking at the tilt, 62% long in the S&P, 61% long in the NASDAQ, 63% long crude oil. Very nice trade there from the house, 59.37 last trade, and 54% long in gold. 45.20 last trade in gold. Got another guest coming in here in just a little bit. Yeah, go ahead, Vince.
I may look for a long in gold on a nice little pullback, though. I want to see it pull back to around like 45.10 or 12-ish and maybe build a little floor there and then maybe try to get into a continuation trade. Silver and gold are both in a trending state at the moment, right? So I want to try to participate on the long side of those markets right now, but I do want to get a nice pullback before I take a stab at it.
Coach Vince scouting an opportunity here in gold potentially as we see the equity markets back into the range.
Silver too. I mean, if silver pulls back to around 79.30s, I might get interested.
Have you moved to trading crude oil in the live markets? Or I know you were trading in the practice account, Coach Vince.
You're breaking up there.
We got the mute. Oh, you got.
No, it's breaking up a little bit for some reason.
Okay, we'll try and.
No, I was just saying, have you moved over to trading crude oil in the live markets?
Crude or silver, you mean?
Silver. Yeah, silver.
Silver or crude? Yes, silver. So yesterday I took my first micro silver in my XFA and it was a loss. But overall, I've been trading silver pretty well in the practice account. I'm up like 50,000, I think, practicing it just on regular, trades. But my first one was a loss in the XFA, so we'll see if I can grab one today at some point. Change it. What about you? You trading it yet in your account?
I've taken a couple. I've taken a couple trades. It is pretty volatile. I try to keep the trades in the metals, especially silver, to the Asia session, right? 8 p.m. Eastern time, slow markets time, because we see that volume come in for Asia. I feel like a lot of times when I try to trade it during the New York session, I get kind of chopped up. But Yeah, it's
Yeah,
been a nice
beast of
market to
a
trade.
contract, that's for sure. Even on micros.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, even the
Yes, it
micros,
is.
you're risking probably a minimum of $200 on one micro minimum. So
Right.
it's a big contract.
Yeah, they made those
Boy.
micro silvers before
Yeah.
it broke out to 80. All right, things have calmed down a little bit. Still jumpy here.
Right in the center of the
Markets can
range
pick-
in the equities.
Right at VWAP now, right at that New York session VWAP. This is where it feels like you're swimming in the shark tank, right? To me, I'm looking at the equities right now, and they could go either way. I can make a case for a long or a short here.
Right at the
chum in the waters right now
as well.
Yeah.
Right at point of control, Hogue. Yeah, this is
volume point of control. Yeah. It's a
good
coin flip
indication
here.
of where you shouldn't be putting on a trade is the same thing. Is if I had to put it in position right here, I don't know if I'd go long or short. So I won't.
Yep. Yeah. We're seeing the metals continue to push here. 80.15 last trade here. Yeah, crude oil as well. What a trade. Crude oil is sneakily becoming the trade of the day. 59.50. House count still long from 58.30. Hogue, you know if we made any adjustments to the stop on that trade?
Nice.
I think we were just talking about moving the stop up to 860.
58.60. Nice. Taking a little bit more profit there.
Yeah, we're just, trying to take the pain. I could be a little bit more aggressive with the stop. 58.80 is the weekly kickoff high. It was resistant earlier. It's support now. I could move it up to 58.70, which isn't a big move, but now if we close this 30-minute bar above the IB high, we could probably move the stop up to 59.10.
Could you
Nice.
maximize the
59.10.
oil for us, Hogue, so we can see this?
Of course. So there was the
got that IB high
resistance
there.
the other day. Caught that short in the house account. Now we're long the opening range, and so there's that 58.80. There's a naked point of control there is 58.84. So of course we want it to hold that. That's a pretty significant pullback, and we would be able to take that pain if we had to. But now we've just closed this 30-minute bar above the initial bounce high. I could see 59.10 as a reasonable target or a reasonable stop. My only question is that where everybody else's stops are going to be?
Of course.
Hey, what do you think?
Let all the suckers get stopped out first, Hogue, and then we'll continue the move to the upside. We'll continue the move to the upside, but we're gonna get a little bit of a shift change here. Again, Coach Vince, nice call. Maybe leaning against those 7,000s up there in the S&P. I know you didn't take the trade, but a nice call there, and maybe looking for a pullback to get in long in the metals. Let us know in the chat if you do get into that trade.
Sure.
We'll see you again next week, Coach Vince. We are going to bringing Dr. Volatility. Later, Vince. Bringing Dr. Volatility, James.
Hey, Vince.
Thank you, Vince. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hello, everybody. Yes, it's Friday. We've made it, but also that means Topstep TV is about to go off air for 2 days. They call this the weekend, but there is a way you can still stay locked in with the Topstep TV action over this supposed weekend, and that's by following us on X, otherwise known as Twitter. That's right. Stay connected with all things Topstep TV, even when we're not on air. We're going to drop the link in the chat to our Topstep TV Twitter page. Go ahead, click on it, follow it, and give us a follow. And make sure you don't miss live reactions, hot takes, and Topstep TV highlights that help you stay in control and confident no matter what the market throws your way. While you're at there on our Twitter page, go ahead and follow the core Topstep account at Topstep. Follow our support account at Ask Topstep. I want you to go ahead and give Michael Patak a follow. He loves to drop little breadcrumbs and hints about what the future of Topstep holds, so it's kind of like having an insider access directly on your phone. Topstep TV on Twitter. Be sure to give us a follow today and never trade alone. Take us wherever you go. Keep us in your pocket. Then later on today, group coaching. We talk about it every day, but if it's your first time here with us, group coaching, it's the point of the show where you get to ask your questions and they have a chance to be read and answered live here on air on Topstep TV. Every day, we're joined by 3 great Topstep TV personalities, and today is no exception. We're sitting down with Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Hoop for group coaching. So if you have any questions for Hogue, Anne-Marie, or Hoop, and you're wondering, how do I get them to their eyeballs? Well, we're going to drop another link in the chat, and we're going to pin this one for a couple of hours. It's the one that says group coaching questions. Go ahead and click on it, fill out your question, and then make sure to be back here at 12:15 p.m. Central Time for group coaching. It happens right after Shoulder Tap. 2 amazing segments you're not going to want to miss. They happen back to back. Why would you go anywhere else? It's Friday. Stick with us bell to bell and watch group coaching. Now, we got our last and final guest coming in, but before that happens, the job report came out earlier today. Jobs report shows hiring cooled in November, but remains stable enough not to rattle investors in pre-market trading. The U.S. economy added about 50,000 jobs last month. That's the estimate released Friday by the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's down from the 64,000 jobs that were added in November. The number also falls short of the 55,000 new jobs economists were expecting. Analysis blamed trade, immigration policy, inflation, and high interest rates for fueling uncertainty that led employers to hire fewer workers. But the report also reflects a job market that is stable enough to give investors hope the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates this year. BLS also reported an unemployment rate of 4.4%, down from November's 4-year high of 4.6%.
All right. Welcome back. Thank you for that, James. Thank you for that little bit of a break. Mo, what is going on? How are we doing, Mohammed? Welcome to the show. What's going on? Mo, you're muted.
Comes in, something happened.
There we go.
Started
There
like
he
a
is.
joke, but it is not.
We got you now, Mo. How are we doing? How are you seeing the markets today?
Yeah, the market is similar to the market since the beginning of the year. Every day we see sell-off during fast market, and then buyers come and take it on for a rally, and they stayed in the same range for that day. So it's becoming rangy day every day. This day it looks like wider one, more very difficult. I have conflicting signals right now for a buy and a sell together, because in the opening range in the ES was for the 30-minute opening range 69.87.5, the low 69.68. So what happened, the market tagged lower and then showed sort of a fair value gap to the upside, targeting 7,000. They barely missed it, and then they show another signal to the short side in the middle of the range, which is very weak because you still have the 50% or the half of the range, 69.78 in the middle, acted as support, strong support, and rally again. So I am with the long side right now, as long as we are above that 50% of the range. Looking good to the target. You put this 2-to-1, it should be 7,020. 7,020 if we can break out of this
For all-time highs there, Mo.
Normal in. Yep. This is normal for Friday, man.
Mm-hmm.
Looking for
as long as we
highs.
are leaving this opening range. We don't want to stay in this opening range. So manage your risk according to that. I will do that.
Awesome stuff.
It's not
Mo coming in with a little bit of some profit. Up 304 on the day. Let's see if we find some more opportunities. Hogue, that IB high in the S&P, 69.93. Was that correct? No, it's higher. 98, 69.98.
98.5. Yeah.
Yeah.
98.5.
Yeah. Yeah. If you are looking for the 1 hour, yes. For the 30 minutes, 69.88.
69.98. See our guy Doom in the chat says I shorted the top of the range back to the middle and calling it a day. It's my mom's birthday. Shout out to Mama Doom. Nice trade,
Hey.
Doom. Now you got to take some of that money and treat mom for her birthday. So nice job there, Doom. 25,850 last trade here in the NASDAQ. 69.91 quarter last trade in the S&P. 65% long in the S&P. 62% long in the NASDAQ. 69% long in crude oil. 59.38 last trade there. And 54% long in gold. Seeing a little bit of a pullback in gold. I know Coach Vince was saying he was looking for a pullback for an opportunity to get in long gold. 45.16 last trade there. All right, Mo, looking to the long side. Equities holding up. We kind of held VWAP there. You have any levels that you're looking at, Mo?
I'm not seeing an entry setup. Yeah, I have the levels,
Yeah.
but the market ranged here for a while in the 2000 tick chart between 69.86, ranging there up and down, and that now it jumped immediately to the extreme extension of that range. So I'm looking for a pullback to buy around 69.88. If that happened, that will give me a nice location.
Let's see. NASDAQ looking like it wants to take out the high of the day up at 25,879, trading right below that 25,871. Jack, we talked about the Mag 7 Exponential 8, Hateful 8 before new highs in the NASDAQ there. What are they looking like right now?
Well, now 6 of the 8 are up. Only Microsoft is down 0.6. Apple's on 0.2. Leading the way, Broadcom's up 4% right now. Tesla's up 1.7. Somebody asked directly in it, what are Tesla thoughts? Tesla, you just have to be neutral on and do your trades. It's impossible to know with Tesla. Few stocks are like it. Certainly none with its market cap.
New session highs, NASDAQ.
Yes, we got it there, Hogue. So Hogue, we had what was a failed upside auction, but now we're trading above that. How do you look at that initial balance high now in the NASDAQ? Is that an area to maybe assume some risk to the upside if that IB high holds?
Yeah, because I mean, it does let you limit risk.
Right.
S&Ps has not done that yet, though. S&Ps are still holding below the IB high. This kind of complicates things a little bit. So, here's the NASDAQ. The IB high is 25,860.75. We've got the weekly kickoff high, which, was somewhat ignored on Wednesday when we had that potential breakout to the upside. And I'm focusing more on that level, that 25,880 level. There's also a naked point of control from Wednesday up there at 25,891. So there's some confluence up here. I don't hate longs. I don't hate shorts. It just complicates things a little bit now. S&Ps are still not complicated. It still hasn't taken out that IBI, hasn't taken out the selling tail above the initial balance high. That's still a short to me, but the NASDAQ is presenting a little bit different information. I want to see if we can hold the initial balance high and maybe even hold above that 25,880 weekly kickoff high to look for continuation move to the upside.
That slight divergence, Hogue, seems like it's been the story all week with the equities, right? Where none of them have been moving in the same direction, right? And I get maybe the rotation between the NASDAQ and the Dow or something like that, but even the S&P and the NASDAQ, right? Maybe they're trying to get in line with each other right now. 25,882 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.9650 last trade here in the S&P. Let's see if we go take out this high in the S&P here.
Yeah, I'm trying to watch the dome in the S&Ps to see if it looks like anybody actually cares that it's up here. I'm not very good at reading the NASDAQ dome because the NASDAQ dome is like, it's like watching an unruly child.
You know,
Cannot control it.
before the first time we were up there, we had a ton of positive gamma at like just above the highs. That's dissipated a little bit, so I'm not going to jump into anything.
Here come the sellers again.
Yep.
Yep.
Where is the
I would like to
interest up
see that
here?
pullback before the high. I would like to see that pullback before the high, so we have something to target. I mean, if they pull the high and come back for a pullback, that one wouldn't be as lucrative as if they haven't touched the high. So buyers always looking for a target to achieve. So if they already achieved the high of day and come back again, now you don't know. Maybe they already hit their target and they're done. So I would like to see the pullback before we see the new high. If not,
Got a little bit of a pullback there,
I need
Mo.
to find the new target.
But maybe not enough.
Mhm.
Maybe not enough of a pullback there. 25,884 last trade in the NASDAQ. S&P is going to make that run for 7,000 again. Again, not a ton of size sitting up there. I guess we, between 98 and 7,000, we probably have about 1,000 contracts offered here for what we can see on the books. At 7,000 evens, it's 380 up there. So not a ton of size. We've seen a 2,000 lot trade out today. So markets are trying, but can we convince the buyers? There we go. There we go.
Positive gamma's coming back.
Yeah, this looks good. I mean, according to the Dome and the S&Ps, there's a lot of eyeballs on this. At least right now. We probably just ran a bunch of stops, so now is when I'm really going to be watching. Because if it's a robust S&P Dome, continuation is likely.
Looking pretty good so
We're
far
looking at
here.
different things. I'm maybe looking.
What are you seeing,
depending
Jack?
how it acts up here at 70.03. If it stalls there, maybe looking for the fade.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see.
Saying positive gamma is coming back. Explain that a little bit, Jack.
Maybe at 200,000, I'll do the class because I'm never prepared.
Got you.
And trying to describe
Got you,
it. Basically, and there's a lot of options hedging that at 6,500, I would certainly expect it to be, as we've been calling, like a rock fight.
Yeah. A lot of seeing the size there. Still a ton of size on that S&P book. It's not all at one price, Hogue. You can see it's kind of split up, right? It's like every tick has at least 200 contracts at it.
Yeah, and it's kind of toothy. Right.
So, Mo, I want to ask you, I know you were looking for a pullback to get in long here. Do you start to adjust up if the market goes, or do you say, hey, this one is going without me?
Yeah, this is already gone without me.
Yeah.
I will see if I pull back now, and then I will look for buyers to try and fail, and I will sell it. Looking for a sell now after we achieving the high, and then rejection from this high, strong pullback, buyers try, fail, I'm selling.
69.99 last trade here in the S&P. Let's take a look at the tilt. 62% long in the S&P, 65% long in the NASDAQ, 57% in crude oil. Crude oil still holding pretty well here. I think crude oil might just be a little tired after that run we had this morning, and 50-50 in gold, 45-15 last trade there.
I'm saying that just because I assumed we are having rejection at this high. If the market continues to go on, I will stop looking for a short because my assumption of the rejection is wrong. So far, we are seeing a little bit of, rejection here, which will be confirmed if we, start making lower low in the slower time frame. That will confirm the rejection from the upside. Then I will wait for late buyers to jump in and look for their stops. Why I'm doing that? Because we have obviously a range day. Until now, we still have a range day. Okay, from the high to low, and this is now an extension of that high. Selling there maybe to the middle of the range one more time is lucrative for me.
Mo, I want to ask you, if you got in that long, where would your target be? Right, you were looking for long 86s. You were saying somewhere near 70 20s.
Already. I'm already will be taking some profit at this high. I might trail my stop to 69.92.
Got you.
So if that stop is taken, that means this is a rejection, and they will continue the next round to the low of day, or at least the middle of the day.
Thank you for that.
Doing the
like-
slowing up here.
Are we getting Supreme Court rulings on the 14th? Wednesday?
Uh,
I'm seeing this in
Yeah,
a few places. Don't take it. Got a cough.
Seeing that as well,
You
Jack.
can see 69. 69.93 is also, if this close red, the 5-minute in S&B close red at 69.93, that's sort of 3-bar reversal for a sell. So 69.92, 69.93 would bring some seller to the market.
I would think the news
Yeah,
about
I mean-
ruling would also put a little damper on any exuberance.
If
Yeah,
we're
they thought
actually
this was
getting a date,
pushed off
right?
till June. Yeah, Wednesday isn't that far off.
No, it's not. No, it is not. And we're still kind of Hogue in that same situation that we've been talking about, right? The market is trying to trade higher price wise. We're advertising above 7,000s, but it just so far from what I'm seeing does not look very convincing up here.
No, and the dome
from
is
buyers.
slowing as well.
Yeah. JG says, imagine selling 2,000 contracts at 60 in the S&P. So the one thing we said when we see that, we don't know if that's an outright position. It's probably not an outright position. If it is, then yeah, you probably are not very happy right now. But I also imagine that whoever's selling 2,000 contracts in the S&P has an account that can facilitate some swings.
That was so much easier to fill in electronic trading than in the pit.
Yeah,
I had
a 2,000 lot.
I had a 2,000 lot limit sell order coming into FOMC release. So selling 2,000 contracts 10 at a time, I must have had 25 trading cards full of
Oh wow,
of trades. It was tough.
You just take them in pieces, Hogue. What is it, 50 at a time?
Yeah, but then you got the guy in front of you going, I'll take 10.
It's a move. That's when you start pushing people.
I'll take 8. What? You're not taking 8?
Get out of my way. The Dow is making new highs here. 49,706. The Russell on its high, right below its highs. Let's see if all the equity markets want to move together here.
We have seen better market breadth in general in 2026, where we've been up, but it hasn't been Nvidia pumping to the moon and the same couple companies. So that's different. Russell
It's healthy, right, Jack?
getting some love. Yeah.
For a while there, it looked like it was Nvidia or nothing. And as long as everything's good, then it's good. But you hope there's no negative Nvidia headlines out there where they're, every time we hear an Nvidia headline now, it's a new partnership with a major company. So a lot of weight put on Nvidia there. Seeing crude oil pull back just a little bit here. Hogue, do you know if we adjusted the stop there? I know you were talking about IB high here in crude.
Yeah, it's at 58.70 right now.
Nice. Locking in some profits on the house. Seeing some selling coming in here in crude. 59.31 last trade. Traders looking for shorts in gold here. Got a London close coming up in about 8 minutes or so. What are we seeing here, Mo?
I'm seeing market is not deciding yet whether to break this high or not, and also it's 7,000 in important round figure. I'm seeing some correction from here. It's a cheap short.
Cheap short. Jack, you were talking about those 03s. Where do we get 02, 01.5?
We're not in a trade, but
Oh,
yeah,
no, no.
0.5 high right now.
Is this the correction?
Dome is slowing.
I feel from the dynamics earlier, it's impossible to trade the news, but I'd be nervous if I was long right now. It's like they said there was no decision. Yeah. We jettisoned the hedges and rallied like crazy, and then it's like, well, actually, you got a couple days. Go watch the wild card round and come back. And
right.
There hasn't really been a reaction to that.
Nothing yet. Yeah, let's see what happens at this London close in about 7 minutes or so.
Mm-hmm.
Get some volume there. Hogue, you keep saying the dome is slowing down.
Yeah.
What are you seeing there?
So, and there's a breakout above an initial balance, let's say. I consider that a breakout trade, right? If I'm going to go long, I want to see, first thing you're going to see is a whole bunch of stops get hit. And then I watch the dome after that. And if the dome seems robust, and yes, that is a subjective term, then I start to think, okay, we're seeing a lot of eyes on this. A lot of people are noticing it. And that tells me that continuation has a little bit of a higher probability of happening. So when we first poked above the initial balance high in the S&Ps, there was some pretty good sustained activity, lots of orders being placed and canceled, price moving around somewhat robustly. That told me, yeah, there might be some continuation to the upside, but we're not necessarily seeing that sustained robustness in the S&P dome. There are a lot of orders being placed and canceled. Price has slowed, so I think that kind of decreases the probability of continuation. I'm not looking to short it here. I'm not looking to buy it here. I'm just trying to absorb information for the next trade here. And what I'm seeing in the dome is right now, the activity has slowed. We're not seeing, the eyeballs on it. We were when we first broke out of the initial balance high. Now there's some liquidity up there near the highs. That 70.01 half, 70.02, 70.03. There is some liquidity up there. So we're going to watch. We're going to see if we go take out some of that liquidity. Maybe we do get up to those 70.03s like Jack is looking for, and then we'll take another look at it. Hope that makes sense.
Absolutely. We've had almost 2 hours of the trade so far today. So now it's context. What has the market tried to do so far? What levels, have we traded to? And then you identify a trade from there. But sometimes you do need to take a step back and see what the markets are trying to do, especially when the volume starts to slow down, like we're seeing at Hogue.
Yeah, it's exactly right. I mean, Jay, we see that the market is attempting to move higher. Then the next question should be, how good of a job is it doing moving higher?
Absolutely.
And now I'm seeing this is exactly what I don't want to see, where the S&P touched the high and pull back to the moving average. So they are somehow showing buyers tried once, they failed, took the stops of whoever come long late here, and now I'm looking for the second try to fail so I can sell it. So that second time is a confirmation that we are having lower lows and lower highs. Now we have lower highs only. I want to make sure that I have a lower lows and I sell into this next lower low.
Mo adjusting to the market here, not really seeing that follow through above 7,000s here in the S&P. So maybe we go the other way. That is what the megaphone pattern would say, right? Where if we cannot extend that high, then we look for a fall back into the range. We've seen it once already today. So we will see. Mo, I got a question for you. You got somebody asking in the chat. Have you looked at silver at all? I know you're scouting a trade here.
Silver, of course. Yeah, silver is the morning trade for me. I took only small trade today, as it is my 5th day of payout. So I'll get my target and requested my payout, but I haven't traded since the morning. So I was long sometime very early in the slow market almost. So I bought one of those swings high, took my profit, and unlock my account for the morning.
Nice.
So yeah, of course. I mean, I like the 500 tick chart in silver, where I can easily manage my trade using the last 2 candles. Whenever you see, let's suppose I will just show this small quick strategy randomly from the chart. Let's say you are long.
Okay.
You see this strong green candle and you are long. Just trail for the last 2 green candle. Just trail it. So you see the last 2 green candle, your stop is just below it. You exit and you wait for a new red candle. You short it, stop above it, and you ride it until you see the last 2 green candle, and that's it. And I have been successfully managed to make almost $10,000 using this strategy in silver. Just trail to
$10,000.
You can see it. You can see it. Last 2 green candle. Once it's taken out, you see a strong rally. Last 2 green red candle in here. You get out and just move against it. You know, it's so wonderful.
It's that simple, Mo. That's a 500 tick chart you're looking at?
It's not simple because you have to see last 2 green candle at the same time, a new red candle coming in the way at the same time. Otherwise, you exit from one side and you wait for the other side.
Got you. Awesome stuff. Well, thank you for that, Mo. Let's see if we maybe get an opportunity here in silver.
Let's say I'm long.
Hold on, real quick, Mo. Mo, I'm going to give it right back to you. But I want to make sure we get Hogue out of here. We got the London close coming up in just a little bit. Hogue, you got to get ready for the morning recap prep. So we're going to let Hogue get out of here. Hogue, we'll see you back in just a little bit.
Yep. We'll see you shortly.
See you soon.
Later, Hogue.
All right, Mo. We're seeing the equities pull back a little bit here. 25,860 last trade in the NASDAQ, 69.93 last trade in the S&P. Oil making new highs of the day, 59.55. Yeah, go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, very, very, very slow 3-bar reversal. You can see this green candle, and we have to wait it for 3 5-minute candle to break its low, and they even didn't close below it. So that's a weak 3-bar reversal for me. Let's get back to ES tick chart, and we see how buyers tried. Unfortunately, they tried once and failed. All this is a failure of that first try. So the buyer didn't show up to show another try, so I can sell it. So no setup as well for me. So sometimes you expect that drop, but you wait for your setup and the setup is not there. Maybe you can see it right now. We'll see this try for buyers. If we see a strong red candle after this one, that will indicate that the buyers are failing. And when buyers are failing, that means they're looking for their stops here. 69.92. That level coming back one more time. 69.92.
992, 69.95 last trade here. 65% short in the S&P, 60% short in the NASDAQ. Another failed attempt, again, above 7,000s there. We didn't see a ton of orders up there. Jack, I heard you mention that positive gamma, again, increasing there, looking at those 7,003s. Seeing some nice selling coming in here. Here's these 92s there, Mo. Let's Market's technically, in my opinion, still in that megaphone pattern. Keep falling back into this, what is an expanding range, right? We keep making a new high, but not a ton of conviction from buyers up there.
I've been leaning into my chair all morning. It's been exciting.
Locked in there, Jack.
Locked in
there. Jack, I saw some, you got a big day this weekend. Saw it in the chat. Let's talk about the Bears. We're talking about the Bears in the market right now, maybe trying to gain some traction, but big game for Chicago this weekend.
Segue. Yeah. I'm almost tempted to. I'm glad I didn't put on any Super Bowl futures at the beginning of the season, because despite winning 11 games and being in the playoffs, I think at Polymarket the Bears are at like 3.5% chance. Maybe I'll dabble a little bit there. But I'm not expecting too much. It's year one. Their defense is terrible. So, yeah, I'll let that through. Bears are ass. What's the defense?
Hey, they're a playoff team, right? They're a playoff team. When's the last time the Bears were in the playoffs?
Oh, you know what? I memory hold this completely. If you asked me a couple days ago, I would have said 2018. But no, they did go to the playoffs under the stewardship of one commercial actor, Mitchell Trubisky. They went in 2020 during that shortened season and promptly lost to the Seahawks.
There you go.
Adam, bring back the sex cannon, Rex Grossman. Was it, Grossman crawled so Cutler could run so that Caleb could fly. That's a Mount Rushmore of guys that love to chuck the ball really hard.
Right. Hey, got to throw it up there. Hopefully somebody catches it. Mo, we're seeing this pullback you were looking for. Where's the break of structure,
I'm
Mo?
seeing the buyer trying and failing for the second time.
They are.
But again, we are for a short. It's very risky to sell against that opening range high. It's very difficult to take a trade. Actually, I'm sorry. I would like to sell this. However, I expected that I would sell up there around 69.96, not at the opening range. So the location again for a short is not what I wanted to be.
There.
And also we are coming off a very strong trend line. That trend line, I would love to sell this red candle, but it's coming at a very bad location. You can see that. It's coming immediately at that one. So for me, that's a nice setup, but the location is not my favorite. So the context say I have to wait. As long as I wanted to pull a trigger, but
I like the patience, Mo. I like the patience. 69.91 last trade here in the S&P, 25.853 half last trade in the NASDAQ. Tilt is short, 65% short, 835 average price for shorts there in the NASDAQ. So a little underwater, but see if we fall back into this range. I got a VWAP in the NASDAQ, 25.759. So we are kind of extended from that. About 3 ATRs away from VWAP.
Very, very tough, guys. Trading is so tough. Not trading itself, it's easy. You just press a button. But to be a professional trader, it's very, very strong, difficult part of it, because as you can see, I was looking for a buy before we hit the high of day. I was there. I was looking for a pullback to buy it, but the market didn't give it to me. So the easy thing that I just pull a trigger and buy it, and maybe I'm happy because I made money, but that will create a very bad habit of chasing the market. And then when I expected the market to sell off from this high, I was waiting for a setup, which is not, it wasn't there. I said it's a cheap short, but I didn't take it because that's not because it's a cheap short, I go short. I have to have my setup. So I'm glad that I'm not chasing the market, even though I was right up and down. And also I'm sad because I'm leaving money on the table.
Damn, don't be sad, Mo. Don't be sad, Mo. You got money.
I'm
You got money in your pocket right
not.
now. Up $304. Emery in the chat says we're
Exactly.
gluttons for punishment.
Especially, I
Pretty-
already took around 5,000 payout today. Today, 5,000 payout. I just took it. So it's easy for me to take a trade. Easier than if I'm not.
Good stuff, Mo. Paying yourself. That's what we want to do here, right? You know, we're traders. We take opportunities out of the market, but ultimately we want to try and pay ourselves from the market. So nice job on the payout, Mo. What you got weekend plans, Mo?
We are
What are
calling
we doing
level.
with the payout?
Sorry?
I said you have plans for the weekend? Saving some of the payout money, or is it just going into the savings account?
I have plans,
Long-term
not because of the payout. Not because of the payout. I have plans. The
Right.
payout has its own way to be spent, you know. So regardless
There
if I
you go.
have it or not, usually I have a caution for payouts, and then I do something about it.
Nice. Let's see here. Oil is continuing to push here. 59.57 last trade here in oil. House count still long from 58.30s. It's an all-day trade here. And we're seeing the S&P and the NASDAQ bounce, 69.95. It's kind of difficult to
Just off
see
that
what the
trend
market
line.
is trying to do. It's trying to trade higher.
See that trend line. See that trend line. They never even closed below it.
So I love seeing new strategies in action, even if they're something outside of trading. And I'm thinking you're asking Mo about his weekend, and I'll probably be mostly watching football. We still have it. We got Indiana playing Oregon tonight. And I was thinking I saw somewhere everyone's been so stunned by like and I didn't believe it either. How did Indiana get so good at football? Like when they belt the ass
Yeah.
Alabama, I was like, I can't believe what I'm seeing. And beat Ohio State. They've already beat Oregon once. But in addition to all the things people mentioned, I didn't realize. Did you know, Jay, their team is incredibly old?
That's just all college sports in general right now, Jack.
Yeah, but they're especially, it's like they've kind of tried to build the edge of having like all 23-year-olds thinking
It's
that even if you
ridiculous.
can't recruit the best talent, there is a big difference. Like if I think about myself at 23 versus 19 or something, it's huge.
Oh yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You got who was it? Old Kentucky basketball coach. He's at Arkansas now, and he's just like, you know, I could get the best players in the world and go get a 26-year-old to play college basketball, and that's a grown man, right? He has a mortgage to pay, kids to feed. He's going to play harder than an 18-year-old that's right out of high school, right? But hey, if the rules change, I guess if you take advantage of the rules, but it's pretty crazy to see.
It reminds me of, you know, in one of those seasons where, you know, Alabama had won 3 straight championships or whatever, they'd be like, could this Alabama team, like, they should play the Browns? It's like, are you kidding me?
Right.
You know, they still have Myles Garrett.
Yeah, no way in hell a college team, I don't care how old the players are beating any professional, right? You're getting the best athletes combined together, right? So yeah, not gonna happen. But put a bunch of grown men against kids, probably put the odds in your favor a little bit.
It'd be fun. I mean, like, except for the injuries, that wouldn't be fun. But
No.
we're just kind of hanging out here.
What was that school? Oh man, no, there was a
Bishop Sycamore.
Bishop Sycamore. Bishop Sycamore. If you're bored in your trading day, and you know you're already done trading for the day, maybe after we're done with Topstep TV here, look up if you're a football fan, look up Bishop Sycamore. You probably already know it if you're a football fan, but that was a very interesting story about old guys playing a sport that they were too old for.
Dolly's
This
trolling.
trend
Says
line is
2006 Bama would smoke an NFL team. You, my friend, are smoking crack. That's not what would happen.
Not gonna happen. Mo, you're looking at this trend line. Where you have that trend line drawn from? Because I see a lot of interaction with it from the markets.
Yeah, this trend line was drawn from the low of 60,095, the recent low that made the new high. From there, then this pullback, I just draw it from the low through closes of these candles, which aligned with the low here and the low there. You can see how crazy is this. It's not even this one. For a while, it was below it and just quickly closed above it. So I'm waiting for this to be broken for my short thesis, and then we might test it and continue going lower. The crazy holding is so.
Well, I'm glad you're here to provide the trades, Mohammed, because I don't see much, at least in the ES, which is what I look at, that I want to do right now. Let's see. We got, besides our beloved Baker Hughes rig count, we don't have a whole lot else. We got Bostic talking at 11, then Baker Hughes at noon. And then Trump's meeting with oil executives at 1. That could be fun.
That should be a good
Baker
one.
Hughes could get interesting in the future if oil prices really start dropping. Keeping an eye on those rigs.
Absolutely. You know what we can bring in here? We'll bring in JD for some top live funded P&Ls. What's going on, JD?
Hey, what's up, guys? How we doing? Yeah, let's take a look at some payouts and P&Ls from yesterday. We've got some impressive numbers to check out. Here we go. Here are yesterday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. Up at the top, we have Catherine R., who's on a 2-day run of close to $50,000. $41,782 yesterday. Wednesday, Catherine profited about $8,700. So very close to $50,000 in profits. Trade in the ES and the NQ. Also has 20 winning days in this live funded account, getting closer to that 30. Keep it up, Catherine. Timothy H, 29,137 trading the NASDAQ. Husam, 22,611, also trading the NASDAQ. We have Andus, 17,872 trading the ES and the NQ, also at 123 total days in this live funded account. That's a long tenure to be in a live funded account. Big shout out to Andus. And Colin S, $17,678 trading the ES and the MNQ, also at 21 winning days, getting closer to that 30 mark. All right. Payout numbers. These are pretty incredible too. We saw some big ones yesterday. We saw an $85,000 payout yesterday. Today, Theo, $62,980 payout for Theo. Big day going into the weekend. John S, $57,334. Michelle, $53,980. Quentin Z, $19,800. And Matthew B rounds out the top 5, $15,184. Again, we had a whole lot of traders in 5-figure territory taking payouts yesterday. So big shout out to all of these live funded traders, showing everybody what is possible in the live markets. Back to you guys.
Awesome stuff. Thank you for that, JD. And shout out to all those traders taking out real live money out of the real live markets. Catherine, 20 days in that live account, 20 winning days. Once you hit 30 days, you are eligible for daily payouts from a live account. So Catherine, 2/3 of the way there. Seeing the equities push back up here, 69.97 last trade in the S&P, 25.871 last trade here in the NASDAQ. Go ahead, Mo.
Yeah, that trend line driving me crazy. They still cannot close below it. Keep watching this. I'm not buying because I'm seeing this high already taken. So I would wait until I figure out what are the buyers are looking for, what are the sellers are looking for. It looks to me they are not looking for anything, just for stops.
Yep, just back and forth here, back and forth. Mo, at some point, I know you said you've been taking a look at silver as well. If you're not seeing what you're looking for in the S&P, do you move over to another market, or do you are you just patient, wait for your opportunities here in the S&P?
No, I don't do that. I trade silver before the open because the timing is very critical for me. I don't like to trade gold or silver, too late in the day. When I say too late, it's after 10 a.m. It's late for metals. For me, I don't like the movement there. It becomes, for my strategy, some sort of random. So if I want to trade silver and I'm available at before the open, yes. I don't trade ES or NQ before the open. So it depends on the time of day. Also the volatility. If there is a movement, 8%, of course, there is 100 of opportunities there. So I jump there before the market open. But after the market open, I never back tested. I never, have any clue how much my strategy will win. So I don't do it in my XFA.
Time of day is important. Time of day is important. We are seeing silver. Silver just made new highs of the day, trading 80.17 right now. Continuing to grind higher here. Gold kind of stuck in the mud, 40.15, 45.14's last trade in gold, and crude oil 59.57 on its highs of the day. House count still in that trade. I guess at this point, we're saving it for the auto liquidator, or maybe Trump's meeting with the oil execs.
Yeah.
Here we
take
go.
it off at some point.
Okay, here's
Friday.
a pop. Here's a pop. NASDAQ just popped about 20 points there. 25,889. Dow on its highs of the day. S&P above 7,000s again.
Saying goodbye to my trend line.
That trend line held, Mo. It held. That could have been the spot to buy.
Yep.
I got a headline here. Morgan Stanley expects the Fed to deliver 25 basis point rate cuts in June and September each versus the prior forecast of cuts in January and April this year.
I love those estimates. They wait till it's a sure thing. Great job, Morgan Stanley. You have the Fed Watch tool too.
You heard it here at TopstepTV first. Heard it here first. New highs here in the S&P. Just push here. Is this going to be the day? Is this going to be the day? Again, that CME has the S&P high at 70.14. 70.14. You'll see it on your charts around 70.11. 70.14 is that CME bulletin high for this contract. Are these convinced buyers?
We are very close to hitting the high.
Now, for me, the buyers are not looking only for the high of day because they already get it once, twice. So now they are looking for something else. So buyers have a goal to achieve, which I believe 7,020. Now I will be interested to buy the pullback.
We are 3 or 4 points away from hitting the all-time high in the S&P 500 spot market. So we are very close.
3 or 4 points away in spot. Where would I guess 3 or 4 points here? So that puts us around 7,005, 7,006. Right. See it. Here we go. Gonna make a run for it. 25,902. Last trade in.
We're close.
Thanks, Jack. Pushing here. Here we go. That's why you gotta always stay alert with these markets. You never know when that volume is going to step in. Again, somebody asked what that headline was. Morgan Stanley expecting the Fed to deliver 25 basis point rate cuts in June and September each. So 2 cuts, 50 basis points total. Morgan Stanley's expectation came out right as we see that volume spike in the market. So maybe that is what the algos are jumping onto. He's kind of seeing everything pushed to the upside here. S&P on its highs of the day, NASDAQ as well, the Dow continuing to push higher. All the equity markets now moving in the same direction. We talked about this. When we see this, a lot of times these lead to pretty strong trends here.
We're 1 point away in the spot.
1 point away in the spot market.
6965.7. We're at 6964.2.
Can we do it? Mo, looking for a pullback still to maybe get in long here?
Yeah, I'm looking for a pullback to 69.97 up to 69.96. This area at the moving average, because obviously now after the buyers took control, confirmed their control, they corrected the moving average. So I'm looking for a higher high now. which I couldn't do in the previous time because we already tagged the high. Yeah, it looks like a trap for buyers, and how many times they have done it. Strong correction, strong correction, strong correction. Why this one is different? You don't know. Especially that one tagged the high, so that would be much more probability that we will have a strong correction. This one, but the market always do whatever it wants. They decided to continue making higher highs. Now we are having a clear target of 70,022 or 20, which I would like to jump in long before they hit it.
Here they go. New highs in the NASDAQ. Got to be close here, Jack.
We're
off
0.2 points in the SPX.
Can we do it before the end of fast markets? Hit the air horns for the spot market at least. Are the futures going to catch up? 7,004 half last trade in the S&P, new highs of the day. NASDAQ making new highs of the day. Crude oil making new highs, 59.71. Everything is moving to the upside. The Dow on its highs. Russell on its highs as well. Looking at the tilt, 57% long in the S&P, 62% long in the NASDAQ. So traders getting paid here as well. 71% long crude oil. Shout out to the crude oil traders out there.
There it is. Just, I think by hundredths of a point, air horn.
Pume.
Let me confirm. Yeah.
There it is.
Photo finish.
Air horn.
0.79.
New highs in the spot market.
Yes.
And 70.14 is what we're looking for futures.
1/10 of a point. So everything beyond here will be new all-time highs in the spot.
We are making history as we speak. The NASDAQ still has a lot of work to do. Futures, at least, I'm seeing at least another 3% move to the upside. NASDAQ still has to figure out what it wants to do at 26,000s here.
That's the increasing breadth I mentioned. Is that bringing the S&P 500 to all-time highs right here, while that NASDAQ still got some work to do. What's NVIDIA doing? So that's a perfect example. NVIDIA's all-time high is like 214 or something. That's trading 185. Google actually also came very close to taking out its all-time high. There is a good deal of positive gamma here.
Saw that the last time. We saw a little bit of a pullback, Jack. 7,450 last trade here in the S&P. Man, we got to get to a break as soon as we're ready for a break. The markets start to get a little exciting, but we're gonna get to a break here. Morning recap coming up with Hogs, who do not move a muscle. And then after that, I'm coming back with JD and Dolby. Stick around, Mo. Appreciate you being here on Topstep TV. Jack, good stuff as always. Morning recap coming up next, and then trade with Topstep, me, Dolby Time, and JD. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Have a nice weekend.
right, welcome to the morning recap. Happy Capital Preservation Friday to all of you. Hope you are trading well. Going to take a look at the house trades and some of the trades that were taken during fast markets. And we are still holding one long in the opening range trade in crude oil. Here it is. Here's our context. All right, well, we caught a couple of nice shorts. It got stopped out yesterday for a small loss. But today the market opened with a gap, no real overnight inventory, opening range, the dead low of the regular trading hour session. Let's take a look at this on the 5-minute chart. Hey, sometimes these balloons move around on me a little bit. We're going to put this right back there where it belongs. All right, so opening range in crude oil, 1 minute opening range, broke to the upside along 2 MCL 58.30. Now, one of our first targets was going to be 58.80, which was weekly kickoff high, which has shown some resistance in recent history. There it is on Wednesday, putting in the high over here. We actually held on to that a little bit longer than I thought we might. Good job by JD on this one. Got onto the first one at 59.05 even. So we're still seeing the market continue to push higher. With acceptance above the weekly kickoff high, I'm looking at short time frame levels for focus of the shorter time frame traders, and we just reached 59.73, which was one of my targets. We've moved our risk up to 59.30, which is right around the IB high. That's going to lock in another 100 ticks for us. And we're going to see if we can't see this market continue higher. The next target that I see is right up around 60.50 and above that 60.83. I think we're getting pretty close to the average true range on the daily chart. So we're going to try and hold on to this one. Again, we've moved our stop up. We're locking in some good profits on this. We're going to see how this plays out. And maybe we'll see this market continue to push higher and get out the end of the day with the auto liquidator. Who knows? Now, we did not take the opening range trade in gold this morning. Couple of reasons. One, mainly the unemployment numbers. It turned out to be a good no take. It would have had us long. And after the unemployment numbers came out, the market did dive. It kind of ratcheted in both directions. There was some pretty good knee-jerk reactions off those numbers this morning. Would have taken out our stop below the opening range. There was just enough of a push down below that to take out those stops. Good no take on the opening range trade in gold this morning. Now, we had D on first thing this morning. D obviously trading the copper market here. Now, I don't really have a whole lot of context to look at here. I don't trade copper, so we're just kind of looking at the market on the 30-minute chart. We see, some pretty good trending to the downside. A little bit of basing here, and so what we saw D do this morning. This was right around 9 o'clock this morning. She started looking for shorts. She was shorted one HG at 590.10. She was looking for maybe some continuation to the downside. She actually started to look at this and say, you know what, I'm just not liking what I'm seeing. I'm up. It's a Friday. She cut the trade right about 5.890. She just wasn't seeing what she was looking for as far as any continuation to the downside. You can see that the 100-session simple moving average was supportive before that, supportive again. She cut the trade, turned out to be a good trade, good cut, good risk management. D, I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Let's take a look at the S&Ps now. House account took a trade in the S&Ps, and this got a little bit scary, actually, and and turned out to be a pretty good trade. Now, as far as context is concerned, one of the things that we were kind of looking at this morning was, all right, initially the opening range was the dead low of the session. Right about there, right around 69.75 was pretty much the low of the opening range. And the market started, kind of pushing higher. We put in the initial balance, and the market pulled all the way back, took out the low of the opening range, and we were kind of looking at this area, this base of the late spike, and this area of exactness in the past as an opportunity to look for a long. So Jack bought 3 MES 69.63 quarter. And for a minute there, it looked like it was just going to run to our stop. Buyers came back in. We had the potential for a value area acceptance play, which would have brought price back down to 69.53 approximately. Never got there. What sometimes doesn't happen is as important, if not more important, as what does happen. Looking on the 5-minute chart here, there's the long, there's the scary sell-off, putting in the initial balance low. Market turned around, buyers came back in. We ended up taking about 10 points on those 3 micros. So a pretty nice trade, pretty decent trade there. We did end up putting in a failed upside auction on this bar here, which did provide an opportunity to about halfway back to the center of the range. And again, value low from Wednesday. Buyers came in. We had VWAP in that same area. We took out the initial balance high again. We were watching to see if we saw any really good participation in the dome at that time. We weren't really seeing much, so it did offer a pretty decent short again, almost to VWAP. But now we're seeing more continuation to the upside above that weekly kickoff high, 69.95 even, and we look to be on a march towards the March contract all-time high, 70.14 even. We looked above on Wednesday. Everybody was excited about seeing a breakout and a continuation that failed on Wednesday. I don't know if it's what's gonna happen today. It is a Friday. Never sell a strong market on a Friday. Never sell a quiet market. Not looking for shorts anytime soon here without some sort of pretty solid reversal pattern. And we're going to watch and see if we can get into that all-time high, 70.14 even. Time will tell. We didn't have anybody trading the NASDAQ today. That's kind of unusual, isn't it? But looking at the context again, we had the breakout above the weekly kickoff high, 25,880 on Wednesday. It failed. That breakout failed. Now we are we're in another situation here where we are looking to see if we have any new business. Jay said it during fast markets. We say it a lot when we're looking for a market state change. It's going to take new business. Are we seeing decent volume? Are we seeing good participation up here? What we're doing is monitoring for continuation. Yes, that is a very subjective thing to do. It is not easy, but we know if we're going to be looking at the opportunity to see the markets at the highs from Wednesday, that could be a nice opportunity for us. Let's take a look on the 5-minute chart here, and there we go. So the market open did not leave the opening range at the high or the low. We did come in and we did fill the value acceptance play from yesterday's area of value. The market opened above value, traded into all the way through, found buyers at value low from yesterday, and it's been pretty much buyers ever since. Now, the market did come up and put in the initial balance high just shy of the weekly kickoff high. However, it did put in a little bit of a failed upside auction up there, and the dead ass high on that was the weekly kickoff high, 25,880. So the market has kind of been holding It's been largely holding above the initial balance highs since about 10:30, and we are seeing more continuation to the upside. We are a long ways away from the March contract all-time high. The NASDAQ has much further to go, but again, it's Friday. Don't sell a Friday rally. Don't sell a quiet market. We don't know what's going to happen, but we are seeing an opportunity to perhaps spend a little bit of time above that weekly kickoff high, both in the S&P and in the NASDAQ, marking potential acceptance of higher pricing. Anything can happen, of course, and just trade what you see, folks. Trade what you see. So yeah, we had Crude. That opening range paid us very nicely, holding above that weekly kickoff high of 58.80. Nice opportunity in the house account again, and equities retesting weekly kickoff highs. Extend above it or fail is the question. Let's take a look at the quotable quote for this from today. I like this one a lot. Hopefully you do too. All right. Aristotle says, laziness kills ambition. Anger kills wisdom. Fear kills dreams. Ego kills growth. Jealousy kills peace. Doubt kills confidence. Now, read those in the opposite direction. Confidence kills doubt. Peace kills jealousy. Growth kills ego. Dreams kill fear. Wisdom kills anger. Ambition kills laziness. Love that quote. Looking forward to seeing what we got next here. I know we've got, I think, a 3-man weave coming up. We do have Coach J, JD, and Dolby and Trade with Topstep. Still lots coming at you here on Topstep TV. Make sure you stick around. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome back to Trade with Topstep. We got a little three-man weave going on here. I'm Jay in the middle. We got JD, and to the right, Dolby time. JD, we seen you on air earlier. Banger crude oil trade that the house count, I believe, is still in. But Dolby time, first time on the air today. How we doing?
We're doing good. We're doing good. Markets have been crazy. Did not expect that Supreme Court sort of kick the can down the road call today. I think the market kind of enjoyed that. But, here we are. I guess tariffs are sticking around for a bit, which is
Sticking.
I don't know, going to make Trump happy.
Mhm.
That's for sure. That is for
They
sure.
pulled that. They pulled that off the Financial Juice economic calendar last night. I want to say that's why I didn't mention it today. There's some economic calendars that are more reliable than others, and when I see stuff not on one but on another, I tend to lean. I have a bias. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
But I just kind of had that feeling. That's why I didn't bring it up this morning during the opening call. I didn't see it on my favorite calendar, so I didn't talk about it. And it turned out to be the right move. So, but yeah, kicking the can down the road. What else did you expect?
Yeah.
Honestly.
Right. We do have Fed Bostic speaking right now. No hire, no fire continues to be a key labor market dynamic. The job market has been cooler, but it's not clear if it's fundamentally weaker. We saw those job numbers come out this morning a little lower than expected. So some comments from Bostic. Again, we'll pay attention to those because they do have the potential to move the markets around a little bit. 25,891 last trade here in the NASDAQ, 7,003.5 last trade in the S&P. What are you guys looking at? What markets are you guys looking at for potential trades? I know house is so long crude, so we're managing that one, JD.
We are.
we seeing here?
I've adjusted the risk. We're trailing our risk on this trade. Hogan and I have been talking in the background all morning. We've moved our CYA up to 59.30. So we've still got about 25 ticks worth of risk on the board. We're locking in $170 worth of profit on this trade, though. Just a single micro that we're trailing right now. So we're letting it run. See if it comes and gets us. I don't know. Crude has been strong all day. So why would it stop now, right? I don't know. But we're seeing a little bit of selling pressure coming in now. If I see this continuing, maybe I'll just dump this trade. We did hit one of Hoag's major levels at 59.73. Put in a 59.78 high, rejected right off of there. It could be over for crude. But
Could be. Is it a coincidence, JD, that the oil exec meeting with the president is scheduled to happen right at crude oil settlement today?
1:30 p.m. Central Time. That is correct. Let's see what those guys have to say. We talked about it during the opening call. Trump wants to send a team of oil experts down to Venezuela to check out the infrastructure for refining oil, see what they need to do. But they got to hammer out some details first. They want the money before they go, and they want some safety guarantees. I don't blame them.
Yeah.
So should be an interesting meeting.
For sure.
Dolby
time, what are you seeing in the markets right now? No, I don't think so. There is a link.
Huh?
There's a link for the president meeting with the oil execs at the White House. Yahoo Finance has one I could see. I don't know if we'll be able to bring it in, but they might be broadcasting it.
Okay. Anyways, getting back to your question, am I looking at this micro NASDAQ right now? I'm kind of looking at a series of stair-step lows here off these highs. We're kind of nesting underneath these 900s. We just popped up into it and just sold off. So I'm kind of intrigued in taking shorts up here just on the short-term structure. We're still in the big Dorito formation as well. So I think range-bound plays are still pretty valid either way. And we got, a big round number around the 900s, me and NASDAQ and big round numbers, pretty well respected. So, maybe with this tariff thing, we didn't get the news. So that's a kind of a scratch. We have really nothing left, I guess. So it might just kind of fade around back and forth today. So I kind of feel confident maybe taking a short up here with low risk just to see if it wants to settle back down into the middle of the range somewhere, which is fairly large on the 4-hour. I mean, I got this 4-hour candlestick. It's from 620 to 25,620 up to about 25,925. So it's a massive 4-hour candle. Maybe we retrace half of that, get back down to 800s. That's a 90-point move. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here. As long as this like structure can set up, but actually, let's get a trade in. Let's get an order in at the 900s to sell one micro NASDAQ.
Looking to get short
Good
one
strategy.
micro NASDAQ.
Yeah, as we continue creeping higher in these equities, we see volume really tapering off. Sometimes that is can point to an imminent reversal in price action.
Oh,
Does that mean
hammer
it
in.
will happen? Absolutely not. But there's usually signals. There will be signs, right? So continuing to grind higher with consistently decreasing volume.
So we're
Could be
short.
time for a
That was
change.
quick.
Could be time for a change.
Short one.
901.
25,900.
900 evens. House count short one micro NASDAQ. 25,901.75 last trade there. Also still long one micro crude oil contract from 58.30s. Let's see if we get that reversal here in the NASDAQ. Looking at the tilt, 61% short in the S&P, 61 actually just flipped long. 51% long now, 50-50 in the NASDAQ. 55% short crude oil and 50-50 in gold. Gold for the last hour has really done nothing. So a lot of chop there in gold. Not surprised to see that.
Bilbo Bagholden in the chat is predicting a zombie rally to all-time highs in the ES. Wouldn't surprise me either. We're only about 7 points away, 28 ticks away from all-time highs. Well, contract highs in the ES. I guess that would be an all-time high.
Spot market making all-time highs. Let's see if the futures do catch on. 25,914.
Almost.
Well, you got your stop there, Dobie.
Just flatting it. Minus 32. We did not even get.
There you go.
We didn't get the price action we wanted at all. We wanted. I mean, I like the level and like the structure looked really good, but having that just shoot straight up through that range that we were trying to short is not the price action we're looking for. So we can just reset. So yeah, we'll just flatten that one. Minus $30. We're initially risking 50. So we're not going to take the whole loss limit on that one. Maybe it sets up again, and then maybe we can just find maybe a larger time frame to kind of settle in on for another opportunity here.
Does feel like the markets have gone into cruise control grind up mode here.
Yep.
I don't hate the idea of shorts.
Correction for Mr. Bilbo Bagholden in the chat. Predicting. He doesn't like the word predicting. I should have said manifesting. He's attempting to manifest a zombie rally. And I'm just making this up now too. But
be the bid that you want to see in the markets. Be the bid that you want to see.
Yeah, that is how that works. I did catch go ahead.
Getting closer to our stop in crude. We're about 10 ticks away now. But that's all right. We've locked in our profit for the day. We trailed the stop. Nice. We're locking in $170. So I'm okay with that on a couple of micros.
Yeah, that's a great trade. That is a great trade. Got the opportunity to check out some slow markets last night. That was a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, Baron and Dakota trading silver.
Yep, gotta say that is a wild market. I think he was trading 2 micro silver, the SIL, and was up like $700 in I think like 8 minutes or something.
Yep.
It is. Oh yeah, it is a wild market because it's like $5 a tick, even for the micro. So that thing is cruising.
S&P making new highs of the day here. Are we going to take out these highs? The cash market, underlying market, is making new all-time highs. The futures, again, the CME has a futures all-time high at 70.14. We are about 6 points off of that right now. 7,050 last trade here in the S&P. I'm not seeing a ton of size up there to really get in the way. Whoever bought, we saw that 2,000 lot earlier, 69.60. Whoever bought down there and took out those orders, they got to be sitting pretty right now. 2,000 contracts up 50 points. Anyone want to try some public math?
Nope.
How much money is that?
A lot.
69.60.
Yeah, 69.60. I got it right here. If you bought 2,000 contracts at 69.60, and let's say you're still holding them, that is $4,725,000.
Ooh, look at that.
Coach Hoop's public math answer there a lot.
Yeah,
A lot.
Hoop and I are on the same page. I'm just taking all that money and putting it on the Bears. Not financial advice.
There you go.
Ooh,
There you go.
After Jack threw that stat out yesterday, man, he really worried me. Did you hear what he said?
What did he say?
When was the last time the Bears beat the Packers in a playoff game?
Oh, yeah.
I couldn't. Apparently, it was the week after Pearl Harbor attack. Wow. It was the last time the Chicago Bears beat the Green Bay Packers in a playoff game. The week after Pearl Harbor.
Good luck, guys.
It really scared me. It sent a shiver down my spine.
Okay, Kyle Gordon's coming back. Gonna do great. Are we hitting 26,000 in the NASDAQ today? That seems
like a real strong possibility here. Yeah, we got 4.5 hours left in the trading day. Equities look like they're in slow grind mode and not really seeing any traction from sellers. It looked like so maybe earlier on, but we came back, we tested the initial balance high, holding up pretty well here. All the equity markets are moving in the same direction right now. I think it is a strong possibility here, Dolby.
kind of wonder if we switch sides and just try to.
You got a great comment in the chat, guys.
Ooh, what do we got?
Excellent comment in the chat from I love Pivot. Why are there market analysts when all you have to do is buy and wait for your take profit to hit? Oh, you sweet summer child. There are people out there that have only known rallies, right?
Yeah.
Just hang on to that innocence. Hang on to it forever. Cherish it and never let it go.
Cherish it.
Take
the money and run.
Ask the traders who did that in February. Or I mean, if you got big enough pockets, right? You just hold on for dear life. But if you're talking about day trading or a shorter time frame investing, that requires some deep pockets for that to be your strategy.
I'm really looking forward to this bit that we have later here in this segment. I heard about it in the green room, but I am very much so looking forward to it.
Oh,
I don't want to spoil it. It'll come eventually, chat. It'll come eventually, but you definitely want to stick around for this one. If you're an old school Topstep TV fan, you'll remember something we did a while ago.
It'll definitely be a if you know type of moment.
100%. We'll know who the real OGs are in chat.
Siu's been with us for a little while. What you also want to stick around for is group coaching. We got that form pinned to the top of the chat. Today, we got Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop for group coaching, 12:15 Central Time, right after Shoulder Tap. Again, group coaching, 12:15 Central. That form is pinned to the top of the chat. Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Hoop. Make sure you get your questions in. Ask them about markets that don't always go up. When's the last time they've experienced that?
So I got a question for you guys. How do you? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Dolby. What's up?
It's a different conversation, so I can finish this one.
Okay. Can you please repeat that question, Jay?
When is the last time they recall markets that didn't just trend up? Right. We say it all the time, right? Equity markets are just in an uptrend, right? What is their experience with a market that didn't just trend to the upside, right? We saw the
I think we saw the largest influx. Yeah. We saw the largest influx of prop traders come in like right after the COVID break. And we've basically just been railing since then, right? But before that, there was the tech bubble of 2000. It took the NASDAQ close to 20 years to recover from that breakdown. 20 years to recover from a break in the NASDAQ.
Wow.
It's a long time.
That's a move, right? When a bubble bursts.
Yes, it is.
A bubble bursts. We're hitting new highs in the ES right now.
Yes, we are. 7,008.
Sound off in the chat. When's the last time? Were you here? Have you been in the markets long enough to experience a 20% correction in the equities?
If you were here in March, right? We had we were 25% off the highs in the NASDAQ, I believe.
25, yeah.
We got some
S&P just
bids in
tick
here.
by tick. We got Dolby.
06s, evens, and then we'll do like 93 half.
Looking to get in with the trend, tip of the week.
Yeah, we're trying to get
market
long.
structure.
Exactly right. So, anyways, the question I was going to ask is like, like either J or JD. How do you, maybe deal with? Do you guys ever like lock in on like too small of a time frame sometimes and just get kind of chopped up?
Yep.
Like a 1 minute
for sure.
chart, 30-second chart. I wish there was a way to
happens to everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's frustrating, isn't it?
The maturity comes with experience. Eventually, you'll know when to just get out of your own way, right? You'll see it happening in real time, like, and you'll know what's happening. Your brain will flip a switch eventually, and you'll notice to avoid those types of scenarios. But it takes screen time. You got to be sitting there doing it and actually learning from what you're doing at the same time. So the maturity will come the longer you do it.
It's those shorter time frames. They tempt you. They tempt you to get in. But what I find is that those shorter time frames, they really just don't get the respect. Let's say like a 15-minute or 30-minute level is, and if you get aligned with one of those, then it's like you really got a nice little trade going on if you can catch like a bounce off of like a 30-minute or a 1-hour level. And that's the thing. It's like trading is a little bit of whack-a-mole. You always got to make everything like all the pieces are fitting together. The strategy is super tight. Everything's consistent all the time. You're not flipping through time frames, chasing trades. Got to make sure your mental capital is good enough so you're not doing that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, NASDAQ.
Actually, it happened to me yesterday. I was shorting the NASDAQ yesterday. Had some decent profit doing it. And then I was talking to Coach Paul, and I'm like, man, I can see the NASDAQ breaking down here. Then I realized I was on a 3-minute chart, and I couldn't flip and go the other way. And sometimes that happens, right? You just get locked into seeing one trade. I just had to lock myself out because at that point, I was trying to make something happen that, with my 2-lot in the NASDAQ, it wasn't going to happen, right? I wasn't going to be able to push the market lower. So I just had to stop myself and say, you know what, you're done trading for the day, because you're not being objective and trading what the market's saying. You're trading what you want to see. And I think it's because I was so zoomed in on a shorter time frame, Dolby.
Yeah. Yeah, I do find there's like a couple. I think like the more you trade, the more you find kind of like habits in like your charting that might like signify that you're chasing trades, your order execution. Like I talked about this before, but if I'm doing market orders, that means I'm not being a good range trader because I need to have my limit orders in there because I want the level. Other one is if I'm looking at like a 30-second chart or a 1-minute chart, it probably means I'm trying to find a trade. And it's like, well, that's not good either. And so you can kind of start like writing this stuff down, and like everyone's going to have different behaviors. So like, the bad stuff, bad habits. But those are kind of the two that I've known about. But, chat, if you have something like that, put it in chat. Do you have anything that you kind of find yourself doing that is kind of like a trigger that something bad is about to be happening in your account, maybe?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Got another guy in the chat, Techie Yaya. He keeps he's peppering the chat with the same question over and over. Let's address it. Can you guys give us a little breakdown of what signifies strength in this trend and what we can look for to predict a reversal? If you switch over my charts, you're going to see something. I got a 15-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500 up right now. And these are exactly the types of scenarios I look for when I'm looking for a reversal. We see rising prices with decreasing volume. I think volume is a big part in trying to identify a trend, right? So right here, we see prices increasing while we see volume decreasing. What does it tell you? It tells you buying pressure is drying up. There aren't as many participants in the market willing to come in and buy this market. Does that mean the rally's over? No. But eventually sellers are going to begin stepping in and take this thing in the opposite direction. I won't say it's inevitable, but it tends to happen quite a bit. It's the rubber band effect. We were talking about this the other day. You can only stretch a rubber band so far, and when it snaps back, it's going to snap back real hard. And you can make some real nice, quick profits if you know how to play it right. What's the best way to play it? I don't know. You could wait for those liquidity grabs on the upside. You can you could play stops to enter the market below. So when that break does happen, you're getting in as it's happening instead of trying to pick a top or pick a bottom. But this is one of the scenarios I look for in a typical reversal pattern. Oh, we just got stopped on our crude oil trade. Let me move over to crude real quick.
Nice trade there in crude from the house.
$169 in profit on those micros. Stop hit at 59.30. But that's just one way to look at it. It's you always want to look at structure in any type of market that you're in. Again, I like to look at volume. Jay likes to look at volume also to determine the strength of a move. And yeah, when I like to see changes in direction at peaks and troughs in volume. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah, I think the one more part of that question, JD, is how can you predict the reversal? I think that's a very dangerous game, especially when especially if you're talking about the equity markets, right, where their natural state is to just grind up. But one of the things you can look at, and if we can pull up my charts here, I think I have them shared. Actually, going back to the other day where we were on air, JD. So this 26,000 level, right, in the NASDAQ, when we looked up towards it yesterday, and you guys can see the volume indicator on the bottom of my charts, we had a bunch of candles, and these are 1 minute candles, but you can look at whatever time frame. But like JD was saying, we had a decrease in volume. Even though price turns around, what I like to look for is what I call a trigger, which is price and volume in the opposite direction, right? So we had price trade lower. We had this spike of volume that was double the average. To me, this candle here signifies potential for a reversal. And we can see, right, once we got that volume to step in, we never traded higher than that. A lot of times, I think what traders try to do is to try to catch this high. Unfortunately, you don't get to pick when that high is going to be, because you could have picked it a bunch of times on the way up, but we never had volume in the opposite direction. But once we start to get it, what you're looking for is follow through on that volume to the other side. And that would be that trigger there. So looking for something 2 to 3 times the average volume in the opposite direction, and then that can start to show it. But yeah, trying to pick highs, especially in the equity markets when they're grinding up, is a tough thing to do.
And this close to all-time highs in the ES too. We printed a high of 70.10. So 4 points away. Well, we're back to 8 points away, 7 points away from all-time highs in the ES for the March contract. So it is tough picking highs around here because you feel like the market wants to go and grab some of that liquidity up there. There's going to be stops waiting, right? That's just a natural tendency for people to place stops above the market at prices that haven't traded yet, but we could continue the zombie rally. The markets can stay. How does that quote go?
Irrational longer than we can stay solvent.
Longer than you can stay solvent. Yes. So you can continue picking tops all you want. It could be a death by 1,000 cuts, or you could just wait for the pullback to start and get in that way.
I think we are almost ready for that most important news of the day. But Dolby time, I know we got some bids in here trying to get into this trend. So give us an update on where you're looking to get in long here in the NASDAQ, and then we'll pass it back over to JD.
Cool. Yeah, we have a kind of a nice little 15-minute range formatting that I have highlighted on these charts here. And we're going to see if we can kind of get long at the lower half of that 15-minute range. We're obviously, pretty solid uptrend here. So let's try to get with the trend. If it's the top, it's the top. But we're not trying to call tops in NASDAQ. We're up 0.8%. 26,000 is so close. ES is doing pretty well. Indices are doing well. So let's see if we can get filled on a pullback and then have this thing push to the upside. And then, I want to get to this other thing we got going on here.
JD, this is probably the most important segment I think that we might have had all week on Topstep TV. You know, we've had a ton of trading education and things like that, but just going to pass it on to you. What do we got?
You're not wrong. There's very little happening today that is less important or more important than this, I should say. Girl Scouts are unboxing a new cookie flavor for 2026. As this year's National Cookie Season kicks off, you'll see Explore-Mores alongside fan favorites in the lineup. It's a Rocky Road ice cream inspired sandwich cookie filled with flavors of chocolate, marshmallow, and toasted almond flavored cream. Girl Scout Cookie Season runs from January through April. The organization says cookie sales help teach entrepreneurial skills for girls and fund experiences like service projects, troop travel, and summer camp.
Awesome stuff. JD, you were very excited about one of those flavors in the green room. Which one was it?
This one, I can't wait to try the new one. If you know, you know. We have a we have a long history of reporting on Girl Scout cookies here at Topstep.
One of my
the
favorite
archives if you
ever.
wish, but I'm excited about testing this new flavor out.
Legendary segment. Legendary segment. A little bit of pullback here in the NASI. We got bids in at 900, 895, and 890. We'll get a stop around like 75s or so. So we're going to see if this range can hold here. But kind of going back to that conversation that we were having about, you know, zooming in on charts a little bit too much. You know, we're trying to look for a short, and if I guess, or we, like the royal we, had looked at maybe like the 15-minute chart or the 30-minute chart, we would have seen that, you know, maybe we had a little double top up here, we got some wicks. But if you're zooming in on like a 1-minute chart, you know, we're looking at little itty bitty tiny structure here, and this just doesn't really mean all that much, because the best and cheapest trade for that short actually would have been where we would have gotten stopped out, actually, I believe, to the tick. So I'm actually kind of happy we ended up cutting that one short. But it's kind of interesting how that plays out, right? It wasn't a bad idea to take the short. It was just a bad location, and the location was bad because we're looking at a time frame that was a little bit too small relative to what we were trying to do.
Right. Seeing a pullback here now in kind of all the equity markets. I'm looking at the Dow 49,730s, the Russell 2646.80, the NASDAQ trading 25,910 half, and 7,575 last trade here in the S&P. Gold pulling back also 45.10 last trade over there. Let's take a look at the tilt. Getting kind of interesting. One of the things we've seen, JD and Dolby, during this hour, in about 5 minutes, there might be a little bit of a volume spike. Kind of noticed that pattern all week this week. See what happens. Tilt 65% short in the S&P. Did not take out the futures all-time high. Traders looking at silver maybe about to break down here as well. Yeah, I'm looking at a 3-minute chart here.
Yeah. Chat, would you ever want a feature in which you could prevent your charts from going down to smaller time frames? Like you have like a lockout button. Would you lock yourself out of like a 1-minute chart and lower? So you can't get like sucked into a 30-second chart trying to just scalp. Let us know. Let us know.
Let us know. And don't lie. Don't lie to us.
Of course, we're going to get a mixed opinion. A bunch of no's, some absolutely's.
Yeah, absolutely yes, no. Absolutely no. All right. I mean, it would be an option, obviously. It's not like it wouldn't really change your trading. It would just be an option.
Ooh, day trailing says every time I open Topstep X, it defaults to the 100-tick charts. You just have to save your layout.
Yeah.
Don't forget to save your layout when you leave.
More size up here in the S&P.
You saved it last. That's what it reverts back to.
700 lot up here in the S&P, 7,009.
Ooh, these buyers. Oh, wow. We
got a 700 lot at 09 in the ES. 700,
yep.
720 off at 09.
Market had no problem filling 2,000 lots at 60s.
Yep.
And they
I
pulled
did have
Hold
an
it.
order in at 05s, but
It's
I moved
gone.
it down to 895s and 890s. I for sure thought
Kept
we were
us
going
out,
to hit
Dolby.
900s. Game of
Kept
ticks,
us out.
Jay. Game of ticks.
It's a game of ticks.
Yes, it is.
All right, who likes shorts up here?
Not yet. Not yet. New highs on the day coming up in the NASDAQ potentially here, 25,924. Okay, that size is back in the S&P now. 940 contracts now, right at 70.11. 940. Is this the move? Is this going to be new all-time highs in the futures? We got to get above 70.14. The cash market
So
Nasty
close.
is
wants it.
definitely making all-time highs right now.
Nazi for sure wants it.
Yeah.
You know,
Somebody
an
wants to
interesting
sell the
thing
high over.
too is if we're going to get to 26,000, that means we're going to have to break the mother of all Doritos on the daily. That is going to have to happen.
Does that just set up the trend for 2026?
Yeah, this thing is huge. This goes back to October, like early, let's say November, like all of November and into what we got now. Is a very large Dorito. But that little Dorito edge, if you zoom in, 26,000's on the other side of it. So this would be about like the 980s, 970s would be the edge of the lower high of the Dorito from November till now.
Size up there, and the offer on the NASDAQ as well. 300 lot, almost 400, 387 offered at 25,949 in the NASDAQ. So we are seeing some size on the book here. We just saw them pull it up in the S&P. See if the market wants to go chase those orders. Market's job is to facilitate trade, and that is a big trade up there. Gold selling off a little bit here, 45.07s. Interesting stuff going on right now.
What do we think? Indices are going to follow the metals at all? Yeah, it's such a cheap short.
You seeing a correlation there? Have you noticed a correlation between those today, Colby?
They're just going up. I don't know how much of a correlation that is. I'm like, silver, gold, indices, everything. I feel like once that tariff news was just like a non-issue, markets were just like, F it, we're going up. Because I'd have to assume.
Here's a question.
People had. Oh, go ahead.
No. Finish that statement, Dolby.
Well, I would assume that people had like shorts and stuff in place, possibly to hedge, and if they don't, maybe they had to pull them off, right? What are you hedging against if they're not going to make the decision?
There's a question from Tattooed Groove about the orders that we're seeing on the depth of market. Could that be a stop order? Stops won't show up on the DOM. Stops will not show up. They get triggered usually as market orders. If you're setting a stop in Topstep X, that is a market order trade, so it'll get triggered at the market when the trade trades through it. So no, those probably not stops. Techie again asking.
Yes, it's against the rules for the exchange to reveal where stop placement is for anybody. But you can simply look at a chart and sort of determine on your own where you think those stops are based on points of invalidation, I should say.
Like one tick below the low or one tick above the high, something like that.
Exactly.
More size here in the S&P now, 7,975 and 70.11. Between those two prices, we got about 1,400 contracts offered up there. There's 930 at 70.11s. For Techie in the chat that was asking, where can you see those sizes? If you look at Adobe's chart right there, right, you see the depth of market on the side. That is level 2 data. You can subscribe to level 2 data on the Topstep X dashboard. But there you go. There's the size there. So Adobe's looking at the micro NASDAQ right now. Where you can see that size. Switched over to the S&P, you'll see the...
We're coming up on some of the S&P right now. We got 500 offered at 0975 and 900 offered at 11 in the ES right now. 900 offered at new highs in the S&P. So we're coming up on some liquidity. Oh, they just pulled those 975s. Someone's playing the game in the S&P today.
Gives us room. They moved it up to 14s. That gives the market room.
14.
So what does that mean, right? In order for us to get through, and there's going to be stops as well, right? So there's probably more resting orders as far as stops go up above these highs. But in order for us to trade above 70.11, one of two things have to happen. Somebody has to pull that order and give the market the room to run, or somebody has to be willing to trade 940 contracts at that price for us to trade higher than that. So this is where,
You need enough
you hear
buyers to
Hogue
take
talk
them
about
out.
all the time. Right. Are we
Mhm.
convincing new buyers to trade up here?
This is definitely a benefit of having level
Shorts.
2 data, so you can see this liquidity above and below the market.
Looking at shorts still, Dolby?
Yeah, they're looking
Getting
kind of
interesting.
tempting right now. They're certainly more interesting after just kind of pushing that up there and then selling off a little bit. It's just such a. But you know what? That's the scary trade. That would be the scary trade for sure. We do have on the daily chart, December 26th, we had a high at 25,935. And then at 25,945, that's the daily low of October 7th. And I believe there was.
Metal's just tanking right now.
Really? Huh.
Gold just sold off, tanking. Gold just sold off $6 in the last 20 seconds.
Yeah, it did.
Silver selling off as well. Tanking is relative, I guess, right? I'm looking at a 1 minute chart. We talked about this.
Yeah.
But some big selling coming in here in gold now. I know we had a Fed speaker speaking. Yeah, it was, right? We're done already?
Take a look.
I don't know how that worked. I feel like 10 minutes. Fun times, y'all. That one went by pretty quick.
Bostic
Bostic
was
speaking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Watch the metals
Bostic
here.
was speaking right as we came in. Barkin speaks in about a half hour.
Okay.
Baker
Nice.
Hughes in 6 minutes.
Ooh, that's the big one. Means it's Friday.
The number of the week. Here we go.
It is.
Oil exec meeting at 1:30. We still got a lot going on today, folks. Reversal challenge at 2 o'clock Central Time.
Ooh, yeah, there we go. That should be an
Bell
interesting one.
Tradertainment.
That should be an interesting one today.
Are you in that one too?
Should we do a silver
I
reversal
think so.
challenge?
Yes, you are.
Oh,
That's something we
SIL.
should talk about.
It's not going to
think we
move
get-
that much, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We have
It's
to
something
do
we got to
like
talk
a-
about beforehand too. And like change the rules on the fly. I think everybody's expecting a trading NQ.
Yeah. That's what I've been practicing
but,
on my off time.
Watch the metals here. Seeing some selling coming in here in gold and silver. Equities trying to figure out if they're going to take out highs. Some of those orders are gone. Some of the orders we were talking about. Feels like something's going to happen here. Make sure you stay tuned to Topstep TV. We will be bringing you any market moving action or news that have the potential to move the markets. Dolby time. JD, good stuff as always, guys. We got a shoulder tap coming up after this. Who's on shoulder tap? Do we have shoulder tap? I don't know.
We do.
Where's the
Jack
schedule?
and Aaron.
There we go. Thank you. Thank you for looking out, JD. We got Jack and Aaron coming in for shoulder tap. And then after that, group coaching, Hogue, Anne-Marie, and Coach Oop. Stick around. If you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up button. This is Topstep TV. Let's go.
Welcome to the back half of the day. This Friday, this is Shoulder Tap. I'm Jack. I'm here with Aaron, manager of risk. Sure you're all watching the markets. We hit all-time highs in the spot S&P 500 today, retreating a little bit right now, but not much there. Aaron, what's up with Topstep? How are our traders doing?
Traders are doing great. Not as much action. We don't have as many big profits on the day as we have previous days this week. We've got two leaders that we can shout out, Tyler A and Kyle B, with 26.2 and 10.2 respectively. But yeah, I mean, our traders aren't losing too much. I think maybe people are just stepping away for the weekend, which is not a bad thing if you've made your money Monday through Thursday, right?
Yeah, kind of a day that's been all over the place. Well, great job to Tyler and Kyle there. I believe we have, oh, those are the live leaders, obviously. Well, we got a card to talk about today. You've been bringing the heat lately with kind of a little bit of everything here, Aaron. So why don't you introduce us to what's happening here?
Yeah, this one, the word of the day is longevity. And maybe that's been the theme of the week when I present some of these cards. But we're featuring Kevin from Texas, good old Texas. I live down in Houston. This looks like next to the Galleria area, next to the mall. So anyway, Kevin has been trading with us since July of 2019. He's been in the live account for 120 trading days. So that's why I'm going with the word of the day being longevity. Both traders that we've featured have held on to these accounts for a long time. Kevin's metrics, somewhat similar to what we saw yesterday. It's almost scratch daily P&L on average. He's focused on the sister equities, being the NASDAQ and the S&P 500. About half winning trades and losing trades, 48% winning, 47% winning trades. He's averaging pretty small size. One trade per day, averaging also a one lot. Reward to risk of 1.2 to 1. Hold times are pretty long as well. So I think he's got some, good risk management. I think there's a strategy that is being implemented where we're aiming for a wide stop and also a wide profit target based on these hold times from what I gathered off the trade report. He's taken some payouts. I'd like to see some more payouts be taken from this account, being that he's been in the account for 120 trading days. But he's holding on to the account overall. I think the size that we're seeing thrown around in the markets is something to pay attention to. But I think, when it comes to improvements, that average daily P&L is something to focus on, similar to what we talked about yesterday, Jack.
Yeah.
The risk parameters, right? So I'll hand it over to you. We'll see what you have to say off this trade report. Then we can go from there.
Yeah, on this one, I have some both kind of like meta strategy and some real strategy. Let's start. Let me make sure I'm on the right sheet here. Let's just open it up and take pretty incredible to be that close to scratch. Let's take a look at the histogram real quick. This will kind of enlighten what's going on here. Real tight. This is a 50K. I was able to put this down to $100 buckets because the spread was so small. The biggest day around $2,000. The biggest losing day, maybe just a little slippage beyond the $1,000 loss limit. And you can see here, I noticed those two, because he does a lot of like one and done trades. It seems like for a while in this account, which is putting on one NQ, and I presume at like a 1-to-1 or something, because whenever you're looking at something that may be roughly bell shaped, you notice the outliers. Now we're well familiar with that left outlier. Let's not kid ourselves. People like to use that daily loss limit. But there's also one on the positive side at 1,000, making me think that these are like 1-to-1 trades. I don't know if you just arbitrarily want to get out at 1,000. It seems like maybe there could be some more of those big days if you're going to use that limited downside. But I think, this just shows kind of, as you can see, scratch trading. But I wanted to go with the interesting thing about this card for me is a couple of strategic things I would say for. I'm sorry, what was the name? It was Kevin.
Kevin.
Okay, Kevin. All right, we can go back to the card here. Trying to think about the best way to put this. Well, here's one interesting one. It's traded the NQ, the MNQ, and the MES. Both pretty extensive, all three pretty extensively in this account, like a lot of days. We're talking sample sizes of, at least 50 days or something for each of those products. I will say this. On the NQ, their average daily P&L is scratch. On the MNQ, Kevin's losing $50 a day. On the MES, he's making $50 a day. So real quick, might be worth just keeping an eye on that MES. It seems that for whatever reason, that seems to be working better with your strategy. The more meta strategy thing, let me check in. People saying NQ dumping. That's a meager dump. We're not dumping yet. What I'd say about the strategy is that it seems pretty clear, and I think this will be helpful to people, that he came into this live account and was looking to, you mentioned the lack of payouts. I think it's because he just took these payouts early. He has taken $7,600 out of this account, so that's really nice. But I noticed in his first 10 trading days, I don't have a graphic for this, but basically every time he got to 5 winning days, he took out close to the max. So he made those first 2 payouts pretty quick into this account. Here's the advice, though. That's a perfectly great plan to transfer it over and get paid. What you should not do, if your goal is to get to 5 winning days and take out as much money as you can each time, then you shouldn't F around with loss limits and stuff like that. Take your payouts and then do it, because he kind of impaired this account a little bit by losing, in a whole 120 days, he's only hit the loss limit like 17 times or something, but he hit it like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in taking those initial payouts. If your goal is just to take payouts, you don't have to be losing so much on the flip side. So that's sort of my meta account analysis. And from there, he kind of got down to a level after the withdrawals that there wasn't a ton of maneuverability, but still a great job. I would say, now that you have a smaller account balance, is focus on that MES, because it seems like you're finding some success there. And yeah, see if you can build it from there.
Couldn't agree more. I think, the taking of payouts is something we encourage, of course. I don't know if it was, what's the goal in the account? And it's always hard to try and figure that out just between a conversation between you and I, Jack. But I'd like to know what Kevin's ultimate goal is. If he was trying to take a couple payouts when he was eligible early on in the account, and then get the account balance back up to a level in which he felt comfortable taking another payout, is maybe something Kevin's got it on top of his mind. I'm not really sure, but I think there's something to be said for just keeping an account, almost at scratch. And if we're trying to grow it, I think that some of the things you mentioned, Jack, reassessing or reevaluating the use of a loss limit, looking to maybe tweak your reward to risk ratio if you are putting on a 1-to-1 trade and bracketing the price that way. Fine. I think it's, to each their own, but it's just a matter of what you're trying to accomplish. And we want to see these accounts grow as much as they possibly can. So keeping all that in mind, again, shout out to Kevin for staying in this account as long as he has. But we want to see him move a little bit further toward the green here. And I think keeping the 120 days in mind, we want to see it jump up to 220 and be in the account for a full calendar year, of course. But
yeah,
get to some payouts, tweak this strategy, you'll be just fine.
One of the obstacles of doing this and just looking at people's reports is that I can't. You're right. We don't know their goals. Sometimes it's pretty clear when we see people that 80% of their days are DLLs, and then they make a lot of money on the other days. It's like, okay, you're sending it. Maybe there's some things we could tweak, but we know what you're doing. I would just say if your goal is to like get payouts, it's good to have like a goal and a plan to get there. Um, then get those payouts, but don't lose a bunch. If your goal is to extract as much money as you can from the account, you're like, I'm good. Okay, do that. Make that your goal and do it, and do it in a strategic way. Everyone's situation is different, but yeah, I found this interesting. So keep trading that MES, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
What are the nicknames for Houston, Aaron? H-Town?
H-Town is the only one that comes to mind for me. The other ones I maybe don't want to share on live TV.
Okay, we'll leave it at that. All right. Well, thank you, Aaron. Stick around. We got group coaching coming up next. Today on the docket for group coaching, we got Hogue, we got Anne Marie, and Hoop will be here. Load up those questions. Keep your eyes on the market. We got a little under 3 hours left in this day. Let's make it a good one. All right. This is Topstep TV. Go Bears.
All right. Welcome to Group Coaching Traders. It is the noon hour or just after. Hopefully you got yourself some sustenance. We have Anne-Marie back in the correct time zone now. She is the rose between two thorns. We got me. We got Hoop on the other side.
My
Anne-Marie.
two favorite thorns.
Anne-Marie, thank goodness you're back. You're home safe. Safe trip. Everything went well.
Yes, it was wonderful. I highly recommend a trip there. It's very different living in a culture of conformity. And because I was there a whole month, you get to see all kinds of things, like somebody leaving their laptop and their purse wide open and going to the bathroom and gone for 15, 20 minutes, leaving
And
their
then coming
stuff
back
there.
and
It's
it's still there.
It's just really, it's kind of like that in Finland, though, to be honest. Finland's like that also. But yeah, it was good. Great food and lovely people and a lot of fun basketball.
Good. I understand they did very well.
Yeah. We've got half the season's over, so the next half will be the big thing.
Excellent. And Hoop, how are you today?
Well, early in the day, I felt like a basketball player because every time I went to take a trade and take a layup, I got my stuff blocked.
You got stuffed?
So, yeah. So, I mean, it's reset week for me. When you start a new year,
yeah,
you kind of go back and look at what worked, what didn't work, trying to, Anne-Marie and I always have this conversation. We're the ultimate tinkerers of just trying to adjust a little bit. And once again, it's adapting to market states. And this week's been tough. I think a lot of traders have said it. And I am short 2 micro crude. I haven't traded crude it's been a while.
Nice.
And it's rollover. We're way above the ATR of the day. I saw, we used to say this about crude. It was even, 20, half, 80, even. Those were numbers we always looked at a long time ago. So, the old intuition, Hogue, I saw 59.80. I saw us way above ATR, and I said, what's my risk? I said, I'm going to risk even. So, the house was the other way, so I don't like going against the house. But I took the short, and I peeled one off, and I kind of have one left, or 2 left, and we'll see how it looks. But other than that,
you're short right at my initial target for the long for the house account. It's a naked point of control right up here at 59.73, and you're short right there. Absolute perfection.
Yeah,
that's a great.
Once in a while we get it right? Yeah.
That's a great nugget that you dropped there, Hoop. 20, 50, 80. I did not know that, but I just wrote it down. 20, 50, 80 for crude. Yeah, I like it.
And I think Dee's talked about, even halves are option levels, right? But it's just when, Hogan, we used to trade it a ton. It's just, if you'd go back and look, and I've shared it in Discord once in a while, if you look the low and high of the day, it was always around an even, a 20, a half, or an 80, or an even. I mean, it just, once again, it's just not always going to, nothing's exact, but, and I'm watching natural gas get just destroyed today, down almost 6%. So I guess La Nina is what they're saying now. Warmer weather. What's the temperature in Chicago, Hogan?
Actually, it was like 60 degrees yesterday.
Yeah, there you go.
44 today. So very, very odd temperatures for January. That's for sure.
I think that's
Hoop, I had actually kind of forgotten about that when it came to crude. 80s, 20s, halves, and evens.
Yeah, that's good to know.
I think I've forgotten more than I remember lately. But
that's probably true because for both of you, because you've been working for so many years in the business, certainly it's pretty reasonable to assume you've forgotten more than most of us will be able to remember.
So how much of the market you've got to soak in, Anne-Marie? Is it rotation week? Just buy the Russell and the Dow?
Yeah,
But I don't know how much you've been able to be in the markets.
I've been looking at them a lot, and
Okay.
it is rotation. You can see them moving out of what's been working and into what hasn't been working in sort of that mean reversion trade. We see them do it all the time, and that's people who are betting on the Russell taking them to the promised land. There's probably going to be something in the Russell that's going to be magnificent, that's going to be a 30 bagger, but the whole Russell certainly is not. So, yeah,
Right.
it just looks like standard rotation. I think Jay was talking about it with Jack earlier in the day. He was saying that Jack was saying, market breadth has been better. It's not just two or three guys being the reason that the whole market's running up. There are a lot more participants in the flow to the upside or in general. So, yeah, I just think they're evening out and taking some risk off the table.
Yeah.
So, Anne-Marie, you've been, out of town for quite a while. It's the beginning of the new year. Have you had the opportunity to kind of review last year and, take a look at how you performed and looked at anything that you want to kind of be adding to or changing for your trading this year? You got a lot of time on airplanes. Maybe you took that time to do something like that, but just wondering what you did like for the new year. I always feel like we start fresh with a clean slate on January 1st, and you've got a whole year now to try and make some money and to try and get better at this. Have you had the opportunity to kind of review and prepare for the year?
I have. I'm one of those weirdos that I'm always thinking about the market. Anything happens, I go, oh, that happens in the market. So I'm always thinking about the market. And so, yes, I certainly have. Last time we were together, I talked about focus being one of the big things to work on for myself, because my temperament is a little scattered. Naturally, I am always thinking about everything. The main complaint my husband has is, would you mind looking at me while I'm talking to you? Because I'm always just flittering about, thinking about all kinds of things. And so, yeah, focus is key. And now the how is always the trick, but it's just being present. Isn't it funny that the market, every year, the market seems to teach us the same lessons that we needed to learn last year, but maybe it teaches us in a different way. Or at least this happens to me. Every year I feel like I'm learning the same lessons, but there's always, because I'm climbing up, there's less loss and more attention to risk. And so as long as those keep going, my lines have improved over time, but I still get caught up in the same sorts of things that I like to do. I love to try to catch tops. I love to try to catch bottoms. And so I always have to work my brain against that to say, hey, stop caring about that first eighth of a move and just let it confirm and run with it, so that you work less and make more, right? Which is our goal.
I think
Or
we
at least
do
it's mine.
I think we do probably learn the same lessons over and over in slightly different ways, because markets are it seems that nothing happens exactly the same way twice, ever.
Yeah.
It'll be similar, but there'll be some sort of nuance, some sort of difference in it, and it will, continue to teach you lessons in and around that. And, I say all the time, the market is going to markets, once you have the right answers, the market's going to change the questions.
Exactly.
Yep.
Right.
Yeah. Is it Mark Douglas that said, the market's like a river, you never step into the same place twice?
Yes, I believe that's correct. Yeah. I think it was in both the books, Trading in the Zone and the Disciplined Trader. But yeah, it's, you never touch the same water twice.
Yeah. It's what makes us just keep coming back for more.
So it makes it great, right? Yeah.
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 Although the zombie
saying this-
rally kind of doesn't ever change, though. I'll tell you, when I watch it go on, it looks the same.
Yeah.
Like it's doing now.
So there's some good questions, and again, thank you everybody for bringing your questions to us. And I apologize if we don't get to all of them, but over time we try and get to all of them. And there's a question from a couple of days ago, and it's from our friend Shubham, who's very active in the chat and asks a lot of great questions. And he's got one here. How do you differentiate between a rules-based add to a winning position and an emotionally driven decision to chase? And do you have any ideas or safeguards to prevent the emotional driving of adding to a winning position and leaning more towards mechanical? It's a very deep question.
Yeah.
Hoop, what do you think?
So for me, I'm a scalper. So it's even I always, like I said, I always joke around and say, here, my inner Hogue, don't fight a directional market. Those are the best markets to add in. And over probably the last couple years where I start to look more at range charts, instead of getting wrapped up in all this microstructure of trading, which is just where my brain lives too much, and I'll be the first to admit it, but it's catching bigger pieces of moves. In Discord, when I do something, I'll say trade of the day. And when I say trade of the day, when a market goes directional, which we haven't seen a lot of lately, we get it in some markets. But I'm trying to get better at, when I add to it, I have to see the pattern has to be there for me to do it. And for me, when I range, I just see the pullback, the retest, it goes. The pullback, the retest, it goes. So it's not my strength, but I think adding to winners can also be, it takes a lot of patience, especially, and you need the right market state to do it, right, Hogue? I mean,
yeah,
I see NASDAQ traders try and do it, and it's, man, it's a lot easier to do to me in ES than it is to do in NASDAQ. So
as a scalper,
but I really work on using a different. Yeah. It's hard. I get how people see adding in there in 10, 15 point increments, but I just think it's way easier to catch a directional move, kind of use my range charts as it stair steps higher, and just keep adding at the pullbacks until my swings, tell me different. So that's kind of how I look at it. How about you, Emery?
I think that's a pretty interesting question, because what we end up, it's funny. It's sort of like the question of, did I overtrade today or not? Well, that depends. If you started losing at the end of the day, then yes, you overtraded. But if you didn't and you kept trading well through the end of the day, then maybe you didn't overtrade. So the question is, how do I add to my positions using rules versus adding because of my emotions?
Mm.
The question should always be, what's the only time you add? The only time you add is if it attaches to your rules. And so the question then becomes, well, why am I adding when it's not my rules? And the simple answer is because I'm not following my rules. And so a lot of times we put our psychology on our emotions in this big, why am I doing this? And, yes, there are things that draw us, but at the end of the day, if I say, listen, I totally am not going to eat that magnificent donut, whatever, but it sits there and I finally go, I'm doing it, right? What I did was make a conscious choice to override my earlier self. And we have to get out of that dissonance. As traders, we're always in a state of dissonance between how I feel about something and what my rules say I ought to do. We're never going to stop those feelings, but self-control is an anchor to consistency and profitable performance. It just is. And that's why it's good to have a teammate beside you or somebody else on Discord who's your buddy, where you can specifically be honest and go, I am going to break my rule right here, and then be okay with that person going, I thought you said you weren't going to do that anymore. Right? And so, I hate to boil it down to something as simple as that, but personal accountability and self-control is something that we're going to battle with every day because our emotions rise up in us. We just have to get better and better at it over time.
Do you feel like
Agreed?
it's? Do you feel?
Yeah.
Of course, of course. Do you feel like there's like a? I hate to say this, but it's a maturation process as a trader.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And if you're really, if I'm going to be openly transparent, I battle with that every day. I go, I should add right there. And then sometimes I will do it and go, oh crap, that was wrong. And I'll get out immediately. But a lot of times I will say, okay, what do your rules tell you you're supposed to do? And just get back to, if you're going to be a major league pitcher, you're not going to go, hey, I'm going to try this new pitch right now. You're not going to do that. You're going to do tried and true. It's boring. It's not adventurous, but it gets you the results that you want.
Thank you. Thank you for the answer.
Hit the Ayuga.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Hit the Ayuga horn.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. Auga.
Oh, my.
We're a tick from
Yeah,
all time high.
70-15 is the call wall.
Yep.
Wow. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. Take a look
Don't
at these markets
fight a directional
briefly. All-time highs in the S&Ps, almost to the tick. NASDAQ continuing to rally. Gold bouncing off of a pretty deep pullback there. And crude just hanging around the IB high. We do have a little bit of a news clip we've got coming in here. Apparently, astronomers have a new theory about a mysterious, unknown astronomical object known as Cloud 9. Personally, I've been there. Let's see what the news says.
Talk about uncharted territory. Here we go. Scientists say Cloud 9 appears to be a starless cloud dominated by dark matter. Dark matter is believed to make up 85% of the total matter in the universe and can be detected due to its gravitational effects. Cloud 9 was first discovered 3 years ago, but a new report says the object is a result of a failed galaxy. Scientists came to that conclusion after seeing Hubble telescope pictures, which revealed a lack of stars. Astronomers say the research could lead to better understanding of dark matter and how galaxies are formed and how the universe was formed. For more information about the new research, check out Monday's edition of the Astrophysical Journal Letters. How this will help you trade the NASDAQ and the S&P, I don't know, but I found it very interesting, so I thought I would share it.
There is a little bit of misinformation in that, JD, because I found Cloud 9 when I was in high school. All right. There's a question, and it's a really long one, and I think maybe we should save that one for when we have a little bit more time. I'm gonna ask Ross's question here. And the question I'm talking about, there's a lot of layers to the question, and maybe next week we'll start with that one and we'll see how far we can get through it. But Ross has a question which we've all dealt with this. These are all really good questions, and again, we thank you all for bringing those questions. Ross is asking, yesterday I broke my rules and lost money. Today, I was really disciplined, stuck to my rules, and only did 2 trades, but had 2 losers. How do you deal with something like that and stay in the right mindset? Loves the show. Thanks, Ross. Thank you very much for being here. Thanks for the question. Anne Marie, I mean, it's happened to all of us. We broke our rules yesterday. Today we followed everything, and we had a bet, and we had losing trades anyway. Well, how do you deal with that?
So one of the things that's very difficult for traders to understand is what we trade with is probabilities. And so what your system and strategies tell you when you're disciplined is that over time, you will have an expected positive outcome. That doesn't mean that you won't have a string of 10 losses. So when you are disciplined, and this is really great because this is what happens to all of us. We are undisciplined, we lose money. We're disciplined, we lose money. And then we go, what the heck? It doesn't even matter. I'm just doing whatever. And so we throw out all the work we've done on strategy building because of 2 data points. And so what you have to remember as a trader is you're dealing with probabilities and statistical curves, right? Those bell curves that say, hey, most of the time my system is going to make me money, but on the edges, I'm going to have the probability of losing. So how that happens is sometimes you can have a string of losses because it just happens. And just like sometimes you can have a string of gigantic wins. It's like flipping a coin and 10 heads turn up in a row. That's possible.
It happens.
It's possible. But over time, every other one will be a tail. And so the number one thing to do is say to yourself, hey, don't fret. Let me go back and make sure that my strategy is what it's supposed to be and that I followed the rules. And then I realize that what I risk needs to be properly managed because I can have a string of losers before my strategy clips in and I'm able to make some solid gains.
Wonderful answer, Anne Marie. Thank you. Oop.
Thank you, sir.
Anything you'd like to add?
Oh, Emery covered that one, but good. I mean, accepting loss is part of what we do, and took me a long time to become more and more comfortable, and I still get try and become more and more comfortable. So, Coach Ball says it, losing gracefully is just part of what our business is. I used to try and be a 75% win guy, and I'm like, it's just mental capital that's needed to maintain at that level. Some traders can do it, but accepting loss is part of our business. And if you take your strategy and you take your setup and you lose, you're a good loser, and we all know the best loser, we all talk about the book, but it's true.
Yeah.
And that one kind of gave me another perspective, the best loser wins. I mean, it's the truth. So
Yep.
You take your strategy, you take your setup, and you lose, it's just part of trading, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, Ross, there's a silver lining in this line of trades here. Yesterday, you broke your rules and lost money. The worst thing that could have happened was you breaking your rules and making money.
Making money.
Yep.
Yes.
That is going to just ingrain bad habits,
Destroy
especially
you.
when today you followed your rules and you lost money. You're just gonna start swinging for the fences and breaking your rules because it worked that time. So stick with your strategy, Ross. If it's gonna pay you over time, you're gonna find out over time. Be honest with your review of it. Be honest when you trade outside of it. Be careful when you trade outside of your strategy and you have a winning trade. Those are very detrimental trades. They are the worst trades you can take because, again, they just instill bad behavior. And Ross, I mean, you've got this. Just because you had losing trades today, but they were in your strategy and in your process, there were still good trades. Any trade that's in process and in strategy is a good trade. Anything outside of that is a bad trade. And again, the worst one is the one that you trade outside your strategy and you have a winner with. Bad behaviors, bad habits come from that.
Yeah, so true. And they're hard to break once you get them because your brain always goes, oh, remember that time when?
Yeah.
Remember that time when? Yeah.
It's as bad as nicotine.
Yeah. Maybe heroin. I think it's a step up. It's a step up from nicotine.
It is.
It's heroin.
It is tough to break those habits. It is tough. Yep. So Austin has a question. And we get these questions quite a lot, and we do have a lot of new people coming in, so we want to answer these questions. Austin's asking, what are your favorite indicators that you typically use the most when trading? How do those indicators work together to know when to enter and when to exit the trade? I always seem to exit the trade too soon and get stopped out right before the big move. I am a new trader. Austin, one of the things that I've said to traders for many, many years is understand where your trade is invalidated. Where do you need to put your stops technically? Put your stop in first and then demand good trade location based on your risk on that trade. That might help you it might keep you from getting into trades too early and getting stopped out right before the big move. Just a thought. Hoop, what do you think?
Let Anne-Marie take that one first.
You got it.
So,
Anne-Marie?
So I love what you just said there, Hogue. Set the space where the trade's invalidated and then get yourself your entry in your proper place. What might be the issue with this trader is that they're using a risk or a stop that's the same all the time, right? And so if you get up in the morning and you see big giant candlesticks moving in a particular direction, you can't go in and say, hey, I'm just using a 12 tick stop today. because your candles are telling you, it's sort of like what Mo was talking about, how he's using with silver. He simply is looking 2 candlesticks backward relative to trend. It's like 2 candlesticks back. That's where my stop is. The market is telling him what his risk should be. And if he can't handle the risk, then he gets out. And so a lot of times when we're newer traders, we hear this thought of, hey, my stop is always 20 ticks. Well, that's great, except every day the market doesn't have those kinds of formations. Sometimes it's only 10 ticks. Sometimes it's 50 ticks. And so if you're looking for 20 ticks, you're going to have to be really careful about where you come in. Just like Hoke said, get to that spot where the trade's invalidated. And if you only want 20 ticks of risk, then you better wait and let the price come to you, or you're going to get stopped out before that big move. I'm guessing from the structure of his conversation, that might be actually what's happening to him.
That's really good vision. And, Oop and Marie, we tell people every chance we get, you can't have a static stop level. The market is going to expand. It's going to close in.
Yep.
You got to be placing your stops technically at points that you believe the trade is now invalid. And sometimes, like Anne-Marie said, that's going to be 10 ticks. Sometimes it's going to be 50 ticks. You can adjust risk for the bigger stops by trading smaller size, if you want to. And, that's a great answer, Anne-Marie. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I think, Hulk, the reason I was curious to see what Anne-Marie said is because I think you say it, I heard Dalton say it, and I think younger traders are always looking for exactness to the market.
Yes. No such thing.
I'm, my TPs, I see it all the time. My TP's here, this is here, and that's going to here. From being a younger trader and going through that and getting absolutely crippled when it would come within a tick or two, you go back to Hoag's 10% rule and people go, oh, and I'm like, yeah, watch it happen again and again and again and see what it does to your mental capital in a day. If you just miss something by a tick, 2 ticks, 3 ticks, the other one is just, I look at a zone. If I manage my risk, I'm always going to look at a zone of where I think we're going. So this kind of goes back to, once again, I thought more when I read it with Hugard is that I don't know my take profit. I have an idea, but I don't know where, it could keep going forever, or whatever. So I just think if you establish the risk and you take care of it, but man, when Dalton repeated that when I took that class, and everybody's just saying, I think you could see all younger traders talking. Well, do you think it'll go this and this and that happens and it goes here? And he goes, you're looking at exact and exactness, and we've said it. You got to be careful. It'll cripple you if you. It just will, right, Hoke? I mean,
Absolutely.
We said it. So
everything is a zone. There's no finite levels or area in futures trading. Everything is a zone. Price can go through the zone. It can stop short of the zone. It can stop in the zone. Anything ACH can happen.
Yeah.
It is hard to believe how fast time goes when I have the opportunity to hang out with you guys. Thank you for a wonderful segment. We got to prepare for the next segment. Anne-Marie, glad you're home safe.
Thank you.
Oop, glad you're home safe as well. Anybody wants to meet me on Cloud 9, call me up later, and we'll see about that.
Give you a call.
All right, folks. We got Trade with Topstep coming up. We got JD, we got Vince, and we got Jack. Still much more to do. Don't forget, it is the reversal challenge, and Anne-Marie is going up against a sniper Mandy. It's going to be a good one.
Cool.
Stick around, folks. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome back to Topstep TV. It is time to trade with Topstep. Over there on the right, we've got Jack. In the middle, our guest of honor, Coach Vince, is back. Good afternoon, gentlemen. How we doing? Vince,
All right.
what's going on in the markets today? How you feeling?
Markets are a little bit funky. I took a couple losses. I traded a couple markets I don't trade all the time today. I traded the Russell. I was long the Russell and ended up getting stopped out. And then I took a NASDAQ short, had some decent profit, and then something happened. So that's pretty much where we're at. We're still hunting for a position trade here in the ES. I want to try to get a pullback, maybe get a long. What about you guys? What are you guys up to?
Jack, you've got the keys to the house account. Anything in particular you're looking at this afternoon? You see anything on the board catching your eye?
Well, I mean, I guess we have Trump meeting with oil executives at 1:30. As far as where we're at now, at least for this 1 o'clock hour, right now we're right in the middle for me. I know we're pushing all-time highs. We hit all-time highs today in the spot market. Maybe at up around let's call it 70-20 or something like that. Seeing maybe a spot where we could get some resistance, but other than that, just waiting for it to make a move. We'll see. And a resilient day.
Yep. 70-20 would definitely be a new all-time high. New contract high. Quite a bit going on. Speaking of Trump meeting with some oil executives, we had a number out about an hour ago that we never reported on. I suppose we should do it now because we do it every Friday. Ye old Baker Hughes rig count. And I don't know if this is correct or not, but I'm showing an increase of 94 open and active rigs in North America. So I'm showing 741 actual versus 647 prior, and it's all coming from Canada. Very little change in the U.S. There were -2 in the United States, 546 last week to 544 this week. Gulf of Mexico, no change, stuck with 9. But in Canada, there were 101 open rigs last week, and this week I'm showing 197 open active rigs in Canada. Could that possibly be true? I don't even know how to verify if this Baker Hughes rig count is correct. I don't know where to go to verify this information.
Do they have a website for Baker Hughes, or is it like a GeoCities page from like the late 90s?
Right? I'm going to find out right now. I'm going to do a little investigating while you guys talk about the markets.
Baker Hughes, and we'll talk about the markets. All right. As far as what's going on here, nothing cooking in the 10-year yields. Everything in the Hateful Eight is up now. The big performers, Broadcom still 4%, Google up 1.5, near its all-time highs. Tesla up 2.63%. Trying to see if there's anything else of interest. Bitcoin is down a little bit, bucking the trend in risk assets. We're at 95.75 in the spot market. And silver, we all love silver, right? Where's silver at right now? Let's check it out. About 79.5 right now.
79.50.
So there's where we go. So what are we looking at here, Vince? You're looking at the equities. I'm probably doing the same. I don't think now's the time for me to make my first ever silver trade. 2 hours left on a Friday.
I mean, I might look for a silver short, but not sure yet. I'm going to watch it for a little bit here. I mean, I've been trying to get long in this in the S&P. I haven't had really a chance to. I missed an opportunity. I was short the NASDAQ when the ES rallied. Obviously, it rallied the NASDAQ as well. So I did miss that long opportunity there. But we're going to see. We're going to see what happens here. If we can grind down a little bit, maybe build a little balance up against this exponential moving average around the 7,000 mark. I think if we hold 7,000, we might try to, make another high today. Maybe get up to a 70-20 level you were talking about. So let's see what happens here in this ES here. NASDAQ, man, that's a market I really don't mess with it, but I've been messing with it a little bit lately. But we'll see there too. I'm more interested in the ES though at the moment.
So from
guys,
I do. Oh, go ahead. Let us know.
I was going to say,
Baker Hughes.
I got some confirmation that
hear
number
about this.
is correct. An increase of 96 open active oil and gas rigs in Canada week over week. And Jack, you weren't
Wow.
too far off. The rigcount.bakerhughes.com website definitely looks like it was hand coded in XHTML and CSS1. So,
Maybe they're getting scared. Maybe they're like, oh no, U.S. is going to drill in Venezuela. Maybe we better up our production before prices go down. Right? Maybe let's start drilling, boys. Who knows?
Oh, this is a great website. I love it. He has to ask me about the cookies too. Do I want to accept tracking cookies from Baker Hughes?
Oh yeah, you're gonna get ads from Baker Hughes for the next couple weeks.
Hey, you want to open an oil rig? Maybe
You want to become a roughneck? You want to become a roughneck? Oh man.
We're drifting around the high. From Truth Social, we got Trump saying the largest oil companies in the world are coming to the White House at 2:30 p.m. Eastern. So that'll be theoretically, if it starts on time, in 20 minutes. Today's oil major discussion to be about Venezuela.
yes, these oil and gas executives, Trump wants to send them to Venezuela to check on the infrastructure there, see what needs to get done to start refining some of that Venezuelan oil. But they want assurances. They want money up front. They want security detail. They want it all. They don't want to spend a penny out of pocket. So it should be an interesting meeting. They're just shooting from the hip right now, it sounds like.
Sure.
No. I saw a sort of amusing quote from an unnamed, like some of these guys, exactly what you're saying is true, JD. It's like everyone here, you can think about your own oil company right now or something of like what assurances you would need to go in there knowing what could happen. But, I don't take it with a grain of salt because, anonymous quote. But of course, any quote from oil executives is going to be anonymous given the circumstances that this quote about Venezuela. No one wants to go in there when a random effing tweet can change. He didn't say effing. When a random effing tweet can change the foreign policy of the country.
Isn't that something?
It's accurate.
Oil
It's accurate, yeah.
Oil should be fun soon for a while. Maybe it's what it needed to wake up, because oil's been quite in a funk, right? Past couple months.
We caught a couple of nice oil trades in the trading the opening range this week.
Past week,
Tuesday, just trading 1 or 2 micros, we made $240, and today we made another $170. So a couple of decent trades.
Yeah, gold's been good. Yeah, Crude's been moving on the open ranges, and gold's been pretty decent too. All right, let's see here. ES. I might try to get long ES. Would a push, try to push up to the high. Not yet though.
Buying all-time highs. I love it. Let's do it.
Yep.
Get in there, Vince.
Yep. It'll be for like a
High
scalp
hell.
trade though. It won't be like a long held position. I'm probably going to get out around 17s, which is just under Jack 70-20 level, but I want to see a pullback. So I'm not going to buy it up here. I'm not chasing it.
I love a good old caveman buy high, sell higher trade.
That's it. We're going to give it a shot.
I love it in part because I can't do it. I've been programmed my entire life. Well, not my entire life, but at least since I was 22 as a fader of things.
Oh, be a rebel, Jack. Be a rebel. Come on.
No, I can't do it. Can't do it.
What happened though at 12:30 Central? What caused that big push up? Anybody know? Did something come out? Did Trump talk, or what was that? I'm sitting nice in the NASDAQ short, and then out of nowhere it just reversed. And the ES jumped from 98. It went all the way up to 14 in a matter of 10 minutes.
Just some Friday tomfoolery. I didn't catch anything. I did, full disclosure, I did tell JD, you ever have one of those hours where you just kind of zone out and don't realize about a minute before we came out, I'm like, oh man, I gotta get on here. I'm like, wait, that ripped up. So we're learning this in real time here. So, like, my educated guess at a target, as we said, is like 70-18 or something is the spot for resistance. I don't know. I don't want to short this. I'm all for it. Like, Vince, did you get into this trade yet, or are you just waiting?
Not yet. I'm waiting for a pullback. I'm waiting for a pullback on it. Yeah, and it's gonna be really tight. I mean, it's gonna be a tight trade. I'm probably gonna put a couple minis on because it's gonna be tight and it's gonna be quick. So I'm not looking to hold this thing all day.
You're looking for a liquidity grab at new all-time highs, and then just get out.
Pretty much.
Is that
it? Pretty much. Pretty much.
Blow through some stops.
Yep. Run the stops
Right
above
now,
there, and then just get out.
Yeah. Current high in the ES is 70.14, and that is also the current all-time high. I bet there are some stops building up above there. How far above? I couldn't tell you, but
exactly.
There is some liquidity up there.
Yeah, let's check the dome out. We got let's see here.
Not too much offered above.
70.18. We have 161. We have 277 at 15 on the offer in the ES. Yeah.
It's a far cry from the 2,000 lot and 700 lots that we saw earlier today. But
what prices were those at?
Ooh, where was
Remember
that?
the prices on those?
Somebody bought 79. Somebody bought 2,000 79.60, and then there's been a 900 lot and a 700 lot popping in and out on the offers just above the market, almost like a spoof. Every time we get close, it pulls and moves up.
Mm-hmm.
So checking back in with the crypto sell-off, I haven't today talked about our crypto whale. I'm starting to worry. If someone knows who this is, should do a well-being check. I'm afraid this person was silenced or something. They haven't made a transaction in 15 days and are still sitting on the exact same position. Currently, the unrealized P&L is down about 12 million. But that funding, now they've paid like $5.5 million in funding for this trade so far. That'll keep going more than negative. But let us know if you're okay. Account ending in 7283 AE.
Oh, Randy's back in the chat. He's got an idea who it is. Is that the same Randy from yesterday? Raise your hand if it's you, Randy.
Either of you guys have the delta on the ES? I have a 6,900 reading, but I don't know if it's accurate for the day time frame. So go around in the chat.
I do not have the delta. I do not have the delta.
Okay.
I think Hogue is done for the day.
All right.
I mean, maybe if we could get built, we should talk to our guys with Delta. What I would like to see is, to me, I've never really had a ton of trust in the futures Delta number. I mean, maybe
Right.
if we could get like a graph of it or something, so we could see how it changes. But I think like today, on like an NFP number, right? Whatever the knee jerk move is, it's going to add a ton of delta in that direction, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it only reads the market orders, I believe. So.
Yeah, that's what it does.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Basically a footprint.
Yeah.
Not much happening on the tilt. We got 60% short in the ES. Short in the whole too. 7,003 is the average price of the shorts in the ES. NASDAQ 52% short. Call it 50-50. Crude is flat, 51% long. And gold is just a little bit long. 61% long in gold.
All right. Come on, ES.
Vince, are you in the market right now? Did you put a trade on?
Not yet. Not yet. I wanted
He's waiting for it
to
to
pull back. I'm waiting for the pull back. I'm hoping it'll pull back.
We're four ticks from the highs.
Yeah.
We put a poll up in the chat. Did we just caveman it into new all-time highs right here, right now?
I should put a buy stop on the high tick, right? Should I put a buy stop at the high tick?
Well, in this type of market, I would put an offer like 3 ticks above the high and play a failed high.
Yeah.
Failed highs, failed lows. Old school trade.
All right, let's see.
We're down 5%, 5.3% in the VIX today, although the numbers are small now. We're down to 1464. I'm a little. I talked about this during fast markets, but the thing that's kind of thrown me here is we got the big rally on like no tariff decision today, or that's part of it. That was supposed to be one of our main events.
Mm-hmm.
And then they were like, we're going to release it Wednesday. Everyone's like, cool, let's keep rallying. And I looked at the prediction market.
Go figure, right?
And initially on, I'd have to go into the rules, but basically like the odds of, I think it was like whatever odds they were saying about the court ruling for or against Trump, they kind of like spiked and then went back to where they were. So to me, it's like, okay, we're in the same situation. We're just getting this Wednesday, which is only a few days from now. But the market has been very kind of like whatever.
Yeah. What's that old game show where you choose door number 1, door number 2, door number 3?
The Monty Hall.
And then, yeah, they give you. So they let you choose a door. You pick door number 1. Then he says, "Do you want to change your pick or pick a different door? What do you do?"
Well, he
opens. It feels like that type of scenario.
Yeah, he opens
door.
one first and says, "It's not this one. Do you want to change it?" And even though it's not intuitive, you should always change because it's an illustration of Bayesian probability.
Jack knows it for sure.
Because when you made your original pick, you had a 1/3%, or sorry, not 1/3%. You had a 1/3 probability of doing it, but with added information, you pick the other.
You pick the other. Circumstances have changed.
Priors. If you're in a stats
6 ticks
class,
from all-time highs.
They'll illustrate it with, what's your probability surviving the Titanic in different scenarios. If you're you, JD, not good.
Not good? Yeah.
All right. We're working orders in the ES here. So So I put
Okay.
a working order here. So
There we go.
we're working.
Vince wants in on this move.
I take all I can
NASDAQ
stand, and I
not
can't
doing
stand no
much.
more.
NASDAQ feels like it wants to put in a new high, but it's really not doing much. 25,962 last trade in the NQ. Yes, not moving at all either. What's the Russell doing? 2639.40 last in the Russell. 49,732 in the Dow. And crude 59.37 last. We got out of our crude trade at 59.30. We trailed our stop up. Got hit at 59.30.
Yeah, for our minimal size, we had a good week.
We did.
Will make me selective. I'm not even sure. Like I said before, it's like pornography. I know it when I see it, but I don't know what I'm going to see that's going to make me take a trade right now.
I'm working one for the chat here.
All right.
Working one for the chat. Ooh, a pocket films. Am I wearing the bone conductors? I sure am. I believe Jack's wearing them too.
I am.
The headphones.
Makes it look like I. The only downside is I don't have a beard like you, JD. It looks like I have like 90s sideburns. But besides that, they're great for like wearing them all day.
You should grow some chops. Remember the chops?
Yeah, like some Chester A. Arthur.
That looked pretty cool.
Yeah.
Those do
Vince,
look
you can
like
do that.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, like the Freddie Prinze Jr. sideburns.
Looks like you're kind of working on it now. All right. Since we have that potential meeting happening, not potential, it might not start at exactly 1:30, but let's hit a news clip just in case before that happens. Consumer sentiment rose this month to its highest level since September. Gabe, tell us everything we need to know.
That's according to the latest survey from University of Michigan. The rise was fueled by workers who earned lower incomes, while big earners showed weakening confidence. Overall sentiment is still weak from a historical perspective, but that isn't expected to impact consumer behavior much. In recent years, episodes of declining sentiment have not translated into less spending. Higher income consumers in particular haven't cut back, despite uncertainty driven by President Trump's economic agenda.
Guys, I've seen that B-roll before. They're not having new people sneak into the supermarket and film you while you're paying money anymore.
No, you haven't.
Where was it from? Consumer confidence is up. The rig count is up. New jobs are down a little, but still up. Man, I wish it would make a move here. We're so close to all-time highs in the S&P. Just not doing it.
I mean, how many all-time highs do you want? Like every high above. We've done it. Oh, you're looking at the ES.
I'm looking at the ES,
like the spot,
The March contract.
Spot market
March contract.
just hit all-time highs today.
Oh boy, it's starting to wiggle now.
March
Let's see if we get filled here.
We are double topped in the March contract. Futures, 70.14. And Vince wants to see a liquidity grab up there. Where are your bids at, Vince?
Well, I'm working to buy 2 March ES at 70.0975. Tight risk. I'm risking 1.5 points on 2 E-minis. And that's where we're at. We're going to either have a quick death or we're going to be happy. So.
Are they going to win? We're going to lose.
Tight risk. This is a tight trade. This is sniper-like stuff right here.
That last high was in like October or something in that contract.
Say that one more time, Jack.
No, I'm just on my vendetta against all-time highs in contracts from months ago.
Oh, yeah. I get it. Almost 350 offered at 15 now in the S&P. We're ticking higher. Slowly.
Yeah.
Slowly.
I was hoping it would come back and fill me, but I might pull back to 11 quarter. I'm working along at 975s.
Doom in the chat giving dating advice. That's where we are today because it's slowing down. What's up, Doom?
All right, let's see here.
Where are you going to watch the Bears game, Jack?
At a friend's place in Portage Park. Good a place as any to watch a Bears game.
As good a place as any is right.
By the way, just
They're
to
having
show.
a good season.
Did you know that the Irving Park YMCA was the Bears' original training facility? There's a museum in there. It's pretty cool.
Oh, maybe I'll check it
Irving
out
Park.
to get pumped up.
It's in Portage
So,
Park.
just to emphasize again why, looking back, this is the ESH 2026 contract minus the SPX. And you can see the premium just leak out it over time. So if you're looking back to October, there was 100-point difference, and this will just keep on going until it expires at 0, right? So to me, looking back at like a futures contract all-time high is like being long a call option. And then like 6 months into it, the underlying price is way higher, but you're like, hey, we're back to all-time highs in this random option.
Interesting.
Yeah, I get it. Hoop wants to go to the hang-up. When's the last time you were at the hang-up, Hoop? Probably been over 20 years for me. If you know, you know, right?
Mm-hmm. I've told it before. I've literally been to the hangout twice in my life, and they were on consecutive nights because I left my credit card there the first night. And I had to go back and get it. I was like, I was already there, so it was like a Friday and Saturday.
Too many martinis?
I wouldn't call them
I don't think I was on
martinis.
then. Here we go.
Man, this ES just doesn't want to.
Here we go. Ticking higher. Well, Vince, if you're ever in Chicago and you're looking for a bar where waitresses walk around with the medical vials of shots.
Waitresses.
For you.
Nice.
Waitresses.
The
test tube shots.
Hang up for those wondering, the hang up is a bar / club type thing in Chicago that that's strictly for like people between the ages of like 18 and 22 or something like that. And it's like Thailand. Like everyone who's older than that should be put on a list.
Oh wow. That's funny. Man, this ES doesn't want me to play, huh?
It's so close. We're 2 ticks away. 2 ticks away, Vince.
Yeah. Markets are they're messing with me today.
Tattooed Groove says it's no Tao. That is correct.
It is no. It's very different vibe. Tao's an actual nightclub. And by the way, from Sub 51, you were either at Hub 51 or what's it called? Underground Lounge. You probably weren't at
Yes.
Subterranean because that's a very different vibe.
Mm-hmm. Different neighborhoods too. Ooh, we are not long. House account is flat right now. Nobody's long. We're just trying to talk this market up.
Speaking of the Bears, Hub 51, which I think he's referring to, that I believe is where the famous Jay Cutler "Don't Care" story comes from.
Don't care.
In its original form.
Don't care.
Yeah.
Yeah. In the version I heard of it, it was at Hub 51 in the bathroom or something, and somebody was like, Jay Cutler was doing what you do at a bathroom or something. It was like, hey, just wanted to say, like, I'm a big fan, go Bears, and he was just like, don't care.
Yeah. Yeah, your rookie running back is going to be good. My son actually worked out with him at camp in Rutgers. When he was going on his recruiting thing. Yeah, Monongai. Yeah, he's going to be real good for the Bears. I like him a lot. We watched him play at Rutgers a few times.
Is Kincaid still open? That's a good question. I have no idea if Kincaid's is still open.
I don't think so. That whole intersection there has changed a lot, but I drive by it on occasionally. I don't think so.
I have good memories of that place. Not good memories, but I played in a lot of like softball leagues in my early 20s that were sponsored by like the Chicago Sport and Social Club. If you know that, you know that.
Yeah.
But, Kincaid's was always like after playing a game in Lincoln Park.
It's still open.
Everybody went to Kincaid's for a $1 burger night.
$1 burgers, wow.
And a couple pitchers of beer on a Wednesday.
I got a burger last night. It was $16. Had a little bacon.
We'll talk about that later.
$16 for a burger. There's a piece of filet mignon on it, I guess, right? Oh, $5. Exactly. No more than $5. Yeah, it's crazy.
Agreed.
Must have been Wagyu beef, right?
Well, we got a few minutes waiting for this meeting to start. The meeting of the minds. We're going to bring in Gabe real quick and go over some trader wins. Let's do some jabs, Gabe.
Let's do it. All right, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the chat hanging out with us today on this beautiful Friday, last day of the first full trading week here in the new year. And here are some jabs from today that we picked out from chat. We got pops and drops locking out 3K in the day, bringing the account to 53.9K in profit over 38 days. That is a killer 38 trading days. JK window cleaning locked out for the day, 800 profit on that turnaround in NQ. Have a great day, guys. Stuff. Mr. Ray, just got my second payout. Been learning with Topstep for almost 2 years. Starting to see some great results. Thanks for sticking with us, Mr. Ray. Happy to have you and great work. We got AVN up $150 on the XFA today. 5 days traded on the XFA since I got it. Only had 1 day of red at -$7. Didn't manage those red days. We got Brad, banger of a day, $1,500 to pass a combine on an IB trade in the NASDAQ, and as well as $345 in the new XFA. And on top of that, a $3,500 payout request. Happy Friday. Great work, Brad. Happy Friday indeed. Love hearing about traders taking money out of the markets. And then we got Dustin Robinson, just qualified for my first payout. Shout out to you, Dustin. I remember the feeling myself, and I'm sure all of us in chat can relate to that first payout. Maybe not all of us, but for those that have taken payouts, it's a great feeling. But shout out to you. And if we didn't see you, we see you. And we appreciate you. We'll see you back for Monday. Back to you, JD.
Thank you, Gabe. Well done to all those traders. Keep jabbing away at it.
Good stuff.
Very good stuff. Well, there is a live feed from Yahoo Finance on this Trump meeting with oil executives. They have not gone live with it yet, but I have got my eye on it.
What time is that supposed to drop?
It was supposed to start 6 minutes ago, 1:30 Central Time.
Interesting. Oh, boy, maybe I should cancel these orders. I should probably cancel my orders, right? Oh, boy. It's all right, we're going to let it work.
Chicken.
You're gonna let it work.
I mean, I don't feel us exploding higher in the last hour. I'm not on the reversal challenge, but
Yeah. And yes, there is a reversal challenge starting in 22 and a half minutes. Every Friday
I
is
would
reversal
call.
challenge Friday now.
I'm guessing
What's that,
where
Jay?
this ends the day in the ES. I'm looking at like 70.03 or 70.18. I think my thesis right now would be that we're going to struggle to rally through 70.18 if we keep going higher.
My target's 17, so that's perfect, Jack.
Perfect. So you can get out. I don't even know if I would short there because I think we could get there and just like stick. It is the last hour of the day, unless this meeting shakes things up.
It'd be nice to get a late spike though into the end of the day. We don't know, right? Never know. I mean, we had a late spike 2 days ago. I mean, we don't have negative delta, so there's no divergence. If I'm reading my delta correctly, I wish I had Hoke here to confirm it. I have positive 7,200 in the ES delta, NASDAQ. Let me see what I have in the NASDAQ here. NASDAQ
Never discount
delta
the late
have-
Friday rip either. It's a thing. The late Friday rip. Not every week, but sometimes you get it.
I might have negative delta in the NASDAQ if this is correct here. I'm reading it somewhere else. So, negative 2,500 in the NASDAQ. So maybe we have some trapped shorts there in the NASDAQ. Interesting. We'll find out. What's the tilt in the NASDAQ right now?
Let's take a look. Tilt in the NQ, 58% short. 57, just tick down to 57% short.
57%
64% short.
Okay.
64% short in the S&P. Ooh, there's Hogue with some Delta updates. ES Delta plus
There we go.
7,700. NASDAQ negative 2,600. We got a little Delta divergence
Okay, yeah.
in the NQ.
Yep. Some trap shorts there in the NQ.
Those
Sounds
shorts
like
get trapped. They will need to start pairing off in the final hour of the day.
They may. Important caveat.
They
may. Depends on what Trump says, right?
Right.
Is it the Trump dump, or is it going to go the other way?
The Trump pump.
The Trump
There's only
pump.
336 people waiting for this meeting to start in YouTube. I wonder if I'm on the wrong feed.
There's a couple of it's funny sometimes you'll see these super low numbers for things you would.
We're all here, JD.
What's that, Vince? What are you doing?
I said they're all here. They're all
here
watching us. They're all here.
Everyone's here.
Well,
all the
which
important people
sicko,
are here, right?
like your average person, is not at 1:40 p.m. on a Friday being like, "Say, I'd like to watch this minor press conference in the White House."
Only sickos like us, right?
I don't know.
No, they're probably mostly watching like cable news or something, and they'll like poke in with it.
Sure, sure. No other news popping up either. We got some we got some settlement prices. Ooh.
Okay.
Crude oil settlement price for crude came out about 11 minutes ago. Future settled $59.12 a barrel, $59.12 a barrel, up $1.36 or 2.35%. Natural gas closed at 3.1690. That's about it on the news front.
Let's ask the chat. If crude oil settled at $59.12, what's the value of that contract, that settlement? What's the nominal value?
I do want to ask as well. Hey, Wumu does not always say shorts are going to get wrecked. I think I saw long's going to get wrecked yesterday. If you could, Wumu, I'm interested in how you assign who's going to get wrecked. It would just be curious. Like,
Also,
I'm interested.
Also, do you type that out every time, or do you copy paste? I'm curious about that.
Boy, we are just meandering around here, huh?
There ain't nothing going on anywhere right now.
My God.
No news, no markets moving.
Okay. We're open. Let's see. Going through Twitter now.
Uh-oh. What do you got there?
Oh, just trying to find something.
There you go.
I'm just pumped for this weekend. Trying not to get wrecked with the shorts or the longs.
Will you guys grill in Portage Park this weekend, Jack? Or do you order out?
This time of year?
Uber Eats?
Yeah, we'll probably pick up something. Although it's not even it's supposed to storm
be
this
nice
weekend,
tomorrow.
but it's been warm the last couple days.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, it's grilling weather. You got to grill. That's it. That abnormal temperature came across the Northeast, right? And the Mideast or West.
Yeah, we had it here too.
You're north.
It was almost.
Yeah, it was.
It was almost 60 degrees here the other day. We top out at like 50, 56 or something on Wednesday.
Yep. Yeah, all that southern air pulled up north.
Oh, Vince, since you're here and the markets aren't moving, question: you're in Philly, right?
Well, I'm north of it. Yeah, but I'm in Pennsylvania. Mm-hmm.
So you like the Eagles? Why did they rest all their players when they just had to beat the?
I know.
The crappy team
Everybody, you know how many people are upset about that, Jack? That's a sore subject for people right now. Yeah, it was absolutely ridiculous. I mean, I guess they don't want them to get hurt, but they could have took second seed instead of third. So,
yeah,
you know,
I'm
I guess they don't want to risk anybody getting injured.
Curious, like, was there a reason? Okay.
Yeah, I just think they just didn't want to injure the players on something like that. But yeah, that was crazy, and I think it was for the bookies.
Nice.
Because there was a lot of underdogs, right, that won last week. So if you think about it, if people were taking the favorites, they got it handed to them. So, and how about this season with all the missed field goals? What do you guys think about that? A lot of missed field goals, right?
I feel like it happens every 5 years or so, doesn't it? It's like part of the script.
Yeah, it's very, very odd. I mean, then you got that guy from the Jaguars kicking 68-yard field goals, and you got guys missing from 24 yards out. I can't understand it.
You got to be an absolute head case to be an NFL kicker. They're very. They're both very they're extremely mentally strong, and then it's brittle. Like you can just break yourself.
Mm-hmm. Sure. There's a lot of pressure, though. What do you think is more pressure, kicking a field goal or putting on a trade?
I'd go with kicking a field goal.
How big's the trade?
There
would be some equilibrium.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. It have to be 100.
We've got a bunch of 5-minute candles in the S&P with 4 tick ranges. 4 to 5 tick ranges.
It's ridiculous. I think it's just patiently waiting to see if Trump comes on. Why doesn't he ever talk after market hours, though? Why does he always got to do it like in the middle of the day?
He knows when people will be there watching.
Yeah.
There's new highs ES.
Oh, damn.
Hey, look at that. Just push
I'm
through.
probably going to cancel this order. Yeah. Well, let's see.
350 offered at
Hold it for another minute.
15.
It's going to go to 17.
How much more we got up here? We're about to take a bid. Let's see. Nope. Gonna do it.
Jeez. Come on.
Oh, Troop says pew pew pew. Ahooga. I can't do a hooga.
Yeah. Should have just caveman the damn thing, but it's all right.
Try to tell you, Vince. I'm
yeah.
joking.
350 lot at 70.15. It's been thinking. Oh, there it
All
goes.
right. I'm canceling these orders. There's no reason for these orders now. So cancel. Cancel all.
Cancel while we're so close? We get so close?
No, that's it. Yeah, no. Jeez. Well, Chad, I was trying for you. I was trying.
It's like, what is
We tried.
Everyone want to be a bodybuilder. Ain't no one want to lift those heavy damn weights. Everybody want to be long. Ain't no one want to hit that market order.
Yeah, it's the truth. That is the truth. All right. Maybe we'll find another opportunity somewhere else. Let's go with the NASDAQ. We have a delta divergence in the NASDAQ. Probably going to end the day with a late spike.
We haven't checked in on silver in a bit.
Yeah, let's look at silver.
Micro silver.
Same spot. Yeah.
Not doing much.
Boy, oh boy.
79,890. Last in silver. I'm looking at the micro contract.
Okay.
700 offered up at 718 in the ES.
Ah, that's my level. Somebody.
Is that your 700 lat?
Jack's getting ready. Either go ahead, buy him. I got a lot to sell you. I got a lot to sell you.
What's our max position? What's our max position size on these accounts, Jack? Is it a 50 lot?
That's a good question. I don't want to be accused of spoofing. I bet you. Yeah, I bet I could. I'm not going to.
What if we both did it?
Oh, now we're getting around.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I'm joking. We would never. It's not our money in these accounts. These are house accounts.
All right. Well, that was a bummer. That was like the last three days the Dow was rallying. So we had one big down day, but the 3 days that the Dow rallied, I was just working to try to get long, and I just couldn't get into it. Same thing right now in the ES. There it is. Bang. 17. There it is. Whoop, there
18
it is.
offer still there. 18 offer didn't move.
I just wanted 17s. They
got
can
another
pull back
700
and go to
behind
zero
them.
now.
Yes, another 700. 1975.
This is what I'm talking about. This level is that I think there's a lot like for
752. Yeah, we have 704 on the offer at 1975. We have 744 on the offer at 18s, and then it's light after that, but all the way up to 20s. But we got two huge orders up there, 745
like
and 714.
A gorilla puffing up its chest or something.
But who knows? Maybe they're going to let that order go and just let the market rally.
Well, I don't think they care. The reason, like at that level, I think there's just hedging that needs to be done.
Yeah. Who knows over the weekend, right? Let's hedge it up there.
Agreeable heat.
Well, they-
Any exciting news next week scheduled? We have the CPI report next Wednesday. That's always a market mover. Yep, ready for
and the
that.
Supreme Court on Wednesday.
And the Supreme Court. Wednesday's going to be a big day next week.
The high was 70.17, right? I wonder if I would have gotten filled. You know, however many orders are up there. I've had that
traded.
before where you go, it taps your price and you don't get filled. How many traded there? 26?
26. It's about to trade out
26.
again. 700 lots still at
Yeah.
18. We're going to put in a new high here.
Yeah, 26 is.
Ty Gorton, the Taco Supreme Court.
Yeah.
Should I YOLO in, chat? Should I YOLO in? Should I buy 15 real quick?
Guys are insatiable. I mean, you used to feel okay about taking these shorts into the weekend because, at least in the past, except in very specified times, like nothing good was happening over the weekend. But now between 24-hour crypto, but especially, the Trump administration loves to release good news 30 to 40 minutes before the open in futures on Sunday. So
it's true.
Yeah.
Hoop says, here we go. Where are we going, Hoop?
Charlie Gasparino.
Hoop, there it is.
Here we go. Is the presser starting? No, meeting isn't started yet. Still waiting on the meeting. No headlines.
NASDAQ.
Ooh, a couple quotes from the White House. The White House is reviewing protocols regarding economic data releases. What do you suppose that means? There was an inadvertent public disclosure of aggregate data that was partially derived from pre-released information.
That was Trump last night.
There you go.
You nailed that, didn't you, Jack?
I talked about this earlier. It's true. Oh my God.
Definitely got a little squeeze here going on in the NASDAQ here. Negative 2,300 delta in the NASDAQ. Pressing the highs here.
So the jobs number was released last night. Is that what we're getting at?
Yeah,
Really?
kind of.
Oh, nice.
Basically, I can't show the tweet, but Trump tweeted out or truthed out a like showing how many private jobs had been created, and some people were kind of like, "That's not right." And then the number came out today, and if you added on the number, the 37,000, it was the right number.
Oh wow,
that's what they're talking
unbelievable.
about.
Oh, we just got an update. We will be on shortly. This conference might be starting soon, or this meeting, I should say. Just in time for the reversal challenge. I hope it doesn't interrupt Power Hour. That would suck. Everybody loves the reversal challenge. But we'll see what happens in this meeting of the minds when Trump meets with these oil executives to figure out what they're going to do in Venezuela. Yeah. Who's going to go? Who's not going to go?
Nice little pullback.
It's going to be one of those things
high,
where
yes.
If you want to go, step forward, and everybody takes a step back, except for the one guy that didn't tell about it.
Yeah,
we'll see.
One of them have a cowboy hat or a bolo tie on. I want to see like oilmen like they used to be.
Yes, lots of boots, lots of shiny boots. All right, guys, we're going to step aside. Power Hour coming up next. Thank you, Vince. Thank you, Jack. We'll catch up with you guys in a little bit.
Thank you.
Reversal challenge. Gabe is leading the charge. We got Mandy, Anne Marie, and Dolby time waiting in the wings. We're going to see what happens with this oil executive meeting and the reversal challenge. All right, we're going to take a short break. TopstepTV. We'll be right back. Let's go.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Power Hour. It is time for the reversal challenge, and I am joined by two lovely ladies that we enjoy having on, as well as Dolby Time. We got Anne-Marie and Mandy in the house. Anne-Marie, we saw you a little bit earlier today for group coaching, but anything change in the last hour and a half since we've seen you? Doing okay still?
Yeah, everything's awesome. I'm
Awesome.
excited to be on
Well,
with Mandy. I love
I
watching
was
her
about
trade.
to say. Heck yeah. Mandy, what's going on? Welcome to the reversal challenge. I think she might be either muted or encountering some internet issues.
Nope.
One of the two.
Oh, it was like just working too.
Yeah.
It was just working. But she looks like she's chopping up a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All right. Either way, well, let's go ahead and hit the rules while we're at it. As you all know, the reversal challenge is practice accounts only. We do this on Fridays because what would you prefer to do? Have a little bit of fun in the last hour of the day and not put any real money at stake, or go try to engage in that last hour with your capital? That's your decision. But this reversal challenge that we play is practice accounts only. 2 25-minute periods, and you must be flat after the first period. We'll take a halftime around the bottom of the hour, around 2:30 Central Standard Time. All traders are supposed to enter a trade at the opening bell of this challenge here. We're going to start with one lot in the NASDAQ, and we will double the lot size maybe a little sooner than every 15 minutes. We'll play that part by ear. But are y'all ready?
Quite. Mandy, are you there?
Yeah.
Maybe reconnect. Maybe just a quick reconnect.
Yeah, might be good.
See if that fixes it.
I feel bad. We'll wait for her. We're not going to start quite
Yeah,
yet.
yeah. I mean, that might be an advantage if we start first. So she gets a little bit later.
Hey, listen, we can use all the help playing against Mandy. Come on.
I know. She's a very talented reversal challenge player. Very talented. Well, in the meantime, Anne-Marie, how was your trading week?
Light. Very light.
Nice.
I traded on Monday, but then flying for 19 hours on Wednesday. So just sort of in limbo, trying to get my body clock readjusted. So not trading too much.
It's a big change for sure.
Yeah.
Well, while we're waiting on Mandy to figure out her audio here real quick, there is a poll in the chat for who will win the reversal challenge. So cast your vote. Polls up in chat. Mandy, I see you did reconnect. We hear you now. You're chopping up a little bit.
Yeah.
Quite a bit,
Wi-Fi,
actually.
Mandy? Yeah. You're extra choppy.
This is a little unusual. Do me a favor. Go hit the power cord on your router real quick and plug it back in.
She's like, what?
Yeah, let's see if we can get that under control here. We won't start without you, we promise. But yeah, pull the power cord on your router because it's not working right now. Shout out to Jack in chat. Says tech support hour. Let's go.
Yep.
Now I see him in back too. What's up, Jack? What are you doing back there?
Hanging out.
Yeah, in case they need a substitute player, I'll just be ready.
Okay.
Well, you can give it a couple minutes here.
All right. Well, while we're doing that, let's take a look. Let's take a look at prices real fast. We got the ES that did end up making some new all-time highs. We traded to about 7,017 to the tick, rejecting that just a couple points off the all-time highs there. NASDAQ trading 25,964 half. Dow's trading up near 49,730s. Gold and silver both kind of in a little bit of a consolidation. Gold's trading around 45.10 and silver's trading just shy of 79.87. Crude oil pushing lows right now, 58.93, at least in the last couple hours. Retracing the majority of that move. We do have a potential meeting at the White House between Trump and some executives regarding oil. First comment off the wire that we just got from Trump says U.S. seized oil tanker with Venezuelan approval today. Seized oil tanker is now headed back to Venezuela, and it will be the oil that was seized will be sold through the energy deal. It's through Truth Social just about 6 minutes ago. So I'm sure we'll continue to get some comments across the wire here. As always, we will keep one eye on the ditch for you, even throughout this reversal challenge.
Fantastic. Is there a poly market on like bolo ties and cowboy hats?
Probably.
That's a great question.
Probably.
Somebody in chat, go look that up. What's the poly market scene looking like right now for this meeting? Jack's probably all over it.
Got a couple bucks burning a hole in my pocket. I need to make a silly bet.
Well, hopefully the reversal challenge gets that.
What do you got?
What's up?
Big game this weekend for the Chicago people.
Oh. I'm going to the game.
Are you really?
Are you? Good for
man.
you.
What'd the ticket run you?
It's free because stepdad has been a season ticket holder for probably 20 years, 30 years.
Very nice.
And I am the only remaining member of the family who is still in Chicago, and no one flies back for games, and they couldn't sell them. So we got it.
Oh, wow.
Me and the wife and the neighbor, we're going. It's gonna be a birthday celebration because he's actually about a couple days away from mine, so it makes sense. So he's 40, I'm 41. It's gonna be a hell of a day. Have a super good time. Maybe someone will see us there. I hope so too. I was fortunate enough to go to that 2006 game where they won the NFC North. That was very much fun. Hopefully we can redo that. Mandy is back.
Do a quick audio check. Mandy, you back there? Can we hear you?
Can you guys hear me?
Oh, yeah.
Yes. Nice.
Good job, Gabe, with the tech support call right there. Well done.
Yeah.
There you go. That's so random because we were talking for like 5 minutes before we got on air. So that was the most random. I also think it might have been because of the screen sharing. I didn't mute myself, so I don't know if that had any crossover. So let's try this again.
Okay. All right, y'all. Well, let's go ahead and let's see. What's the time? We got about 30 seconds until the 10 minute after. We will start at 10 after. Let's go ahead and get in one contract to start in the NASDAQ. Make sure you are in a practice account and have your loss limits and profit targets and brackets all turned off.
Okay. Good.
10 seconds here. And enter.
Obviously long, right?
He said obviously long. You know, that's a great question. I have a feeling that all four of us probably just jumped into longs. We're doing something different today. We're just going P&L only. We're not going to show like direction, but make it a little bit more challenging because we can't intentionally fade each other unless we communicate what we're doing. I did start out with a long.
Also likes that.
That's
one less
to do
box.
back there.
That's exactly right. That's one less box they have to get sorted.
That's funny. Yeah.
Testing
these
day
highs.
trailing in the day trailing in chat says can't read Anne Marie's P&L. Yes, it is a little blurry. She's sharing on a large monitor.
Yeah. Should I try to zoom in, or is that going to just?
I would honestly just leave it. All we'll be able to see is if you're green or red, and you'll just have to tell me what the value is. Truthfully, of course. Okay. You know, when we do a break at halftime, you have to tell me
Probably
what that
shouldn't have used that colorful term there. Forgive me.
What, truthfully? Anne Marie, you're the most honest person I know. I don't think I need to even say that, but that's okay.
Absolutely.
Do we have any music for this reversal challenge?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Some light tunes, smooth
Jeez.
jazz.
That's a great question. I don't know
Bears
if we do
fight
today.
song on repeat for 50 minutes. That would work.
Our stream would get taken down so quickly, Dolby, if we played that.
You guys are talking about my frozen screen. I think I'm in alignment with A Smooth in the chat, how my frozen face wasn't better than JD's a couple days ago. Gabe, if you know, you know. I actually did print it out so I could remind myself.
Oh my gosh, how funny is that?
Legendary.
Put it up. Can you hold it up to the camera, please? Is it laminated?
Legendary.
No, I just printed it, but I wanted to make sure I didn't do anything dumb. So JD's reminding me to be smart in my trading.
Okay, that's
awesome.
Hilarious.
It was epic the other day. It was like that for what? How many minutes? Probably like 3-4 minutes.
Oh, really? I must have missed it.
I think there was a copy of it up in Slack.
There was.
Yes.
Yeah.
There was.
Oh, yeah.
Gabe
Very
dropped it in
funny.
the chat too.
Yep.
Very funny.
I had to. It was a good mugshot.
Yeah.
Legendary
It
moment.
was. I had already screenshotted it myself, so.
Oh, yeah.
Nice. There we go. We do have a couple of comments across the wire here from Trump. Trump says, we're getting along well with the people running Venezuela, and we will discuss how U.S. companies can rebuild in Venezuela. Last few minutes here. Those are the only comments we're getting so far across the juice.
Yeah, I think next week what the Supreme Court says about these tariffs is going to really be super interesting. I have no idea how the markets are going to react.
If you were an accountant, how would you send back $1 trillion to various countries?
Oh, God. Very laboriously is the answer to that.
I don't even know how that works.
Can you define that word for those that might not know what that means?
That's 5 syllables. That's too many for Topstep
Slow
TV.
and awful, like.
I may have been one of them.
Like. Man, this.
Are we doing teams today? We're doing like the black hoodie team up top, and then we're doing the red cardigan, red lipstick thing on the bottom. What's going on here?
There you go. Could do that.
I mean, I'd like to see you
coordinated.
in a red cardigan and lipstick with the beard and everything. I'm sure it'll be.
Well,
I don't think that'll ever happen on Topstep TV. Maybe the red cardigan, but not the red lipstick.
Yeah.
Most of us are happy about that. Most are very happy.
Maybe
Man,
we'll
the market
have to devise
just
a bet or
stalled
something.
out. It just stopped moving.
Yeah, what happened?
Literally.
Yeah, it's because we started.
Yeah,
there
right.
you go.
Right on time.
Absolutely. Anybody reverse yet?
No.
We're not
What?
showing. Oh wait, we are we're not showing positions, but we've got the realized on there. Okay. That's cool. Ooh. I think where we're at. Anne-Marie, can you
Yes,
think
ma'am.
of a time where the Supreme Court could have had significant influence on the markets?
Good question.
Wow. Okay, so I didn't start being a macro nerd until about 5-6 years ago. But I don't know if we've ever had anything this well. Yeah, Congress, yes, but I'm not really sure that we have. Although I will defer to doing some research and finding out if that's really true or not. But yeah, we're in rare territory.
Yeah.
At this juncture.
Different time, for sure.
Yeah.
A little push on NQ.
Yeah, I'm trying to see.
Anne-Marie got a
Like
better
the
fill
last
than all of
one.
us, you guys.
Well, Anne-Marie was short, but she didn't end up taking any profits as we were going down there. I noticed
know.
because she was the only one in the green as market was falling, and now...
Wow, somebody using strategy there, figuring out what's going on.
Yeah, I'm trying to put on my super secretive detective goggles to try to map out what the heck that blurry P&L said. All I can see is color. All I can see is color.
Should I change the color? Let me change the color.
No.
That would really throw me off.
I think so too. We've got enough.
You can.
I could make it
Oldies
darker so
usually-
you could actually see what it is.
Oh, I don't
Yeah, I
think that's
changed
going to help.
back.
I mean, the color itself is all that we have to lean on right now. But that's okay. The guys in back, James and Tim, can actually see what you got cooking right now. You know.
All right. Oh my
Could we hit
goodness sakes.
26,000. I think yes. For sure 26,000.
I mean, we're so close. It just makes sense. But at the same
I
time,
know,
that
right?
would require...
Yeah, you
require
know,
some
I don't
volume.
know.
Someone to get it up there.
No, I think it was a little bit of a zombie rally, though. You know, we had no real volume. It's just like shorts grinding the market up is what it looked like. You know, short covering, grinding it up. Shorts taking new positions and then having to wind themselves out. Or at least this is my thought. Because, you know, this seasonality thing, everybody was like, oh, Santarelli, and no Santarelli came. And now everyone's like, oh, you know, the first week into January, it's short. And, you know, I just think people are just, it looks like your typical zombie rally. Very light volume and just every dip getting bought up, moving over and over again, which of course is why I should be long, but not short.
Yeah, I think Santa chose a different sector, to be honest with you. I think
Yeah.
precious metals were where
for
that really
sure.
took place, but that might have
He's a
not been
commodity
Santa.
guy.
That might have been a little different situation. Real quick, we do have to do the above and below poll before we get too deep into this. Mandy, you have the privilege of taking that duty today. What are you thinking in the
appreciate
NASDAQ?
that privilege.
It is a
Let's
privilege.
do it.
so-
26 flat.
26
Well,
flat.
it was 26.20.
26.20.
26.20.
Wow.
Okay.
Let's go.
Wow.
All right, Hogue.
That's a call right there.
26020. Like if we're gonna bust through 26s, I don't know, we can just tap it, or we fly, zoom past it, and then just retrace at the end, you know, something like, let's see. I'm excited. That's a good number.
You want to
Yeah.
make it interesting, Mandy. That is the question.
Absolutely. I think that's a good, interesting spot. Like it's not
Yeah.
26 flat. 26 flat would have just been like, we would not have hit that. Like why would it close on a Friday right at that part? I mean, it could happen. I just don't.
There is a call wall up there.
Yeah. So I just feel like it would have to be away from that somewhere,
Yes, I agree.
not right on it. So that's why I moved it to 20. So we're not, because I want to win twice. Reversal challenge and above below.
It's gotta win it all.
Yeah. I
Hey,
came
go
out to
big or go
Yeah.
home.
Just kidding. Oh, a reverse.
Someone
Yes,
switch.
I did.
January.
All right. We got a heck of a lot more comments to catch up on. Let me run through these real quick here. Trump said 30 million barrels of oil was given to the U.S. yesterday by Venezuela, worth $4 billion. We will cut a deal on Venezuela today or shortly after. U.S. oil companies will deal with the U.S. directly. We'll closely integrate Venezuela-U.S. economies. We are taking back what was taken from us.
Ooh, whoa.
Giant oil companies will spend $100 billion of their money. Venezuela has agreed to let us refine up to 50 million barrels of oil. And we will have another meeting on Venezuela and oil next week. So tune in here next week. It'll be an interesting week. We'll possibly get a little more clarity on the Supreme Court decision because that got kicked down the road today. So next week could potentially be a large week for sentiment. Or getting a pop here in the NASDAQ.
I mean, it's 20 points.
980s trading out here. 25,980.
Yes. Oh.
Gabe, I thought you were about to do a 30 million barrels on the wall, take one down, pass one around. 39,999,999 barrels of oil on the wall.
Dolby, you just did it for me, man. I don't got to go into that jingle now.
That'll take a long time to get done.
I mean, we do have, what, for 38 minutes?
That's true. It's a slightly shortened. Like, how quickly are we going to get into 2 contracts here?
Honestly, man, I'm thinking about throwing us into 2 contracts at 25 just to do 5 minutes of a little bit more. And then maybe after halftime, we'll start with 2 and then quickly jump to 4.
Love it.
I agree.
Okay. New highs, by the way, in the session here for NASDAQ. 982 is trading out right now. Peaked around 984 even.
Not a whole lot to the left.
No.
All right, so at 25 after, in about a minute and a half, we will go to 2 contracts.
Sounds good. Let's do it. Mandy, are you excited for football weekend?
Yes. And yes, I would say so. I like football a lot. I'm more of an NCAA type of football person.
College ball's fun.
College is really fun. My team's in the Big 12, I'm not really happy right now. I'm curious to see what's going to happen for NCAA, but I'm also a Hawks fan, so Seahawks. Grew up in Washington State, so.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do we go along 2 now?
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
All right, let's do it.
I think Hawks are winning the whole thing.
I hope so. I want them to. I mean, it's going to suck if we have to play Patriots again, but,
Nobody wants to see the Patriots do well again. That's so boring. That's so boring.
10 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, add. 2 contracts.
So far, so good.
Dave had me.
Did you trade today, Mandy?
I was running around like a crazy person today, so I put in a couple trades. I was not reading it too hot, so I'm like, I gotta go do something better.
Nice.
But anyways, it worked out. I had a lot of little random errands, and in-laws are in town this weekend, so
is that good?
We can stay pretty busy. Yeah, it's fine. It's good.
Okay.
She is being televised.
This is being televised.
Yeah, I know. I'm like, they're probably like watching right now. No, just kidding. They're not. But I am in, both of our parents are out of state. They're both in Washington State. And we're in Utah. So they came down to visit this weekend. It's just kind of an interesting situation just because my husband is actually not around this weekend with his wrestling coaching. So it's like I'm hanging out with my in-laws, but my husband's not here. So we have a fine relationship. It's just not as like, you want your husband to spend time with his family, right? It's like he's the glue. So It's good.
Right,
It's
it's
good
like-
though. They're taking care of my kids, and they treat us to dinner last night, and it's good. But it just doesn't feel right because my husband's not there, right?
Right. It's like you have a friend who brings a friend over, and then your like
Yeah.
friend leaves to go run an errand, and you're just stuck with the friend of a friend. It's
Yeah,
kinda like a
exactly.
weird
Yeah,
thing.
kind of like that. I mean, my in-laws and I have a great relationship, but it's
Mhm.
just, you know, my husband's not here, so it just doesn't feel normal.
Yeah. It's like, are you guys lost? What are you what are you doing here?
That above and below poll, by the way, is dead split 50-50.
No
People are
way.
torn
Wow.
on
I
whether
like
or not we are going to be
Literally
breaking that
50-50?
26,000 to the tick.
No way. Okay. That's a good poll.
That's a good one then. That's really good.
I will. That's a win. I'm gonna win 3 times today, you guys. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. I need to stop. I'm doing too much. Being aggressive here.
Don't let the market hear you, Mandy.
This is the most well-behaved NASDAQ chart I have seen in some time. No wild swings, no crazy motion per se.
We're going to get that wild swing right at the bottom of the hour when we take this break, like it always happens.
Oh.
Always.
Yeah, pretty chill so far, actually.
Yeah.
Like, are we all
Just
kind of
totally
at break?
fine.
Oh,
I mean,
I'm at break
probably.
even.
Well, someone was really chopping it up.
No.
Come on,
I
buyers.
just want to see 26.
I do not like my position here.
Well, that's okay, Marie, because in about a minute and a half, you're going to get a chance to exit and then rethink strategy going in the second half.
That's right.
Oh man. It's just a little pullback. That's all this is.
Yep.
I think 26 would be fun to just on a Friday.
Yeah.
Oh, 100%.
Isn't that what Hogue says? Don't fade a Friday rally. That's literally what it's doing right now.
Yeah, just quiet. Just some retail traders just trying to short the top perpetually and just pumping this thing higher.
All right, 45
I
seconds
think
until
next
we
week-
take a break. Go ahead, Emery.
Next week, I think all the big guys actually officially get back to their desks, so volume should pick up.
Good point.
So how many seconds do we have left to get all this
30
dumpster
seconds,
fire
bottom of
in?
the hour.
We're all taking.
Wait, weren't
heat
you
on this,
short
aren't
to
we?
start?
I
We were
don't
short to start,
rub
and
it
then you
in.
flipped.
Just a gaping wound. Just throw salt and lemon juice right in there.
That's okay. I'm also
Do
in
it.
some pretty nasty drawdown. All right, 10 seconds.
Same.
And we are going to flatten all in flat.
Wow, that got bad.
All right.
Ugh, that's
Mandy,
gross.
what are we down to start the break with?
Negative 364.
All right. Anne Marie, what are you at? I can't read that.
I can't read it either, dude.
James, any
My
help back
eyes have
there?
stopped focusing. I think it's negative 568.
I also
All right,
think it's negative
and Dolby
558.
time.
Mine is 440.
All right, and
Minus
I am minus
440.
401. So we are all starting off in some red. Let's go ahead and pass it over to the Volatility King, James Harden. What do we got for Power Hour break?
Make it quick. Just kidding.
I'm back there.
Awesome.
We can make it quick. We can do this quick. All right, here we go. I got the positions all around me. See through me. I'm like in jail. Here, let's see if this one works. Nope. Triggers aren't working, so we're going to roll with it. That's how we do. It's Friday, y'all. First up. Shit. Week completed. Today's profit, 3 accounts, equaling $1,522. See you next week, Topstep. No, JA, thank you. We can't wait to see you put in those numbers next week. And hopefully you'll keep sharing your Power Hour and your Fast Markets content with us, and we'll see your name on screen again. Also, Coming up here in Power Hour, our next submission comes from Water Charts. Good start to the year. We're shooting for 100K in payouts in 2026. 15K down, 85K to go. So good job. Love that 2026 goal. 15K already made. It's already only been 9 days into the new year. So congrats to you, Water Charts. Keep it up. I want to see your name again next week. Coming up next from Stevie the Trader, an update on my 5 XFAs from Topstep. I bought the 3 new XFAs from being red yesterday and down on the day to about negative 240 to over $940 in profit. My other 2 XFAs were now sitting at a $2,400 balance. Great way to end the week. Couldn't agree more, Stevie. We love seeing those green numbers, and there's no better feeling going into a Friday than as a profitable trader. And finally, our last Power Hour submission for the week from Max. Repeat, fail, repeat, fail, repeat, make it, done. You can see down there, he's had some losing days, but he's had amazing winning days as well. And that's all you gotta do is you gotta keep jabbing away. Jab away, put up the numbers, pay yourself, and do it all again. That's the Power Hour content we have for you today. We're gonna throw it back to Gabe and the rest of the Reversal Challenge crew. We'll talk to you guys later on at the end of the show. Gabe, how's the second half gonna go? Botched that completely.
Thanks, Mr. Overlay. Let's go ahead and let's do 2 lots to start. We're going to start at 35. Actually, let's just do 34. Screw it. Just
Okay.
45
34.
seconds.
What?
2 lots.
Mandy's in a hurry.
34.
She has somewhere to be.
I gotta
Is that fast enough
make
for you?
my. No, yeah, that was great, James. Thank you. I feel like, what is it? Oh, what was my total? 14,000 a couple weeks ago. I gotta get to that, you know. But no, that kind of mentality is actually what's gonna mess me up.
Holy moly.
Yeah, that was
Wait,
fun.
now
All right, y'all.
we're gonna go 2.
2 contracts in about 20 seconds here.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Just kidding.
And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And 2.
In 2.
Anne Marie, you were on, weren't you, on that that reversal challenge where we were all making it look so good on our accounts? Weren't you on with us that day with Jay, me? Wasn't it you?
I can't remember what I had for breakfast this morning, man.
Okay, yeah, I think you were on
No
there.
way.
Anne Marie.
I'm gonna get
Then
it.
there was one other. Was it you, Dolby? No, Dolby or Jack? I don't know. There's one more. It was a really good session. We had
Everyone was
ton of
green, making money.
Oh yeah, we all ended in the green. Oh, except
Oh, it's
for
lovely.
one person fell off, I think. Oh, it was Coach Hoop. He fell off. That's right.
Aw,
It was-
Hoop.
Yeah. I think Jay was like at 11 and Anne Marie was at 9,000. It was an insane reversal
Oh.
challenge. It was a lot of fun.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Where did everybody enter?
I'm short.
Short from 66.
Okay.
We're kind of at the top of this Dorito. We pushed through and we sold off pretty aggressively.
Uh-huh.
So, you know, if the Dorito fails, then there should be a lot more room to the downside. If it doesn't, then you just cut your loss and move on to the next reverse button, I guess. I don't know. But also almost touching 26,000 is also not great for bulls because they might get antsy and just bail. Come failed moves, come fast moves.
Can be.
And we're already on low volume, so who the hell's left?
Yeah. Oh, you know, it'd be nice to know what the cumulative delta was, because if they are going to start to unwind, if they've all been long, I'm going to guess they're going to want to unwind into the close.
Got another comment from Trump here. I told China and Russia we do not want them in Venezuela. China can buy all the oil that they want from the U.S. and Venezuela.
Okay.
All the oil.
However much you want.
We are just
I know.
doing a whole lot here.
Sure. There's some Delta for you. Delta ES plus 6,100. NASDAQ minus 2,500.
Interesting.
Thank you, Hogue.
Thank you very much.
Chat, give us some cool ideas for Topstep TV for 2026.
Oh, yes.
And go.
There's 1,800 people. There's a lot of brain power right there. Like, a lot of ideas.
What do you guys got?
You would think.
Cool. You would think.
You would hope.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I have faith in chat.
I'm just kidding.
Chat and
That was a good one. I like that one. That's a good joke.
That's a good one. Yes, Noah, I'm all for that. I'm gonna go to the next one.
Yeah, the meetups were super fun. The last one we did was awesome. We absolutely packed that place. Absolutely packed it.
Rexer says we collectively have 100 IQ.
On Friday afternoon, that might be not far from the
that's
truth.
fair.
Yeah, right.
NQ, whole lot of not
A lot of
anything
nothing
on
so
the
far.
Yeah.
A whole lot of nothing. I like my trade
Look at all
location,
these
though.
ideas. Is somebody recording these ideas? Like we asked for them.
Ooh.
Did you say look at all these
Like-
idiots or look at all these ideas?
Ideas.
Ideas! Oh my gosh!
Okay. I could have sworn I heard the other word. Sorry, I got selective
I
hearing
think
today.
we
It's
know Gabe's
Oh,
thoughts. Yeah, Gabe
No.
is mean to us. That's
Not at all.
oh, Jeopardy.
Not at all.
Freudian slip. You guys, I'm from Utah. I
Okay,
have
so
one set.
I'm not the only one that heard it. Okay, good.
Idea. Oh my gosh. Okay.
We will be getting some newer people on for 2026. The recruiting pipeline is back open for business. So we will start seeing some new people on, some new live funded traders. So if you're interested, I will be reaching out to you as long as you're in a live funded account. I saw the Limit Up podcast. That's cool. That's a throwback right there. That's how I know you're a real OG. I think Eddie used to do part of the Limit Up podcast.
Yeah.
Jack used to do it. That was really cool. We had some poker players get interviewed. We had some market legends get interviewed. That was a lot of fun. Oh, it was like,
You know who I want to see on TV, Dolby?
who?
All the OGs in chat would know, but you know who do you think you are, I am guy?
Oh yeah.
You know the clip we played after a winning trade back in the day? Yeah, Pete Weber, there we go.
I mean, yeah, he's probably available. Just costs might be free. Might cost some money, but who knows? That'd be great though.
All right, the poll is officially closed. 54% say below 26,020. 46% say above out of 340 generous voters. Honor, you are right. I may or may not have just reversed.
Ooh.
That's a great reversal. I will say that. I'm gonna go back and watch this segment and listen to myself on ideas. I feel so bad if you guys really thought I said idiots. Oh my gosh. I love chat. Love you. I love Topstep TV. I love all you guys. You guys are great. VWAP George. I trust VWAP George's hearing.
He heard
Goggins?
idiots, just like I did. So
yeah. You're on TV enough, and you got to you learn to enunciate pretty quickly.
Yeah. Spell idea. Chat's so entertaining.
all right, let's take a quick
All right.
round trip across the market since NASDAQ isn't doing a darn thing. So ES pulled off the top there, new all-time highs, of course, just around 70.12 last trade. NASDAQ trading around 25,960. Dow is trading 49,752s. Gold and silver both coming off the top a little bit. Silver dipping back below $80 an ounce, trading out 79.75. Gold trading 45.12.8, and crude continuing to push a little bit lower, slowly but surely, 58.88 a barrel. See what we can come up with here. When do y'all want to go to 4? I'm thinking 45. I'll go with that.
Great.
Do it.
Definitely.
Absolutely.
All right.
Oh, I gave up my trade location for pennies.
I am regretting that
was
reversal.
stupid.
Yeah.
Gave it up for nothing.
Why didn't I follow the 15?
MOC's been apparently been quite a dud recently.
Watch it be like the craziest MOC we've had this week. The day that we played the
That's
reversal
true.
challenge.
Could be that.
So we're going to 4 in what, minute 30? You said 45?
Yeah, 45. We'll go to 4.
Ooh. What would...
What? Reversal.
Who just reversed?
Oh, Anne-Marie flipped to long.
Who just reversed? She's not saying a darn thing.
Not. Is she frozen?
You know
It's okay.
it's me.
She's good.
I'll cut her some
To go
slack.
to 4.
She's on major jet lag. We'll consider her locked in right now on the markets.
Here's an idea for 2026. Reversal challenge poly market. I don't know if we can legally do it.
I don't know how that would even work.
I know, right?
Yeah, that would be
Sounds like
interesting.
fun, though.
I don't know how much of a market there would be though for that, to be honest with you.
Yeah, what
Volume would be
how that
pretty
work?
lackluster.
I still want to do the reversal
Merch.
challenge where, yeah, merch. That was my next
We
thing.
have merch.
Mandy, what would you want for merch?
30 seconds.
What would I want?
30 seconds, sir.
Running 4. Okay, sorry. Let me add these and then we'll go.
We'll talk merch. It's important.
Yeah,
20 seconds.
15 seconds. And 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is where it's going to get spicy, chat.
Yes. No, VWAP, George,
minutes
you
to
need
MOC.
to do that.
How many
George,
how
what
many
if you
minutes to
fund your own
MOC?
merch company? Sell your own all roads shirts and they can fund like trading combines.
Do it.
I think that's a brilliant idea.
Such a good idea.
MOC's at 50 after Anne-Marie, so a little over 4 minutes.
This is a decision zone.
Just do not trust you right now, NASDAQ. Do not trust you.
Colby, you know what I want in the Topstep shop?
What?
Particularly the Topstep TV shop. I think a yearly calendar with
just Andre,
all the
12
peeps
months.
on there. Some Andre Costanza.
The couch
Like, dude, if we can
video.
get
The couch
Andre
video
Costanza.
with Andre.
Uh-huh.
That'd be amazing. But we
Oh,
have
that would
to
sell
make sure.
very well.
Do we need to add this to the calendar?
Yeah.
We would do
Yeah.
mug shots. We would do Andre's Costanza moment. We would do the Andre blow up doll. We would probably do Og in, I don't know, like Santa something. I don't know.
How about the hard hats?
Hard hats?
The
Yep.
hard hats. Yep.
What do you hard hat? What do you mean?
They had a hard hat bit. Rate
back
cut
when
Powell was touring.
It's right.
Oh, that's right.
Trump was touring the Fed building.
When Trump was
The remodel.
Yeah.
Yes.
Only
Elbows on it. Eddie for April. Shout out to Eddie. 420. He'd be the cover of
Eddie.
April for sure.
Yep.
Connor, we do not sell milk here. You might be in the wrong channel, but you got some consumers for sure.
Gabe's a
Consumers
how
of
great-
raw milk. Yeah,
I am a
consumers of raw
consumer.
milk.
But the sentiment is a little skewed and negative over here. I'm the only one.
You should come out to Utah, Gabe. There's like a very well-known farm out here in the area of Camas that's known for all of their farm stuff.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I'm due for a trip out west.
Yeah, we gotta do milk for one of them. You drinking milk? That'd be a good one. Raw milk specifically.
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
Just me in a
feel like-
bathtub filled with raw milk.
Yes.
Imagine.
Oh,
Imagine.
Okay, what month would that be? That would be.
That's a great question.
Everyone's saying.
Oh
Someone
my
said
God.
May. I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my word! I'm not going to be able to
the
unsee
power of
that
words.
in my mind.
The imagery is just.
Yes, exactly.
Hey, I didn't say
Dolby.
anything about my attire. I just said in a bathtub filled with milk.
Well,
So,
we
full suit.
assume that a bathtub is not clothed.
I don't know what kind of baths you're taking, Anne Marie, but
Gabe's
Listen,
a never
do
knew.
you know-
I bathe with clothes on. I don't know about you. That's the best way to get clean.
You know what it made me think of when you said a bathtub full of milk? Has anybody ever seen that Who album? It might have been The Kids Are All Right, but Roger Daltrey is sitting in the bathtub of baked beans. Have you ever seen that one?
No.
Oh my gosh. Oh, you've got to look for it. I'm sure it's on YouTube or whatever, but
We got
it's the cover.
50 seconds to MOC.
MOC coming up.
What's gonna happen?
We're just
here?
going to stay
I
in
don't
the
know.
floor
Doubling,
here.
right? We're staying at 4.
We will
Okay.
go to 8 contracts in a
At
few minutes.
51.
We'll ride MOC in
52.
4.
Okay.
Yes. What is MOC gonna do? I'm gonna sell.
We'll see in
I
15
mean,
seconds.
Barely even noticed it yesterday. Barely even noticed it.
What are we going to do here?
I'm getting wrecked.
And MOC
Oh.
is
Wow.
out. All right.
That was
Minus
jagged.
1 billion or 1 billion sell side for the S&P, 565 million sell side NASDAQ, 314 million sell side Dow, and 239 million sell side Mag 7. All sell side. S&P's leading the way over $1 billion.
Okay.
Man, price is so sticky.
Yeah, it's like.
Wow. I'm not doing
Anyone
too
even
hot.
green right now? Oh, barely.
I'm so negative right now.
This is just so choppy. Come on, do something, NASDAQ.
Look at the
Okay,
volume
but-
profile that we got today. It's just, that's crazy since this afternoon. It's just been
I know. I'm sorry.
awful.
G Nug Invest has asked, can you please explain what MOC is?
Oh,
MOC stands for Market on Close. Type of order to buy or sell a stock at the official closing price, popular for
I do that.
index fund rebalancing and reducing intraday volatility. Market on close orders. Order to execute at the day's closing price, typically by institutions. And I am getting smacked right now.
Not as bad as me.
All right, we're gonna go to 8 lots at 52. So 15 seconds, double up.
Okay.
Okay.
10 seconds, we're going to 8.
Finally. Let's go.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 8 lots.
I'm gonna die here on this
Nice.
account.
And Marie's green.
I doubled
And
down.
Dolby's green.
I
Barely.
doubled down.
I may
Just
have done the same.
Absolutely, barely.
You doubled down too, Gabe? Okay.
I am. I'm long 8 from 57, praying that this low holds.
Yeah.
Same. It came and tagged a moving average for me on my 5 minutes, so if I just followed my strategy earlier, that would have been beneficial, but it was reversal
Oh, we
challenge.
got
so
you
I was
distracted.
thinking about throwing everything out of the window for this reversal challenge.
It was the raw milk path, Mandy. That's what did it.
Oh my
Got you
god.
mind games.
Got you off track a little bit.
Distracted.
Mind
Absolutely.
games. So rude.
Hey, it
Chat,
is
how are we
a
hanging in there?
strat.
What's up?
As I fly
do something.
is up green. He's up 300. Oh, let's go, Gabe. Let's go. But Anne-Marie reversed, didn't you, Anne-Marie?
I did, ma'am.
Yeah, she read that really well.
This is either about to dump
I
or
know.
right here. One of the two. These 50s got to hold. Otherwise, we're going to 37.
And if we reverse from here, the slippage is going to be atrocious.
Terrible. Oh my
All right.
gosh.
Question remains, though. Do we go to 15?
Oh gosh. What?
Because
Sure.
typically
You
we
guys
would
can.
end on 15. The question is when.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, this is not really getting too hot. Yeah, the question is when. Maybe last minute with how our performance is.
Ooh.
Ooh,
Ooh.
tall items in merch.
Come on.
Yeah,
NASDAQ.
hello, Gus. I'm busy right now.
Hi, guys.
Locked in.
Uh
This is
oh.
going to get
Gus is
ugly.
very vocal. Gus is
This is
very
about to get
vocal.
ugly.
He's a very vocal cat.
Nino likey.
Oh.
Ooh, hello.
Oh.
Whoa.
That's what I'm talking about.
Wiggle.
15 seconds until the second little wave of volatility hits here. See what adjustments on MOC. MOC is currently flipping buy side a little bit here.
Let's go 26, 20.
Whoa. Whoa,
Oh,
whoa, whoa,
that's
whoa,
not
whoa,
what I
whoa,
wanted.
whoa. What's going on? This is getting real choppy.
MOC is all over the
Yeah.
place. S&P's minus, so 340 million sell side S&P, 94 million buy side NASDAQ, 220 million sell side Dow, 164 million sell side Mag 7. But we are fluctuating pretty rapidly here.
Oh, I've got to make decisions.
All right, we will do 15 contracts at 58. So for the last
So
2
how do
minutes.
how do I make my thing go to 15? What do I?
So go to
I have
your.
eight.
You have the dome open.
8
Yeah.
plus
Or
7.
order ticket. Yeah, you gotta add.
Just
7.
hit buy or sell 7 times. That's how I do it. I just work it in.
Never mind. I was a statistician. That's fine. It's okay. Right. Literally,
You're so cool,
my bonus
Henry.
brain is full of jello.
Oh my
MDM
gosh.
Eddie.
Are you going to bounce
Eddie is
from here or
doing
not?
well.
Figure it out.
I know, dude. I'm so mad at this right now.
I am too. How much do you
Andres. Andre Smith in
Give me
chat says
some
maybe one of
math.
us idiots can help you get to 15.
Oh my god! She
Come on.
didn't say that. She didn't say
Exactly.
idiots.
Ideas.
All right, minute and 20 until 15.
Oh.
Gabe, are you doubling down?
Yeah.
Obviously. And this is
Obviously.
how we lose our. This is how you lose an account.
It's the
Doubling
classic
down.
moron trade. You know, it's the classic
It
moron
is.
trade. Putting moron to a loser.
About to know.
This is why this is in practice accounts. This is not real trading behavior. Not responsible
absolutely.
risk management.
This is a mind game.
Jay, are you
Mental
playing?
exercise.
And if so, what's your P&L? Didn't Jack say he was playing too in the back?
30
I wanna hear
seconds.
this.
$20 seconds.
What to do?
This needs to
And
go
10 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, now I wish I went back down again. I want my average
And
lower.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay, game time.
Long 15.
Same.
Mandy, the thing about it is you're down 1,300 right now.
I know. I'm gonna be out first if we sell off.
I'm not really weird about who's going to lose first. I'm more about if either of us catches this long right now, who's going to have the better chance of
know.
being higher.
You? You?
Possible.
Oh gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh, that was not good.
Wait.
No.
These just numbers are so big so fast with 15.
It is.
And the slippage is so slippery.
Yeah,
George, where's VWAP?
slippage is a killer.
It's way down there.
I'm not feeling this
Oh,
anymore.
I'm cooked.
Yeah, where
Man,
is
Tilt on the mic.
Hey, has a negative
my
number
gosh.
ever won the day?
816?
I think
Yeah, I
Mhm.
won once on a negative.
Yeah. Tilt is
I
60%
was
short
still
in the NASDAQ,
alive.
65% short
Nope.
in the ES, by the way.
Oh gosh, here we go. I'm gonna die. Don't do it.
Shorts are getting
I've
paid.
been hanging out with
currently.
Anne Marie too much.
I'm done
Gosh,
though. Oh my gosh.
What does that mean?
What? You just leaned like that. You lean toward the morbid.
And
I
I'm
legit died.
definitely about to be out. And I'm out.
Yep, there you are. There's yours.
GG's longs.
Is it just me and Anne Marie then? Is that it? What happened?
And there's the
It's
bell.
over.
Flatten out.
Anne Marie killed it.
It's over?
Flatten, close, flatten all,
It's
close.
over. Yep, Jay was playing.
All right.
He killed it.
Well,
Did you
I
win?
believe I can see the fact that it's green. That's all I see. So Dolby's
good
negative.
enough.
Anne Marie's green.
3,607. What do you think, James? Is it the number? 3,679.
That seems right.
Plus $1, and it would still win.
Let's go. All right. Shout out to
true.
Anne Marie.
Woo,
Shorts
woo,
work.
woo, woo, woo.
Nice win.
Shout out to everybody in chat. Shout out to all the bell to bellers. Anne Marie victory speech.
I got nothing.
All right. Great speech. Go get some sleep. All right, everybody. Happy Friday. It's the end of the day. I'm going to pass it over to our main man, James, the king of volatility himself, to get us out of here for the weekend. But we will see you very soon.
All right. Thank you, Gabe. Thank you to Dolby, Anne-Marie, and Mandy for a wonderful power hour, a wonderful reversal challenge. And chat, didn't we have a good time? Saw you all chatting in there, throwing up your P&Ls, and just hanging with us for this last hour on a Friday. We appreciate you being here. It wouldn't be TopstepTV without you. We know that. We appreciate you. And speaking of Topstep TV, we're going to keep going. Well, we're actually going to pack up and head home, but Coach Jay and Coach Paul are coming up next because they're about to start At the Buzzer. That's right, At the Buzzer. It's the show that gets you feeling good and ready to head into the weekend strong as they recap today's entire trading session. And then after that, it's the weekend. Hang out, talk to some people, touch some grass, do the things that make you feel good, talk to people that you love, and do something nice for somebody. And then after you've had an amazing couple of days, come right back here Sunday at 4:45 p.m. as Anne-Marie hosts Market Kickoff. You saw Anne-Marie today on Topstep TV. Now catch her own segment Sundays, 4:45 p.m. Central Time, Market Kickoff with Anne-Marie. She's going to get you ready for the entire week ahead. Then Sunday night at 7:30, Coach Dakota will be back with Slow Markets. The next morning, Aaron Trades will be back. London Open returns Monday morning at 1:30 a.m. Central Time. So if you've been missing London Open, don't worry. Aaron is back. We'll be having our favorite London Open host back on air. Then again, Deanna's Eurotrade returns Monday at 3:30 a.m. as well. You caught Deanna today during Fast Markets. If you liked what you saw, well, check out Eurotrade every Monday through Thursday at 3:30 a.m. Central Time. All of that happens before we're back on the air, ready to go again Monday morning, bright and early at 7:15 a.m. Central Time. We go bell to bell, and we hope you will too. So stick with Topstep TV, get real live updates, news, and help when you need it. But for now, I'm James Harden. You're the chat, and it's Friday. Have a great weekend. This has been Topstep TV, and we'll see you Monday. At the Buzzer's up next. Let's go.